cat poop, nature stew. Bubble, bubble, what's that do? Smells so wrong but feels so right. Pink smoke rising in the moonlight. Neighbors yelling, what's that blast? Too late, it's cooking fast. Ale, strawberry poop gas, blasting from the grass. Bubble and sizzle, it's science class. One big burp and the backyard blue. Now we're living next to Mount Doo-Doo. Built a grill from garbage cans, hooked it up with rubber bands. Dog barked once, the cat took flight, then boom, the sky turned brown and bright. It rumbled, it tumbled, it splattered the fence. A poop volcano makes no sense. Sticky strawberries rain from the sky. Compost cooking till the day I die. Filled strawberry poop gas, wild and crass. Flaming hot signs from the neighbor's grass. When it popped, we all went ooh, but dang, it smelled like barbecue too. So if you're brave and slightly nuts, mix that poop with grass and guts. Light it up and step way back. You might just launch your own snack shack. Bill strawberry poop gas, cooking class.
You get stuck out there in the mud, that's going to be a real mess. Ah, okay. Mm-hmm. Right. Well, my show is starting, so I'm going to have to let you go. I see another phone call coming in. All right. Okay. Well, let's see if this is working. I have my mobile device, and let's see. It's still playing the music. I had a couple of slight technical issues. Oh, there goes another phone call. Oh, well. We'll just get rid of that one. All right. I think I have a delay on this device. What can I do? And there's Milton. Hello, Milton. It's been an interesting week. Okay, let me move this over here. All right, so it is working. I have sound. So we'll go ahead and we will turn this off. There we are. Well, good morning, everybody. As you can see, I've made a couple of minor changes, but it's not exactly the way I'd like it to be. I was playing with the scene switcher in OBS, but the timing got messed up. It was supposed to start playing the classical music with the intro, then it moved to the other scenes. Well, something went wrong and timing got off. I think my computer's time is a little bit off, but you know how it is with us guys that like to play with tech. We always have to try and make things better, and we end up making things a little bit worse. So anyway, let me just go ahead and pull up the chat, and let's see. There we go. Let me readjust the camera because my very attractive assistant, although slightly mentally off, decided to adjust my camera through the use of two little paws. Yes, with very sharp claws, by the way. All right, so let me see if the chat is active and if there are any problems. And I don't see, yes, the chat is active, I believe, but why don't I see the comments? Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so I have one, and there's something wrong with the, oh, there we go. It took time to refresh, and I have a lot of comments. Now, as usual, YouTube did me the wonderful favor of deleting my earlier comments. So what we're going to do, we're going to fix YouTube, and we're going to cover those comments as well. And I have a lot of things I want to talk about. I already have 23 of my friends here watching me, which is really good. And I'm very happy that you have chosen to take your morning on Saturday when you could be doing so many other things. Although I'm sure some people live in a place where you actually have seasons, and you're probably dealing with snow and cold, and you probably don't want to go outside yet until the sun comes up, or maybe you're on the West Coast and you're just waking up, or whatever brought you here. Maybe you're in a different part of the world. I'm glad that you're here, and I am looking forward to going over the week with you. There's been a lot of interesting things this week, and obviously, sometimes my faith in humanity is tested, but I think in this community, it is always sort of renewed because a lot of times people surprise me with their kind acts, and I really appreciate that. It's really nice. Well, anyway, let me go ahead and pull up the old comments. Now, let me go to, there we go. Here I am. And let me get the comments here out of the text editor. And I put up this live stream yesterday afternoon, and let me see where. Why can't I get this to work? Okay, maybe oh, there it goes. I'm at the top. All right, at 11:28 a.m. yesterday, shortly after I posted the link, the feral grandma said good morning. And then, of course, one of my number one fans, obviously one that's been for a very long time, Jonathan, Carnivore Muscle, says hello without the H. That's one of his trademarks. And feral grandma says, husband's birthday tomorrow. If I thought he'd do it, I'd get him a consult with Professor K. All right? That might be an idea. At the moment, proud of his deciding to have a dry, no alcohol month. Well, that is progress for sure. And retired Rick also said, hi, Rick, I will be there if I don't go coyote hunting. Well, I'm sure the Roadrunner will thank you if you can get the coyote. And Lady June 1 said, good evening, everyone, and that was at 9:29 p.m. No, actually, at 3:29 p.m. Okay, I have some kind of dirt on my screen, and I wonder if Milton is responsible for it. Hey, Milton, what? What do you want? You want to talk to me? Come here. Come here, Milton. You are a black menace. Look at you. You're a disaster, and you're vicious. All right, Milton. All right, let's see what else we have. Lady June, good evening, everyone, and that was 3:29 p.m. And looks like Tar Nation, the system, 4:29 p.m. And then at, let's see, 8:12 p.m., Bill Cook 411 says, not first I see. Hi, everyone. It's Friday night. And then also he put number I Iguana Nation. And let's see who else. Well, he also has good luck. Let's see. Farrell, Grandma, remember that bacon is greater than alcohol. And let's see. I am, for some reason, hold on. It kind of helps if I put it on the correct screen, which I didn't. But Milton has me distracted. But I did save the old comments. And now I can move on to the new comments. The first one that was on the list today, Milton is over there meowing. I think Milton is looking for a mate. And Milton has definitely... Okay, there we go. Milton has become much more difficult. But one of our wonderful followers, subscribers here, is going to take care of Milton and cover the cost of Milton getting, let's just say, adjusted. Milton's going to have 2 little parts removed, and hopefully it will turn Milton from being a disaster into being delightful like he used to be. Such a sweet little kitten. Now, even though Milton has attacked me several times, I did let him sleep on the bed last night, and he was very calm and peaceful the entire night. It seems like what triggers Milton is during the day when he sees other cats. There is another black cat out there that he wants to tear up, and then there's a calico cat that he's been following around wanting to mate with. So until little Milton gets modified, Milton is going to have to stay in the house. And what I do when Milton gets aggressive, I grab him with a towel and I throw him in the bathroom and I shut the door for anywhere from 15 minutes to an hour. Then I let him out and then he calms down. If he doesn't calm down, I goes back in the bathroom. And that's what I'm going to have to do from now until Wednesday when I stuff Milton into a cat carrier and take him down to the veterinarian, which will probably be the one and only time that Milton ever goes to a veterinarian. And he will have his little Miltons liberated from him, and hopefully he will calm down and be the nice little kitty that I really want. All right, so we have Juliet saying good morning, Linda, Rick, and Milton. Well, Juliet, and as you probably know, she had her pajama party with Amy and friends last night, more than a couple of hours, and I was there part of it, although I did take some time off to take a shower, and then I had to deal with menacing Milton, but he was okay. I was working on my stuff here at the house when Milton attacked me, and I had to put him in the bathroom a couple times. And then in the afternoon, my friend needed help fixing a fence at his lot because people keep breaking it and stealing stuff. So I went with him and a friend of his, and I don't get paid for that. We just did it. I got home around 7 o'clock, whatever. And not too bad, but got that over with. And now, again, after this live stream, I'm going to go and tinker with my engine once again. Joshua English, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Glad that you are here. And Mike Seeley from Melbourne. Good morning, Rick and everyone. Happy New Year from Melbourne, Florida. Well, thank you very much. I hope it's going to be a good year. I hope it'll be better than 2025. And Ryan Dish says, good morning, Sir Quack. Good morning. And I'm still looking for that part for you. Good morning, Rick, from Steadfast 20-426. All right. Well, good morning. Glad you're here. Sandy Blythe is also here. Good morning. And let's see, we have the other, Michael Seeley. which we know. And again, you can see him in the picture that's in my intro from Hack Your Health, and he's over there in Tampa Bay. So good morning. Glad to see you again. I hope Milton calmed down last night. He slept all night. Very nice. He did calm down. Now, when I got home, he was in the bed when I got here, because what I did, I locked him in the bathroom for an hour. And when my friend picked me up to go down there to his lot, I cracked open the door and ran out of the house and shut the door. So when I came home, I peeked in my bedroom window and I shined a light on there, and there was Milton. He's standing up stretching. I'm like, okay. And when he came in, he didn't try to attack me. He was all friendly, and I fed him, and he was okay, and he didn't really bother me. But the trigger for Milton is going outside, so no more going outside until he gets fixed, and then going to the garage and looking out the back door window. That seems to really trigger him. That's where the other cat hangs out. So I have to make sure that he does not go in the garage and that I do not let him outside. That's the key. And a lot of times when I have my live stream, it seems like Milton goes and sleeps on the bed. So this actually works out to my advantage. I guess hearing me talk or seeing the computer keeps him from roaming around, because otherwise he likes to roam around the house. And he goes, meow, meow, meow. You know how those tomcats do when they're in heat? Well, that's what Milton's doing. So I am fully convinced, and Juliet and Amy and Lewis and a lot of other people have said that Milton is probably just looking for a girlfriend, and that is the reason why he's aggressive. And I know that, when I had friends, when they had their girlfriend, they wouldn't spend any time with you. All they did was chase after the women, and, so cats are basically the same thing. So we're going to give Milton a little bit of leeway, and hopefully, and I really do hope that Milton will calm down to the point where he'll be a friendly and safe cat, because again, Milton is a super cute cat. He's really very nice. And I think that his hormones are playing games with his head. I also think that when he bit the extension cord, it may have done something to him, which increased his aggression. There are no more extension cords plugged in, so Milton is safe. And I think once he's fixed, hopefully he will forget all about chasing after the cats, and he will be a nice pet, because I've never seen another cat that aggressive, at least not that I know of. So we have some hellos. There we go. And you have returned. Hello. Yep. And there we are. Juliet saying hello. Thanks for being part of the Jammy Part last night. Well, I'm glad that was there. I would have stayed longer, but I did have to take a bath, and I was kind of afraid that Milton would tear me to shreds when I walked out of the bathroom, but Milton actually went to my bed and fell asleep, so I let him in the bathroom roam around, and then he went to sleep. So I guess that is pretty nice that he is calm, and again, if he can stay calm till Wednesday. Now, stuffing him into the cat carrier is not going to be fun. I got to make sure the thing is completely cat-proof, because I have to stick him in the van. Hopefully the van doesn't break down, which would be pretty bad. But I have to take him a good distance from here down to the veterinarian, get him looked at, and get his parts removed. And that would be extremely awesome, because I really don't want to get rid of Milton. It's like I told everyone, if Milton becomes too much of a burden, somebody in my live stream is welcome to take him, and he may be happier, but I hope that he will stay here, because I do like having my little black menace. That everyone likes to have the little pet, and that's my little pet. And yes, Strawberry Poop Castle. Yeah, there you go. Saturday morning cartoons and cereal incoming. Well, on my channel, probably not a cereal, maybe bacon, maybe steak, maybe an iguana. Who knows? Rick is our new Saturday morning cartoons. Yes, it seems like it, doesn't it? I even have classical music like Looney Tunes did. So yeah, that is kind of part of it. And the feral grandma has returned. Good morning. Good morning. Rick is the Saturday morning cartoon. Quite right. All right. And hello to Wendy and Juliet. And just listening for now. Well, listening is good. That's participation and chatting as well. Good morning, Rick, Milton, and everyone from Smoothie 420. Well, good morning. I am glad that you are here. And let's see who else we have. Juliet, okay. And BK Belgian Carnivore. Hi, Rick and Milton, and have a great new year and a blessed 2026 to all carnivores and ketovores. Well, thank you. I appreciate your attitude. And again, I hope that 2026 will be better than 2025. Although 2025 wasn't all bad. I survived another year without my heart attack, and that's good. Juliet, sorry I fell asleep last night. Hey, it happens. Good live from what I saw. Yes, it was. It was. Good morning, sweet. Okay, yeah, there's Carnivore Jerry. Friends, time to roll out of bed to feed Ladybug and Squeaky. 1 pound of grass-fed ButcherBucks brown burger is on the menu. Well, that is good. That is very good. Okay, I had to cut the group off in almost 2.5 hours. They go on till midnight. Yes, these do tend to go quite a while. And Lambs is here. Happy Saturday to Rick and all. Well, thank you very much. And let's see, when is the party? And we have hello. And Rick, let's go. Yes, we are going. I had a little difficulty with the scene switcher, but I overrode that and it's working fine. Thanks, Juliet. Thinking tomorrow before your show. All right. And the comments have gotten ahead of me, as they always do. Way ahead of me. All right. And hi, Rick and the Quackers from Supertune. Chuck from Clearwater, Florida. Well, there you go. Another one from the West Coast. How refreshing. Well, I wonder what that is. Excellent. Indy Andy Carnivore. In Chuck, I dream of Clearwater. Well, there you go. Furry Mom. Chef mode on. Listening now. Keep entertaining me. Well, there you go. Watch out for the furry beasts. Thumbs up for Milton and Rick. Well, thank you very much. And let's see. Carnivore, good afternoon. Yeah. And Carnivore Dan. Hey, how's it going? Love the old photo slideshow before the live. Well, I'm glad that you do. And I'm glad that you've taken some time here to check it out. My live stream is a bit unique, so I warn you about that. I subscribed to you yesterday. Snow and 23 degrees. Yes, we're talking about the weather. Morning, Andy and Dan. Well, morning and Supertune. And we have more good mornings from Indy Andy Carnivore. It is interesting that you have predicted that Rick is going to blow up this year. He's becoming more and more noticed. Oh, I can tell. Well, I appreciate that. I'm glad. I'm kind of hard not to notice in person, but online, I think a lot of times I just sort of fall into the background. But I have some plans. There's several things that I want to do. And as you know, my channel is not only about carnivore. Yes, I am a carnivore. Yes, I do recommend the carnivore diet to my friends. However, I do not say that everyone has to be on the carnivore diet. I believe for some people, it is a lifetime thing like me. But for some people, it may be a temporary thing, maybe a reset. And there's a trend. A lot of people are pushing carbohydrates again, and we're going to talk about that today. I am not in approval of that. And again, I give away fruits and vegetables. I don't have any problem with people eating that stuff. But what really is starting to bother me is you get these fitness influencers out there, and male models and stuff like that, and females, some of the famous females, doctors, whatever, they're pushing the carbohydrates. And I think the reason they're doing it, number one, it made them feel better. And number two, you can get a wider audience. If you want to make money out of this, you don't want to have just a very small number of people that eat the carnivore diet and thrive. There's very few of us out there. I would estimate no more than 10% of the population can live their whole life on the carnivore diet. But if you can include other things, then you can bring in at least 50% of the population. That increases your marketing. You can make more money. And that's kind of, I think, what they're trying to do. So people that are popular, they may have a much more intensive, money-intensive lifestyle than some of us do. And they really want to get more people in. And I'm not into that. That's not my thing. My idea is to survive, and if you can thrive, enjoy what little time you have left. On the Heart Attack diet, we're not trying to extend your life. We're not trying to make you look any better. We want you to feel better. We want you to live whatever time you have in health and strength and doing what you like to do. Make good friends. Have good relationships. If you're inclined to have a family, start a family, raise a family. And the next thing I want to cover is to become financially resistant, financially resilient, to understand how the system works and be able to use that to help yourself. And when you can help yourself and you can become more prosperous, then you can help others too. And you don't want to let these scammers with their fake programs and all that and the so-called coaching to take advantage of people. Because as I've mentioned many times, you have the real coaches and you have the fake ones. And it's easy to tell the two apart. The real coaches are the ones that tell you what they're going to do. There's no secrets, and they're going to guide you every step of the way. These are valuable people. And I think for most people, unless you're self-directed, I know I tend to be self-directed, but a lot of people I know, they need other people to encourage them. And I do think this whole idea of coaching, whatever, the life coach or whatever they call it, it does have a place. I criticize a lot of them that are just always in it for the money, but getting paid for your services is a good thing. That tells you that you're appreciated and that you're doing a good service. If people don't want to give you anything for it, well, then what exactly are you doing? They don't really appreciate it. They'll go out there and spend money on Starbucks or they'll spend money on McDiarrhea, but they won't give you money for helping them. That's not, I don't consider that to be a good thing. So again, I criticize the scammers, I criticize the grifters, but I don't criticize the people that provide valuable products or services because we need them. And if we could all provide each other valuable products or services, that would be sort of a microeconomy right there. And that's a good thing. Now, my theory is when it comes to information, you receive free, you give free. When it comes to products like food and energy and stuff like that, it takes energy to get these products, and you are definitely deserving of some type of compensation. So that's really good. But anyway, we're going to keep on talking about the comments. Annabella says, hi, Rick and Milton. Well, hello. And has hello to everyone. Yes. And Juliet says hello back. And let's see. You have Streamline name? Okay. And Indie Carnivore. Today is day 3 of my 31-day January sardine fast. I'm sticking to it like super glue. Well, if you can eat sardines, that's awesome. And speaking of Lewis, there he is. Hey, quacks. Well, hello, Lewis, the cat man. As you probably heard, one of our carnivore friends is going to take care of Milton and his little problems. So hopefully Milton will become the beautiful, lovable animal that he deserves to be and not some little troublemaker, which, like Garfield, before Garfield was fixed. No, actually, it was Willie, the other cat. My neighbor used to call Trouble because he was always fighting and causing problems, and he was snappy. Once he got his little bits removed, he turned into a friendly, although sometimes snappy kitty. He never got rid of that little aggression, but he was a nice kitty, a lot better. They're a lot better after they're fixed. Okay, and good morning from Jiffy, strange animal. Well, good morning, a regular. Glad that you are here. Annabelle Redwood sounds majestic. Yep, it probably is. And we have a hello to Lewis. Milton just wants to help. Yes, he does. But his claws and teeth are not the kind of help that I need. Let's talk about Milton, and that's what we are doing. I have not done it myself. I wonder how it happened. Yes, well, he was a bit insane yesterday, but I learned a trick. I have a secret weapon for Milton. This is my secret weapon for Milton. You see, it's an old towel. And what you do, when Milton attacks you, you throw the towel over him, you grab Milton, take him to the bathroom, open the door, dump him off in there, and shut the door. And he'll meow for a while and rattle the door like he wants to tear you up. And then eventually he'll quiet down. And then you wait another 20 minutes or an hour or whatever it takes. And then when you're away from home or you're working, you just crack the door open and run out the front door. And then Milton will eventually come out. And when you come home, usually Milton's on the bed sleeping. And I think that may be where Milton is right now. So Milton has a habit of sleeping whenever I do a live stream, and that's good. But he slept on the bed with me all night like he always does, right next to my head. And then when it comes time to wake up, he goes down towards my feet. And then around 6 to 6:30, when I'm waking up, he starts stretching and he goes meow, meow, meow. Then he starts trying to open the Venetian blind, goes, looks outside, and the sun starts to come up. And then I end up waking up with little Milton. And then, of course, Milton gets demanding. I close the bedroom door, especially when I have the air conditioning on, but I leave it just, where it doesn't latch. Milton can push it open. If he needs to use a litter box, he'll go use a litter box. And then he'll walk around the house going, meow, 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 meow. Like, oh, okay, Milton. And I just kind of cover up. But generally between 6 and 6:30, usually around 6 o'clock, I'm up. And then by 6:30, I have the computer on. I may be watching Dr. Kiltz or somebody. And then I'll walk to the main kitchen. Oh, excuse me. And I'll feed Milton. I have to put his meat in the refrigerator, otherwise the roaches will get it or it'll rot. So I put his meat out there and I let him eat. He usually eats something. And then he'll walk around, follow me around. Then he wants to play. And one of my friends gave him the cat toy, which is this thing, has a little feather or a little tail on it. And Milton chases it around. Then eventually Milton will settle down and then I can go out and do something. So, find somehow required numbers. Huh. Well, that was YouTube changed all of the all the names to whatever the registration name was. I don't know why they did that, but it makes it hard to know who's who anymore. And poor Milton losing his travel puffs. It'll be good when he's fixed. I hope so. I really do. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I guess once he's neutered, that's it. And we have a good question here. Where did you come up with the name Milton? Actually, my neighbor, the kid across the street, found him in the road. He almost got run over. He was running out of the street. He grabbed him. It was during Hurricane Milton. So then he tried to give him to the neighbor next door and down the street. Nobody wanted him. I don't think people like black cats. So he brings him to me. I'm like, I don't need a pet, but I looked in those little eyes and he was kind of friendly. I thought, oh, well, I'll take him. And then I showed him a picture of my first cat, which I got when I was like 9 years old. And so I thought, well, that'll be good. And Milton was lively. And actually, ever since I started Live at 8 with Rick, Milton has been part of it. So that's one of the interesting things. When Milton ran away, I thought that I had lost him. And I thought, man, I'm going to have to do Live at 8 without Milton. And that was really depressing. I got really kind of down that day. But Milton showed up again. And I determined after that, we're not letting Milton out at all until his, as you put it, trouble puffs are gone. So that's where the name came from. I'm into the raw carnivore diet, rabbit hole. Okay, try it out, see if it works for you. It may not or may not. What do you think about raw carnivore diet? In today's world, I wouldn't do it because there's too many risks of getting bacteria or sick. But if you have a good source of meat, there's nothing wrong with raw meat. In fact, I think John Laspina, carnivore teacher, was talking about raw meat this morning, so you might want to check that out. I thought it was a good video, but all of his videos are pretty good. I never see him watch my live stream, but if you are watching, John, I'm just letting everybody know about your channel. I miss the old system. Yeah, YouTube has a way of messing things up. Let's see. My male gargoyle cat is fixed, but they are still there, it seems. Hurricane Milton, yeah, came through. That's what it is. I don't know the old system. I remember when YouTube still had a messaging system where you can message people directly. And I found out later it was actually set up as a dating system. All right. So Milton tattooed Rick. No, that was not Milton. That was something else. That was actually from a car accident. And yes, it is from a car wreck. That is correct. So I've had several accidents, and it's like my friends have always wondered, well, Rick, the time when you get in a car accident is when you're not moving. I'm like, yep, that is the most dangerous time. I've only hit 2 people when I was moving. One when the brakes went out, and then 2 was when somebody pulled out of an apartment building. But I hit the car, deflected my truck across lanes of traffic, and I came to rest in front of a condominium about 5 feet from the front door. I have no idea how I made it through all that traffic and that parking lot and everything without hitting a single thing. It was incredible. I had another time where I missed an accident by going up on the sidewalk, and there was a 6-foot space between the utility pole and the park fence, and I made it through there without a problem. So as long as I'm moving, I seem to be able to avoid getting injured. Now, when I'm sitting still and somebody rear ends me, or like with this one, they rear-ended me and pushed me into the other truck in front of me, and you get hit, like in the front, what can you do? But I don't worry about it. I'm not like the fitness models. I'm not trying to be pretty. I'll never be pretty, and I don't care. All I care about is being healthy and active. That's all. Rescue ready homeopathic. Drinking water will calm him down. Well, I don't know. I think that getting his little nutties is going to do it. Milton did it sounds better. Well, there you go. My phone's dead. Just waiting for a new one. I'll be out, in and out. I've worked on how to work the new one. Okay, that's good. My phone, it still works. Oops. And I got caught up in the other one too, so that's a bad thing. These are not cordless. I do have a cordless phone, and I do have a cell phone technically. I just don't have cell phone service. So I do have iPhone 13 or whatever this thing is. A friend of mine gave me, but yeah, this is my normal phone, and it's working. All right. I think I got caught up in the cord. Yeah, Milton definitely is a menace. Ambassador, yep, we're talking about George there. All right. Trap, neuter, release. Yep, that is correct. He's going to get neutered. Leave our Milton alone. Well, Milton's going to get his nutties gone. I've eaten a lot today. It's crazy sometimes that you can lose weight eating all this meat. Yes, it is. Thankfully, I don't lose weight. I've been between 195 and 200 for a long time. But if you've ever seen my heart attack burger, you can see how much I can eat. Although I know Mitch and a couple other people say that Mike Seeley is a big eater. And I saw him eating when we were at the Brazilian steakhouse up in Tampa. And I think both of us are pretty equal when it comes to eating. It's like last night when I came home, I was eating late. So I had 2 pounds of pork loin. And that was a very light dinner for me. So, I do eat a lot. I can eat a very big steak and not even feel like I ate. And also, not feel hungry. That's good. Milton eating a real ancestral carnivore diet keeps him a bit on wild side. Yes, it does. Milton will not eat cat kibble. He will not eat it. I left early, went to a vegan chat last night. Oh, boy. That's so good, dear. All right. And let's see here. How did that go? Then played DMZ till 3:30 a.m. Okay. My sad friend, Kathy, 70, 200 pounds, made a casserole the other night. She used tater tots, processed frozen potatoes, and a jar of seed oil sauce. It was not great. Yeah. Surprised she made it to 70. That's terrible. You trolls those poor vegans. Yeah, that is pretty funny. Let me see here. Yep. Oh, boy. And I see you got the picture there with, looks like Dr. Nelson. Okay. Good morning, Rick, from Tammy Pitarch, Milton, and all quackers. Good morning. That's good, yes. And that sounds bad. Morning from Terry Girl. Good morning. Glad that you are here. It wasn't her husband died of cancer 2 years ago. He ate like her. Well, I tell everybody, if I have a choice between dying of cancer and dying of a heart attack, I'm taking the heart attack because so far at age 57, I was going to say 55, 57. Oh, goodness, I'm getting old. I'll be 60 before you know it. I'm going to be 58 this summer. Man, I used to think that 60 was ancient, and I mean ancient, but I feel the same as when I was 25, so I guess that's good. I could die anytime. My heart attack could happen during a live stream. Milton could attack me and I can have a heart attack. But at this point, I feel so good. I don't have any aches or pains and I feel plenty of energy. I feel absolutely great. If you've ever seen how I get around on the bicycle, you'd be amazed. When I was riding with my friend yesterday to his lot, we went past the old Kmart, we went past the bank, we went past the Lowe's, past the Home Depot and the Aldi and all the places that I go to. And I never realized how far it really is. I don't think about it. I hop on the bicycle, start pedaling, and that's the one change I'm going to make. Even when I fix my truck, I'm not going to make a lot of short trips in the truck anymore. I'm going to continue to make the short trips on the bicycle. I use the truck when the weather is rainy. I'll use the truck when I have to go a long distance or when I have to work. When I work, I generally use motorized transportation. Also, when I take Milton to get fixed, I'll have to use the van. The batteries in my van are not great, but I keep them on the battery charger. So when I need them, I can go. I need to pull them out and get the hydrometer. Maybe I'll make a video on that too. Oh, well. Bad reaction with fruit when I couldn't eat meat after my wisdom tooth extraction. Fruit make me very sick. And I suspect I'm not the only one to react badly to plants. You might be right. And again, there are some people that need the carnivore diet to be healthy. Maybe you eat too much of it. That could be. I know a lot of people that eat fruit and have no problems, but especially with these fitness types, which I'm going to talk about once I get caught up with the comments. My friend's excessive weight is how her knees are. They look like they are both buckling inward. Well, yeah, no wonder. Carrying all that weight. Try carrying around a 100-pound bag of cement all day and see what that feels like. I think all carnivores should have vegan chats. Every time I've been on a vegan chat, they ban me. It always seems to be. Milton will be ballless and flawless. Well, I hope so. At least it's not where they cut their ears. This, hopefully the vet will not, they're not going to cut his ear. They're going to leave him natural. And Milton should last. My last black cat lived to 18. Garfield, which is an orange cat, lived to 21. So I figure I got another 17 years out of Milton. If I'll still be around, maybe Milton will outlast me after I have my heart attack. If someone is already carnivore, coaching usually should be a one and done. Yes. I do the first visit, no charge, with the hope my free tweak advice tweak is enough to help, and they move on. Well, that's it. You see, that's what I say is the trait of a real coach versus scammer, because the scammer is going to give you a little taste of something. They're going to make all these promises. Oh, you need more sessions. But the real coach is going to say, you know what? And if you're giving it to them free, that's even better. This is what you need to do. And then a lot of times people will say, well, I can't do this. How can I don't have the self-control. I don't have the willpower. I need somebody to talk to. So then you'll think, you know what? This person that's a coach, maybe he or she can help me. So I'll sign up for their services. And then that way, when they run into a problem, they have somebody to talk to, because talking to your doctor's not going to work. The doctor's not going to help you unless you're one of the very few people that has a doctor like Baker or Chafee. So you need somebody to give you advice. And who better than someone who not only cares about people, but also is on the diet themselves. So that's really good. And we have millions of people in the U.S. There's billions of people in the world. I would think that if a coach had like 50 clients, that would probably be a reasonable load. And that way you'd have enough time where you could schedule sessions and you can help people out. And I mean, think about it. You can make a few $100s extra a month. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I'm sure people wouldn't mind either paying some little subscription so they have somebody to talk to, or they pay per hour or whatever you charge them. If you could make a few $100s extra a month without having to spend a lot of time, that'd be great. And if you can make more than that, even better. And who knows, you could also use that as leverage to market some products. If you find any products that you find are good quality and a good value, there's nothing wrong with that. So yeah, I agree. Sounds like a good strategy. Good morning, everyone. I am 9 months carnivore now. Well, Bradley, David, good. And you know what? I was happy that we got to meet. This is a great guy, a great part of the carnivore community. I love your portable kitchen. I haven't used it yet, but I'm going to. But yes, I really think that is awesome. 9 months carnivore. And by the way, you look great. And you're in a good area. You're around the sort of more down-to-earth people. And that's fantastic. I really am, I'm just happy. I'm glad that I get to meet great people. Lewis, okay. He's telling Lewis, when our cat got fixed, I was worried he would lose his preference for aggressive sparring with my hand and forearm. He did not. Well, that's it. And Robbie Autry is also here, another regular from Mitch's chat. Good morning, Rick and everyone else. Good morning. And speaking of Mitch, I think he's taking the weekend off, but I wouldn't be surprised if he pops up, because I know Mitch, he can't resist going a day without a little YouTube. So either he'll pop into some of our chats, which may or may not happen, and if you're out there, Mitch, I'm saying hello to you, or he may do a surprise live. He might pop up at Saturday night. You never know. But I would recommend that Mitch take some time off because he deserves it more than anybody else. And again, Mitch is my inspiring story of 2025, from a stroke and being completely out of it, unable to do anything, to now back online, driving around, going shopping, doing things. I think Mitch Weiss is a great inspiration for us carnivores. I mean, especially at his age. That's awesome. And let's see. Hi, Robbie. There we go. I believe ketosis is a feral female. She is really friendly with me. Okay. That must be your cat's name. I believe Milton is protecting you, Rick, from the unseen realm. Well, if he's protecting me, he should be attacking the unseen realm and not attacking me. Spay, neuter, overall reduces nuisance behaviors while still keeping the behaviors we love about them. Yes. And the thing is, see, animals are different than humans. Human beings can decide not to be aggressive. We have that option. I mean, look at me. I've been carnivore for years. You would think that I'd be chasing everything in a skirt, but it doesn't work that way. I'm just the opposite. Ellen G. White was totally wrong, and so was Kellogg. Was it John Kellogg or Harvey Kellogg? I don't remember which one. But Kellogg feeding people bird food to try to keep them from becoming excited. And I don't get excited. I eat plenty of meat all the time. But when it comes to animals, you got to take them nuts off because, they're totally different. They're definitely totally different. Strong sharing experience together. Yes. Together, John together strong. Absolutely. One day at a time. Good morning, Juliet. Yes, from John. And let's see. I made smoothies with the mango. I couldn't eat anything warm or meat from the wisdom tooth. Okay. Surprised you could get a mango over there. Oh, boy. Yep. Okay. A roommate. 2 females in a room. One young. Unfixed. Must have been the destructive one. Yeah, unfixed. They can be pretty rough. Milton is still a good boy. Well, he is most of the time. I also watched John, Carnivore Teacher Alpha, but that topic does not appeal to me raw, so I won't even bother watching that one. Well, there you go. And I'm glad you're okay. Yes. Well, despite the fact that I don't have sharp teeth and claws, I am a lot larger, and I have towels. So the next time that Milton gives me a hard time, I just grab him with a towel. Once you put a towel over Milton, he doesn't fight at all. He just stops moving. So... And the thing is, what I was worried about, I tend to be very quickly reactive. I was worried about Milton attacking me and me fighting back and ending up hurting him because I don't want to hurt Milton. He's my little buddy. And the last thing I want to do is, make Milton suffer. But I think that this will solve the problem. It is a simple solution. And I think that a lot of our problems are simple once you connect with the right people. And that's what I want to bring out today when I talk about some of the other things that I want to do for this year. The moon is bigger. Yes, they mentioned that the moon was bigger, but I don't know. I didn't notice it last night. Just drank a shot of bacon grease, and wow. Well, Lexus Jones, I'm glad to see you again. Haven't seen you a while in the chat, but you're probably listening. Bacon grease. Well, excellent. I do believe that fat, especially for people that have certain conditions, can be really good. And I do tend to believe in a high-fat diet myself. The heart attack diet is based on fat. And if you saw my heart attack burger, which I think everybody did, that thing is loaded with meat, which is loaded with fat. And I've been craving a heart attack burger. I just didn't want to spend all the meat making a burger. But when I get a sale, you just watch me. When I get a sale on ground beef, I'm going to make and eat live on camera heart attack burger. And the good thing is right now it's hard for me to cook in the kitchen because Milton goes all around. He gets into everything. But I think once Milton has been fixed, I think Milton will be much better behaved. And I'm going to do some kitchen. I want to make the yogurt video, but every time I try to do the yogurt and set up the camera, Milton gets into it. And Milton loves yogurt, by the way. So once Milton is fixed, and I think he's been tamed down, I think we'll be able to have some good cooking videos. I know the cooking videos are popular, and that is it. Okay, so it's because you are eating raw meat and turning into a wolf. To Mannix Gaming. There you go. And she's saying good morning to Lexi. There we go. Tonight is a full moon. Okay. Well, I hope that it doesn't make Milton loony. But he was in bed. He was very calm. Good morning, Coach Juliet. There we go. I'm turning into a chihuahua. Uh-oh. Oh, that is too funny. I'm turning into an ant. Can people still ring you on the live stream? As far as I know, they should be able to. I think the line is active. Actually, I think you have to wait till 9 because, well, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, you may have to wait till 9 because the timer, which operates the back section of tech, I think turns on at 9. So until you see the lights come on the phone, because even though the phone does work, I think it works. Yeah, there's no light that comes on. So if somebody calls in, I wouldn't know it, although this would probably ring. Yeah, so that would ring. And now I knocked. What did I do with this? Oh, here it is. This place is a disaster. I can't wait till I move. I'll have a dedicated room for this. You should ask Google if dogs need that. And Annabella says, how are the ducks? Well, they've been coming around, but they haven't nested yet. I think they're just exploring the area and see if there's any more of those raccoons or any other foxes or dangers. 26 ferals and I have 26 outdoor pets. Well, that's it. You know, people often talk about overpopulation being a myth, but I do believe that you can have overpopulation. And when you have that many cats, the quality of life of each cat decreases. And especially if they're intact, they're going to fight each other because that's the way animals are designed. Predators are not designed to stay in the same area unless they're like lions. They're part of the pride and they work together. They're designed to kind of like fight each other, so they'll disperse and then they'll have a wider area to get prey from. And then that way, when they don't have enough food, they starve and die. That's the natural way. But when we get a hold of them, we turn them into pets. We don't want to see the animals injured, infected, suffering, or whatever. So we feed them, and then as a trade-off, they have to learn to be social. And since animals do what they want, you simply go, you cut off the little nuts, and on the females, you take out their reproductive parts, and that's it. No more kittens, no more cat breeding. And then you'll notice the population stabilizes, and then you start having for a while, they're really healthy, and then they start to get old and die off. With the ducks, it's actually very easy to control the population because all you have to do is eat their eggs. That's what I like about ducks. So you don't have to worry about castrating the ducks. They can mate all they want, and they can lay all the eggs they want, and you still need ducklings to replace them because unlike the cats, we're not using the cats as food. They're our companions. But with the ducks, not only are they companions, but they're also food. So it's a very stable system. And I do believe that ducks kept by humans have a better fate than the ones in the wild that are going to live for a while until they get too old to run away from predators, and then they get eaten alive by whatever predator happens to be around there. It could be a python. It could be a raccoon. It could be a fox. It could be a gator. It could be anything. But it's just, they get ripped apart. But my ducks, they get to live it up. They get fed all the time. They're always mating. They're doing their thing. And then one day, Mr. Ducky gets moved into a special enclosure with the private pool, extra food, more duck food than you could ever imagine. It's like being the king and being gluttonous and being fed a feast after feast after feast until one day he sticks his head in to get the food and it's lights out. It happens so quickly, he didn't even know it. Maybe for a couple seconds, he's looking around like, what just happened? Boom. And that's it. So he doesn't have to run away, just kind of like, and that's it. So it's a homemade yogurt. That's what I do. SMH Cast, there we go. And for unfixed males, that's not good. Got to catch them and fix them Good morning, Rick. Hey, good morning, retired Rick. And all the Quack Pack. Good that you are here. And she turns 29 in February. That's awesome. That's awesome. And I hope 2026 will be even better than 2025. Yes, you are the baby here. Have you tested sprinting? Yes, I really do need to make some sprinting videos, especially at this time of the year. But I've had trouble with my camera. My GoPro crapped out on me, and I do have this set up. I may do that. Maybe I should do that today or someday, but I have always been good at sprinting because I'm always chasing and catching something. Maybe if nobody was there, I'd go to the parking lot behind the bank and show you how I get parking lot chicken. So they're hard to catch. So I'm running around with a net chasing the chickens, and then you have to kind of lunge forward and get them. And then once you get them, you stick them in the bag, and they're going to try to, flap their wings. So a lot of times you can simply just close the bag, and then they'll just stop flapping. And I usually take maybe 2 bags so I can get 2 chickens. And then when I had the duck pen, I'd use that also as a chicken pen. Parking lot chicken is better if you can fatten it up. Like anything else. If you're going to catch a wild and cook it, it's not going to be great. But if you fatten it up, parking lot chicken can be very delicious. In fact, between the insects, let them into the roach farm, fruits, whatever fruits you can get for them, and maybe grass, just throw it all in there and let them eat it up. Chickens eat almost anything. I think that's why humans have kept them for so long as livestock. I turned 70 in August. Well, there you go. And there we are, saying hi to retired Rick. And Jonathan has returned. Well, hello, Jonathan. Glad that you're here. It was nice to see you last night in Juliet's pajama party. Hello, retired Rick. I'm almost 30. Okay. Well, there you go. Almost. That's nothing. Good morning, Coach Juliet. Okay, so we have the good mornings here, and good morning to Jonathan. Do we have young people here watching? That is a good question. I have the mental age of 60. Okay. Thanks for the live stream this morning. Last night for you. Yes, I'm glad you liked it. That was Juliet's fun live stream with Amy, of course. And, they both have live streams tomorrow in the afternoon, so that's good. Okay. I'm 30, which in the carnivore space seems young. Yes, that is correct. I was so happy you joined us. Wish I was 29 again. I would do stuff different. Well, I wouldn't do anything different. I'm still doing the same things I did when I was 29. Okay, you can still do what you want right now. That might be true to a point. I mean, they do tend to discriminate when you get older, but what can you do? Amazed you got me on. I get grouchy when there were so many people speaking at once. Well, happens. I am 30. Okay, not bad. There we go. Youngins, that is so true. Yes, I know Face IQ. I've chatted on his live, and I've also sent him messages. So yes, I know who he is. Haven't seen his videos lately, but you got youngins in. Yeah, I have a range of everyone from the 80 plus to the under 20. I've looked at my stats, and there's not a lot that are younger, but there's a few, and that's good. So I appreciate that. Mitch's live stream is the oldest thing I do. Well, there you go. Have a great weekend, everyone. Got to get going. Well, don't forget to hit the like. Yes, Tammy, I'm glad that you were here. I'm still waiting on my first client. Well, give it time. 50 clients is about as much as anyone can handle, assuming they're actually coaching them and not just sending short responses. Yes, I limit myself to 15 maximum. Prefer quality clients that enjoy learning. And Jonathan is one of those that is uniquely qualified. Not only does he have the, let's say, accreditation to back him up, but he also has the practical knowledge gained from years of bodybuilding and with diet. So if you're one of the 15 that has Jonathan as a coach, you're in a very elite group. But he is right. 50 is about as much. That's what I think. When you see all these people that talk about having hundreds of clients, they're all scammers, every one of them. I wouldn't even waste my time. I would rather, if you're going to get somebody, it would be like going to school taken a class with some famous professor and you find out it's taught by a teaching assistant. I'd rather go to the community college and get the guy like me that taught the class, because you're going to get someone you can actually interact with. In today's world, there's no reason to look to a personality and then interact with a computer. A computer can interact directly. That's what ChatGPT and all the other AI crap is about. If I'm going to hire somebody as a person, I want to have access to that person. And there's enough of us out there. There's hundreds of people out there that can provide a service. And I think when one recommends the other, that's a great way to know. And you can examine, oh, look who's returned. The Black Menace. There he is. Hey, Milton. Milton. He's looking for those other cats outside. Well, hopefully in about, 4 days, you're going to be nutless. And then you're going to, like when you get your cat fixed, you bring them home, they're like half dead, and then you just put them next to you and you pet them. That's usually what happens. Every time I've had a cat fixed, they come back in the cat carrier, they're just catatonic, and they barely even move. So I'll pick him up, I'll set him next to me on a towel and pet him, and so that way they know that I'm not the enemy. I think a lot of times they might get mad because you're the one that put a towel around him and jammed him into a cat cage, took him on a bumpy ride for 10 miles in a beat-up truck or van, and then next thing you know, they're in a very strange place. I feel sorry for any veterinarian that tries to handle Milton when he's agitated. It's going to be really bad because Milton is a killer. But that's okay. Right, Milton? As long as the van doesn't break down, he's going to be good. We're going to get him. We're going to fix him. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so, yep, welcome. There we go. And Tammy is getting down, and I will eventually catch up. Cats are cute. Yes, they are, and they are unpredictable. Yes, cats are predators. They are very much unpredictable. Kent Carnivore Lee says he prefers to keep it simple, I guess, and he professes it was normal 50,000 years ago, then 50,000 years ago. Oh, maybe. But I think humans have changed a lot in thousands of years. We've been farming for, 10,000 years or more. I don't believe that humans have been around for millions of years. I think that's a bunch of crap. But recorded history, I would say, is at least 10,000 years recorded history. Probably another 10,000 years before that. Maybe 50,000 years, who knows? I don't think humans have been around millions of years. We wouldn't have survived. We would have destroyed ourselves already. Or maybe they did destroy themselves. I don't know. We're pretty good at destroying ourselves now. But I do believe that over time, there's always going to be a degradation. And that's what we have to avoid. Good picture, Alexis. You picked a good one. Yes, you did. Eggs and kielbasa this morning. Hey, sausage and eggs is good. That's right. Wish you would show me how to make it. I need to do that. I will. I promise. Once I get my Milton fixed and I don't have problems in the kitchen, I am going to do a detailed yogurt video. You will see. Planning to do the rodeo. Yeah, that's a good idea. See, I do support the use of yogurt. I've been eating yogurt for years. That may be one of the reasons I don't need electrolytes. I feel pretty good. I do think that yogurt, for me, dairy, I know Jonathan has also mentioned that because of his heritage, dairy is important. A lot of people try to push the so-called lion diet, and the lion diet fails most people. It's like my friend that was a vegan. He tried the lion diet, and it destroyed him. Literally, I never seen him so sick in my life. Diarrhea, stomach issues, headaches. I mean, he got worse. He says, I don't know how you can do the carnivore diet. I said, I don't do the so-called lion diet. I'm on the regular carnivore diet. I eat eggs. I eat dairy. And he says, what do you think if I eat some vegetables? I said, look, if you can eat vegetables and they don't harm you, I would add one vegetable at a time. He says, what are your favorite vegetables? I like cabbage. I like broccoli. All right. Well, instead of eating raw cabbage, I'll show you how to ferment it. I like onions. I'll show you how to ferment them too. I like garlic. I like ginger. All those things I've showed him how to grow, ferment, and eat. He also seems to like, what the heck is that other vegetable he likes? I don't remember, but there's several different vegetables that he does eat. And within 2 weeks, the torture of the lion diet got turned into pleasure. And within a month, he felt better than he ever felt. It's been almost 2 years now. He's still feeling great. He's adjusted the diet. He says that about 50% meat seems to be the sweet spot for him. Yes, he has avocados. Yes, he has mangoes in season. Mangoes are high in sugar, but I got news for you. Those high sugar mangoes, he lost weight. This is a guy that has about probably 11% body fat. I'm about 15% myself, so he's leaner than me. He's got six-pack abs. He looks better than I do, and he eats a mixed carnivore and vegetarian diet. It's generally low carbohydrate, but he does eat fruit in season, including mangoes, which are high in sugar, avocados, which are low in sugar, and what else? But citrus, oranges, grapefruit, all that stuff in season. Does fantastic. One of these days, and I hope you watch my videos one of these days, my friend, I want you on my channel, and I want you to explain how this modified carnivore diet has helped you. Because it's only 50% meat and animal products, the eggs, all that, but it really helped. The pure carnivore diet failed. The lion diet was the worst, absolute worst. So when I see these influencers pushing the lion diet to people, it makes me mad because not everybody can do it. Now, if you're overweight, you have a lot of body fat reserve, maybe you've been sick, sure, the ruminant meat-only diet may be just what you need, but it's like any other medicine. You take it for a while, then you move on to something else. And I think this is what's happening with a lot of these influencers that are out there pushing carbohydrates, which I think is a mistake. Personally, I can't eat the stuff. I cannot eat pasta. I cannot eat rice. It destroys my digestion, and I mean destroys it. The amount of gas and diarrhea and pain, and I get a sore rear end where I can't sit down. It's horrible. I can't eat that crap. But if I eat occasional fruit, it doesn't bother me one bit. When I was at my friend's lot across the street, they had a big pack of burro banana plants. There was a bunch of burro bananas hanging there. They're like stubby plantains. I was thinking, I could probably eat some of those, but I didn't. I didn't bother to get them because I didn't have a knife with me, but I might have cut them. I might have eaten them. They don't bother me. There are certain plants that I can eat that don't bother me. And even mangoes, which I really don't like, I can eat mangoes. They don't bother me. They're high in sugar, but they don't bother me. And I can eat any citrus fruit that grows anywhere around here. It doesn't bother me. If we have a get-together and somebody has an orange, I'll eat an orange. It doesn't bother me. But on the other hand, if you give me an apple, I'll probably vomit. Apples are disgusting. I can't eat them. Peaches are the worst. I can eat 2 bites out of a peach before I throw up. So if I was one of those anorexic or bulimic people and I wanted to lose weight, I just have to eat peaches. I'll throw up instantly. It's terrible. But we all are different. And I do believe, although people keep pushing, well, we've evolved to eat this and that, I think that we've changed over the thousands of years that we've been civilized. And I do believe that some people benefit from a mixed diet. What I tell you, and this is my advice, do what makes you feel best. That's the secret. They say it gives you the love bacteria. Okay, that's the beauty of them. All right. I had a lot of bacon and beef mincemeat. Awesome. Bacon, yes. A whole pound of bacon chips. Oh, nice. Bacon is the best drug. Well, there you go. They're fine, the unfixed ones. Okay, talking about the kitties. Way too many cats to trap the unfixed ones. Have you gotten the heads? 7.3. I got one of them off. I have not got the other one off, and I did find the issue. The heads are fine. It's actually the block, and I'm going to try it today. I looked everywhere, and I'm going to tell you the story. I've been trying to get those bolt extractors, and I can't find them. Nobody has them. So I'm going to get a nut. I'm going to weld it on there. But with Milton acting up, and then with the New Year's thing that happened, I got set back several days. But let me see if I can catch up with these comments, and then I'll go over the story. I swore so much last night, I don't think anyone noticed. Oh, well, Jonathan, your sound was breaking up anyway, so I don't think anyone could have heard it, but that's all right. It's better not to swear. I don't use foul language myself. I let the ducks do that. I used to have a sign that said, "The Duck House, foul language spoken here, FOWL." And look who's returned. Hey, Milton. You back? That's my Milton. What would Live at 8 Rick be without Milton and his antics? Okay, I swear for humor emphasis. No, okay. It's late here. Have a great week. Love you lots. Well, thank you for being here. I'm glad that you were here. Do you have the video with you? I haven't done one with him. I've actually commented on his videos. He had sent me one time he wanted to do a video, and I sent him a response, but nothing ever happened. I think he was cutting in and out. That's right. He's looking for his girlfriend. Yes, he is. But hopefully once he's fixed, he won't be looking for no girlfriend. He'll be the cat version of Rick who does not care about mating. I prefer not to swear for faith reasons. Awesome. Feed him fried heart attack nuts. Oh, boy. Okay. The best thing I did with my daughter is not to swear when angry. Also train her not to either. Well, there you go. You might need a sedative for Milton. Yeah, maybe. I'll get him in the cage. Don't worry. I just don't want him to escape. I have to get it where he can't escape. Maybe I'll just wrap him with a towel and then he won't be able to see outside because he'll rattle that cage. If he gets loose in the van when I'm driving, that could be dangerous. He might be going, meow. I'm going to carry a big towel in the van so I can toss it over him. I'll get him there one way or the other. Bill on the stream last night, I was using my phone, as you know, because I was asking impromptu. Yes. I noticed when you wouldn't stop long enough to let Peter talk. Well, you know, Peter loves to talk. Let's see if Peter drops in today or if he's out for a walk. He's a walk and talk guy. And he doesn't make videos either, which is interesting. So good you didn't swear. What you think about aliens, Rick? I don't know. We have a lot of aliens here. They kept coming into Florida. We call them illegals. But if you're talking about extraterrestrial, I have no idea. I don't even know what's out there. Well, that's a good question. He did keep interrupting everyone, yeah. But the other American gentleman, I didn't mind, but felt bad for George, Amy, and Juliet who couldn't get a word in. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Youth pastor of a new church is invited to be a singer. Oh, okay. And look, Aaron is here. Morning, everyone. And if you want to catch somebody in the morning almost every day, look at 8 o'clock for Aaron Booby Goats, and you'll be able to catch a lot of noisy animals and crazy kids and Aaron. So that's really good. Like it. I love yogurt. Going to try Chiobiani next time. Find sugar free. Okay. And again, when I make the yogurt, I'll get on the bicycle. I'll ride over to Aldi. I'm going to buy, because I use this culture right now, but I can make a yogurt culture from the Aldi yogurt. It works really well. I actually found my old yogurt maker that my dad used to use, although the plastic lids are no good. I'll show you how that works. How awesome. Happy Saturday, Aaron. There we go. And let's see. Yes, Rick, I'm so glad you heard me talk about the lion diet. And I think I raised a fair point. Harry Serpano first explained it to me, and it clicked right. Yes. And if you didn't see that, you could always check in Juliet last night having the pajama party. He was there, and he did mention the very important point, which is something that I've known for a while as well. The lion diet, for most people, is not acceptable, and a lot of people like Jonathan, they need the dairy to go with it. A lot of people say, well, I don't want dairy because it makes me gain weight. Well, guess what? I've been eating the dairy my entire life, and I've never gained weight from it. I think some of us have a heritage that allows for dairy, and some of us don't. I mean, if you're obviously of Asian or heritage, you probably wouldn't want to eat dairy. And Africans, they vary. Some Africans can eat dairy, some can't. People adapt. We're designed that way. And a lot of times it depends on your heritage. Okay, so we have mornings to Aaron, and now I'm getting hungry, and we have a hello to Bill, and it's been kind of a normal thing. From CB Carmack, there we go. Peter has stars in his eyes. And you have to remember, Peter was again interviewed for the second time by Carrie Mann. So Carrie seems to like him. So I guess, Carrie's interviewed a lot of people. Well, there's one that he hasn't interviewed, but still, he does seem to have his favorites, and hopefully it's a shame that Peter doesn't have a channel. He'd probably have more subscribers than I do. And Retired Rick says, I have jalapeno peppers as poppers and mushrooms with eggs or steak, and sometimes onions. That's about the only veggies I know, and I need to cut them out eventually. Well, you don't need to cut them out. if they don't hurt you. This is the difference between Rick and everybody else. I don't tell people about the vegetables. They say, well, you just got to be more carnivore. No, that's not all of it. And there are other people in this community. You know, David or DC talks a lot about breathing and light and stuff like that. Stress. There are a lot of things besides the carnivore diet that make you healthy or unhealthy. Carnivore diet is just one part of it. And again, not everybody has to be carnivore. There are people in my subscriber group, even a couple of these fitness guys, they load up on the carbohydrates. They're in their 40s, look fantastic. But that's because they've found the right balance between the exercise, the life stress, the diet, and they can do these things. Now, again, as you get older, you change. So maybe when you get to your 50s or 60s, it doesn't work anymore. There's another guy that's over 70 that takes TRT. He eats a mixed macro diet. I watch his videos, and he looks fantastic. So I'm not saying that everyone has to be carnivore. I'm a carnivore because it works for me. Now, I'm not trying to be a pretty boy. I'm not trying to win a contest. I'm just trying to be mobile. I want my mind to work so I can solve problems, and I want to be able to relate to people. I want to be able to live my life in the best way possible until the time comes. And when the time comes, I want it to be quick. I want to be like the duck that ate his last meal, and he got his head removed. He didn't know what happened. Up until the moment that the lights went out, he was happy and healthy and well-fed. That's what I want. The last thing I ever want to do is to end up in one of these nursing homes where somebody has to change your diaper and somebody has to give you the duck food and inject you with medicines and all this just to keep you alive so they can milk the government for Medicare money. And I don't want that to happen. I want to get it over with quick. I want to drop dead. I don't want to live forever. I don't want to be Brian Johnson trying all these health hacks. I want to just get it over with, and that's it. So quality life and then quick decline. That's the secret of Rick's heart attack diet. If the carnivore diet does it for you, that's great. If a mixed macro diet does it for you, that's great. If vegan does it for you, even better. If you can thrive as a vegan, I give you 2 thumbs up. I'd give you 4 thumbs up, including my toes, because I think that everyone should strive for that. Now, you want to live forever? You're going to have faith, period. And I don't care what anybody says. Physical human body, any object, no matter what the object is, will not last forever. I found this when I was cleaning up. Notice there's a corner missing. I was doing Rubik's Cube to try to solve it, and I went like this, and went bing, and it went flying off. I can't find it. And last night I took the couch apart. I couldn't find it. So I'm missing the corner of my old Rubik's Cube. But anyway, any item, no matter what it is going to fail. It's going to rust, rot, decompose in some way. And a physical human body, just like a tree, does not live forever. And the thing is, you want to take that time, get the most out of it, and then after you kick the bucket, it's going to be somebody else's chance. If you want to continue to live, then you need to look for some other kind of meaning. You have to look for a God, or you have to look for something. And that has nothing to do with science, and it has nothing to do with what you eat. Well, it does, because depending on your faith, you may not be able to eat certain things. But what I'm trying to tell you is, if you think that your perfect diet is going to make you live longer, you got another thing coming. I'm just telling you. There are people that smoke and drink and live over 100. So how does that happen? We don't know. And I don't care. The more you worry, the shorter you live. So what's the point? My dad stressed so much over eating the healthiest food, and he died at 82. And the last 4 years of his life were no fun. So you tell me. Everyone in his family lived between 80 and 90. So what's the difference? Whether they smoked big fat cigars and drank coffee or tried to eat healthy like my dad did. Live the same. No big deal. Anyway, enough of the rant. Okay, so we have more hellos and good mornings. CP Carback is saying hello, and let's see. Liver is a mango of the cow. Yeah, well, there you go. And cows love to eat mangoes too. Fermented onions, you need to try it. Yes, it's a great way to preserve your garden. Lion diet is a good healing diet, but if you can eat other foods, you should. Yes, Lewis, that is very true. And I think that's one of the reasons people are pushing an extreme diet that nobody can afford and doesn't really work. Okay. I'm getting the impression that fermented foods have come back in vogue again. Last time was 2023. Yeah, I may have to make an informative video without swear words. That's a good idea. They work for me. They don't work for everybody. If it works for you, do it. I know a lot of people who lived a long time eating yogurt. But I think what it is, you have to realize that in this community, you have the trendsetters. The trendsetters are basically the doctors, the famous personalities. You have Dr. Baker and Chafee, and then you have Dr. Kiltz. Then you have the influencers. Oh, I forgot. Dr. Barry. I always forget about Dr. Barry. I don't know what it is. I just don't think of him. And people have to remind me he exists. I guess because I never watch his videos, and I just lost interest in him a long time ago. Last time I watched his videos, it was keto diet. That's what my friend had gotten into, and then he moved into carnivore diet. And then you have the other influencers. You had like that Lily Kane, who isn't carnivore anymore. And then you have, what's the lady that plays the piano? Bella or something. And there's a few of these people out there. And then you have the anorexic lady, Maria Amarick. And then you have the other, who's the other one that's been carnivore a long time? Kelly something, whatever. So you have all these people out there. And whatever they put out into the internet, then people start following it. People might forget that the goal of the carnivore diet isn't to be on the carnivore diet, but to use it in the best way to enhance health well-being. Yes, Jonathan, I agree with that. The brisket is the avocado of the cow. Well, there you go. I have to dig up my old research on it and see if the information is still relevant. Love me some brisket. Going to get a flat and make beef chips. Okay. Hey, nice. Pickled onions. Oh, I got my comments. There we go. Pickled onions are often sold in fish and chip shops. Here in the UK, they sell quite a bizarre range of items. Curry sauce, mushy peas, pies, pasties, pickled eggs, gherkins, onions, battered sausage. Yeah, that's true. Love watching you cook. You survive great being a single guy. That is correct. I have 1.4 kilograms beef in the oven currently. Slow cooking. There you go. Must smell good. Thanks, Sandy. I love cooking, always did. Welcome to Rick's No Foul Language. What the hawk? It's funny. You got some funny things there. I cook my way mostly hawk. There you go. Jonathan, don't guess. You saw my chat last night giving him hell also. I saw, hell, Peter. Rick's an alien. He eats iguanas. Might be those lizard. I might be one of the lizard people. You never know. I'm going to try and cut back on the lard and go with beef tallow. Yeah, there you go. If you can get it, go for it. Good morning. I saw a comment you made that made me laugh. I was so out of it, I can't remember. I try to keep an eye on the chat. There you go. Sometimes find the live streams in general are space to be too proper. For me, it's just a chat with like-minded people, really. Yeah, I agree with that, too. Mitch's live streams, Pete transforms into the kick-ass hall monitor. That's right. Chime in, decided to keep my mouth shut. Okay. I think he monitors Chafee's lives too. I'm not up to this time. I used to be in Chafee's, but Chafee moves his time and I'm asleep by then. So I was a moderator in Chafee's group. What time morning do you eat breakfast? I eat breakfast between 7 and 8. That's my time to eat. Elgro switch from vegan to carnivore. Yes, that's right. I've been adding raw milk to the diet. I take advantage of having a dairy farm 5 miles up the road from my house. Great milk, too. That is awesome. I wish I had a dairy farm here. The only thing they farm here is 2-legged cattle, and they live in apartments. Let's see. Do they have butter also at the dairy? That's a good question. I'm trying to be a pretty boy. I think I need to go harder into carnivore. Yeah. I saw this one. Rob Goodwin and I had a very interesting conversation about the role of carbohydrates in the diet. It was nice to just collaborate and share experiences with each other. Yeah, because Rob Goodwin is now into carbohydrates, like a lot of people are. Actually, most of the people in the fitness, modeling, bodybuilding community do eat carbohydrates. One of my subscribers here that you've probably seen is very much into eating carbohydrates. He's over there on the West Coast, so he may come in later. But it works for them. And look, if it works for them, I say more power to you. Go for it. I'm not going to do it. but that's it. And Aaron says, no one lasts long in the nursing home, unfortunately. That is true. But I would rather drop dead working outside than being in a nursing home. I want to push myself. And if I start feeling like I'm old and I'm going to die, I'm going to get out there and I'm going to work myself harder until I do drop dead, because that's what I want to do. I don't want to just fade away. I want to go out in a big bang. That's my way. Coffee is on. Well, I hope you enjoy your coffee. Throats, we share more in common than not. So who cares what someone eats? I just prefer people to be honest, rather than espouse a specific dietary mantra they don't actually follow. Yes, that is right. It's like some of these fake vegans. They pretend like they're vegan and they eat animal products. Or they're taking so much creatine and they're eating processed protein powder to make up for the crappy veggies they're eating. Going for my third cup of coffee. Okay. Vegan does it for you, you're a rabbit. Well, there you go. That's it. Been up since 4 a.m. All right. Let's see. I don't realize I do, but anyone that knows me on a deeper level knows my intentions are pure. That is correct. Bet Milton knows where the corner is. Okay. That's interesting. Couldn't do the Rubik's Cube. Oh, yeah. I got good at doing that. The problem is now, every time I try to do it too fast, and then it ends up coming apart. I ended up losing the corner, which I can't find it now. It's ruined. I got more of them silly things somewhere. I love entropy. Well, I hope you do, because that's what the whole world runs on. Peter's like rough ways hashing against the cliff. Unrelenting. Yes. I heard Jonathan's comment. I was like, yay, yep. They do, but it is limited. They just built a huge dairy processing facility. Okay, good. I'm glad there's still dairies around. I used to do the Rubik's Cube. Would finish it behind my back. That's impressive. That is, I can't do that. I had to add smoking and drinking to my diet for my health. Oh, boy. That sounds like the heart attack grill diet, where you add smoking and drinking to your diet. All right. Rick, how do you prepare your beef liver? Well, I have several ways. One is to eat the liver raw, and if I do that, I freeze it for a couple weeks and then thaw it out in the refrigerator and eat it cold. Or I steam it. I can steam the liver, or I can pressure cook the liver. So those are 3 ways that I cook my beef liver. One thing I've learned, never, ever, ever grill your liver, and don't fry your liver, because it's going to turn into shoe leather, and unless you like eating shoes, you're not going to want to eat the liver. Okay, being lazy lately, may hit the sack again. Well, hey, take a break if you need it. That's what it's there for. It's a weekend. Bill went heavy on the carnivore diet gruel. There you go. I save all my ground beef fat from cooking all patties in skillet. Refine in a crock pot with water and scrape and repeat until it's pure white and will not, yes, and it will not mold, because rendered fat doesn't go bad. Raw fat does go bad. It will rot within a day. But rendered fat does not go bad. That's why humans have rendered fat for thousands of years. Okay. You can't milk silicone. Well, that is very true. I need to try that maybe. I was going to beef tallow, but it's not cheap. Well, you need to make a video making beef tallow. He should make a video in it. All right. So it looks like I have caught up with the comments. Now, let me see how many people we have in the chat, which is really good. I really look forward to this every week. You know, sometimes it may seem like I'm a little bit, let's see, I have 53 people watching right now. I'm getting to the point where I'm starting to be one of the big time influencers. That's a little bit shocking. Let me just share this with you. Look at that. Wow. Okay, now it's down to 48. I must have scared some people away, but that's okay. We're doing good. All right, now let me go into the chat again and let me see. I fry my liver in bacon grease for a short time. Yeah, okay. Well, don't do it too long because it will turn to leather. Comes out delicious, yes. Sandy, okay. This is a good question. Why is it called Ives Dairy Road? That's a very good question, because Broward and Dade County were full of dairy farms. There was a dairy farm down the street from me where the townhouse development is now. There was also a big dairy farm just south of here. You had Ives Dairy, Milam's Dairy, Dresser's Dairy. Then you had a place called Home Milk. Many of the dairy farms also had an amusement park for kids. Dressel's Dairy had a little train. It had things that like slides and monkey bars you could climb on. The dairy industry has always been family oriented. Most of the dairy farmers in the past were family. Even today, if you live in a place like Wisconsin, you're lucky enough to live near the family farms. You'll see, thanks to automation, a lot of dairy is done by families. They don't really hire employees, maybe seasonally, but that's it. So the whole idea was bring your family to the dairy farm. Most people had milk delivered. So the old milk crates were metal. They would deliver the milk, and basically cheese, whatever dairy people were eating, they encourage kids to drink milk all the time. And that's one of the good things about the dairy industry. Nobody wants to go to a factory. It's noisy. There's pollution coming out. But a lot of people go to a dairy farm. Now, of course, you go to the dairy barn, it's going to smell like cow poop because the cows are pooping as they're eating and as they're being milked. They have these trays by the cow's rear end. So when they're being milked, the poop goes in the tray and then they can wash it out. But they would have places for kids. You'd have a pasture with the cows out on it. Then you have an amusement area. And then all these dairies would have a little store. You could buy milk. You could buy cheese. They had all these different products. Some of them even sold souvenirs. They had like a glass that had the name of the dairy farm. But today, all those dairy farms have been replaced by warehouses, apartment buildings. I do have an old map somewhere around here from the 1940s, and it shows the location of the dairies. I need to get some more pictures. I want to show you the history of this area. Florida used to be, I think, the number 2 cattle state in the U.S. And Florida had an amazing dairy industry because the thing is, when you raise cattle in South Florida, you don't have to feed them hay, ever. There is no hay necessary. They can graze year-round. Although it was not uncommon when you're raising steers for meat, they would often take fruit that was rejected from the groves, and we used to have beautiful mango, avocado, orange, lime, all these groves all over the place. You would drive down Redland, Homestead, even Cutler Ridge, over there by the Metro Zoo, all the beautiful, and now it's garbage, total crap, a bunch of stupid, ugly, crappy townhouses, apartments. It's ugly. And I tell people, I'm not against apartments. Apartment buildings in cities are a good thing. But why do you have to make them so ugly? Those things are horrible. Disgusting. We used to have apartments. They were usually 2 or 3 story. They had a courtyard in the middle. You know, they had windows all around. There's still one old apartment building. One of these days when I get some time, I fix my truck, I'm going to show you what it looks like, because I'm sure in a year or two it'll be torn down and replaced with this monster box high-rise. And these monster boxes, they're full of crappy people. I don't know what it is, but some of the worst people tend to live in those places. I think that good people don't want to live in a box. That's what I think. And that's all they build. You go to downtown Miami, they have these extremely ugly. It's like they have all these videos they put on YouTube. Dubai, over there in the United Arab Emirates. They built this city in the desert. Not a tree in sight. And all these giant high-rise buildings. People are like, oh, how beautiful. I'm like, looks like crap. Looks like a dystopia. I wouldn't live in that garbage dump. The middle of a desert? Forget it. Well, at least that's a good place to put a city, in a desert. Even Las Vegas, it used to be halfway decent, is now a dump. Everything's a dump. Okay, back to the comments. Put my bacon fat frozen in a steel bowl. Okay, put in a pot when needed for heart attack chicken. Then just turn the bowl over after a little heat. Well, there you go. That works. I love these. It does a lot for my mental health and happiness. Rick's a big-time influencer. Well, thank you, Jonathan. I'm glad that you like my live stream. If you can put up with my sinus issues, I'm not too bad. I always put pats of butter to melt on top. Butter is great. It definitely is. I have a lot of ideas to make videos on, but never do. Well, you're too busy working. That's what it is. I will try that next time, Sandy. Sounds yummy. There we go. Rick is like a 50s instructional film. Well, that's the whole idea. It was supposed to be 1950s. 1950s hairstyle, 1950s scenery. That's definitely important. You need to stop procrastinating. Well, Happy New Year, Rick, from Mandy Beddoes and all the quacks following. All the best 2026. Thank you so much, and I'm glad that you are here. Let's see who else. Do you have a video? I'm doing the bacon grease. My last video where's my chicken leg? Oops, chicken. Cool, Bill. Have to watch it. Rick, has that happened? Yeah, that has happened. The development is out of control. But the thing is, it's caused by the monetary system. And this is the thing. A lot of times people blame the medical system. People blame greedy corporations. But what they never blame, nobody ever talks about, is the cause. How can a corporation, which is inherently less efficient than an individual, beat them? Well, it's very simple. Access to cheap, often free money through the banking system by artificially suppressing interest rates and by artificially understating inflation, keeping the wages of the workers down while raising their expenses. This has been going on since 1971, and it started to accelerate in 1980. Nobody has noticed it. I guess growing up in Miami, I was in a unique place where I could see this happening firsthand, and I learned it a long time ago. And I think once the average young person understands the system is failing, they will definitely rebel, and they will turn it over, and the system will change. The problem is it may change for the worst. They may try to be the next Soviet Union. And if that's the case, I hope I have my heart attack sooner than later, because that system is a disaster. You're going to end up like China or one of these countries where millions of people starve. And we don't need that. We don't want that. They want it because the people at the top, they're unaffected. Look at North Korea. Biggest poverty in the world. And yet the leaders, they're doing fine. Old Fatty Kim himself, he just keeps on going. Doesn't matter how his people suffer. Who cares? Gets whatever he wants. He can eat the finest of everything while they have to eat bugs and dirt and whatever else they can find. So, not good. I'm on my way into work. Have to drop out soon. Well, I'm glad that you were here. And again, I'll catch you when I catch you. Right? Don't work too hard on a Saturday. Yes. Do not work too hard because it's Saturday. That is correct. I rendered beef fat from BJ's for free. Well, there you go. If they throw it out. And I know also, what was it? Somebody else was saying that. It might have been Peter. I have a BJ's around the corner, but I haven't been a member there in years. I may have to try it out and see if I get some fat from there. Have a good day, Chuck. Yes. Talking to Super Tune. Charlie Brown. No. Chuck. Save hamburger grease. Put it through a wired strainer. I do that. I've made videos on that too. She's scared of her own shadow. Okay. And thanks. Thanks for being here for an hour and a half. That's good. And let's see. Good morning. I woke up way late. Well, Amy, you deserve it. You were having fun last night, and that's good. Any home is better than nothing. That is true. That is true. But they charge way too much for those crappy boxes. Those boxes should be a quarter of what they're charging for. Me too, Amy. Morning, Amy. If anything is cheap enough, it's got value. I slept till 7:30. Yeah, that's good. Not too bad. Switching to Celtic sea salt and Baja Gold sea salt has solved my tendency to get lower leg cramps while sleeping, it seems. Well, that's good. Some people need the extra salts. I'm blind. Gary said that. I gave up Redmond. All right. I think Milton may have gone back to the bed. I don't see him. Morning, Lizzie. And Graham Standard, 1243. Hi, Rick and everyone. This is Graham from England. Well, hey, glad you're here. Stop in, listen in as long as you can. I thought I woke up earlier. I looked at the clock. I was like, oh. And we have a welcome to you from retired Rick. EU is so much closer to Soviet Union. Yeah, it is. And again, you'll stagnate. You will stagnate if you do that. Oh, Jack Hugh, Indiana. You must have changed your name. I don't think I've seen you before. Everyone, well, hello. And saying hello directly to me. That's great. All right. Let's see. Rick from Crankfautzen. Okay. Crankfautzen. I like the simplicity of older cars as well. What do you think of Teslas? I rented one for a week And I have to admit, I was impressed. I just don't like unnecessary technology on board. Well, if you like electric cars, Teslas are the most common. The problem is there's no real way you can get into the software. It's all proprietary, and they don't really sell parts for them. They're basically a disposable car. If Tesla goes out of business, I don't think there'll be any Teslas left. The stupid software that runs it. But I do like the concept of an electric car. They need to have an electric car with open source software. That would be a game changer right there. And with some more standard batteries. If they can fix a battery problem and get away from the dangerous lithium-based batteries, I think the electric car could be a good alternative. And if you're one of those people that lives in apartments and works in a city, you don't have public transit, I think electric car is great. But if you live in the country and you live on a farm, I don't think the electric car is going to work too well for you. If you have to drive multiple highway miles. Now, I mean, if you go into town, sure, but electric cars have their place, like everything else. I asked some of the stores here to buy beef fat. They don't have it, it seems. Yeah, depending on who does their cuts. Good morning, Rick and Milton. Well, good morning, North Dakota Carnivore Lance. Good morning. I'm glad that you are here. I did a short yesterday and another one today. We'll have to check that out. All right. Got a hello there. Diesel was cheaper, some prices would come back down. And diesel's been up. This is usually the sign of a coming crash when the price of diesel is higher than all gasoline. Now, thankfully, I haven't bought any diesel since July. I am very good at saving fuel. Let me put it to you that way. Plus, I had still some of the fuel that I made. No, you know me. Oh, okay. Jack, all right. Jackie, yes, I know who you are now. It's YouTube names, I'm telling you. I can't. What I'm going to have to do, I'm going to have to make a database, all the current YouTube names, the old YouTube names, and the person's name, because I get confused. I don't know how YouTube changed my name. They went to whatever the registration name was. That's the problem. Rick, what happened New Year's Day? Happy New Year. What happened New Year's Day? I was home, and I was just doing stuff around the house. New Year's Day was Thursday, right? Not a whole lot. I was working on my truck, working around the house, and New Year's Eve, I was on 20 miles of bike rides trying to solve problems, but New Year's Day, not much. New Year's Eve, I did go to my neighbor's get-together as well. Morning, everyone from New Mexico, USA. Well, morning. YouTube kind of mangled your name, yes. All right. Huh. All right. I know someone who has had a Tesla Model S for more than 10 years. He's tech coder and was able to get into the firmware. Well, there you go. So I guess there's hope for the Teslas. If you can get in there and change the software, you could probably keep the thing going as long as the batteries last. And then after that, you might be able to adapt some other batteries to it. My New Mexico carnivore friend. There we go. I remember when diesel was always cheaper. I remember when diesel was 80 cents a gallon. That's how far back I remember it. It was cheaper. Just tell me how to switch it back to what it's supposed to be. Yes. Though the EV bubble has burst a bit, people have wised up to the crazy depreciation. The charging network isn't good enough. All right. Now, I'm going to have to take a very short break because I got to use the bathroom. I don't know what's going on here. So I'm going to take a leak. I'm going to put you on the test pattern, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I went to the bathroom. I noticed that Milton is asleep on the bed. So thankfully, it looks like Mr. Milton has decided to relax. It always seems to work. When I'm doing a live stream, Milton will go to the room and fall asleep. All right, so let me see if this is up. Yep, it is working. Okay. Let me double check my sound and see what it sounds like. Milton is asleep on the bed. So thankfully, it looks like Mr. Milton has... Okay. Let me try again. Why is this not working? My sound. See what it sounds. Okay, that's good. So we'll mute that. There we go. All right. I like to periodically check because you never know when the thing is going to cut you off and you'll be talking and nobody can hear you. It happens even to some of the most popular channels. Okay. People have wised up. Crazy depreciation of the charging network. And the other thing is that EVs, when they fail, can fail catastrophically. So they can create a massive fire that'll take out any building that they're in. So that's another issue that you have to deal with. I remember that too. With content creation, it does tire you out. In the eyes of most viewers, you can only underdeliver. Yes, that's why I don't do much. I just stick a camera in my pocket and run around, and that's what can you do? You can change the YouTube name still. It is in customization. It will still have the @ but you can change it to everyone. Okay, so you have to keep changing it. That is when the govern less trucker and companies to charge higher prices, fuel prices. Okay. Yep, that's true. I saw this video once where this dude juggled 3 Rubik's Cubes to solve them as he juggled. I can't do that. I can't even do it behind my back. So, I'm not an expert on that. And okay, we have some punctuation here. Hello, my friend. Saying hello to George. My new phone is up and running. And is the same as the old one. Panic over. I felt lost for a couple of hours. Well, there you go. Milton has the right idea. Yes, he does. As long as he doesn't attack me. Milton, behave for 4 days, and your problems will be over. I hope. Otherwise, I'll have to find somebody who wants to take a beautiful black cat as a forever pet. Yes, if anybody wants a beautiful black cat who's really nice 90% of the time, then you can have Milton, because I'm not going to turn him loose and just let him turn into a feral cat. I couldn't do that to my friend. He's my little baby. Okay, let's see. I shipped your burger press so you can make a proper heart attack burger. Awesome. I guess Lizzie won the press. That's good. I have one of those somewhere in the kitchen. I just have to find it. Try and make a short video every day. Love watching Honest Journeys. There you go. You were saying in the beginning, the live stream, that an incident happened to you sometime around New Year's Day. Maybe I misheard. Well, I'm going to go through the week. I'll tell you what's been happening during the week. And it involved my Milton. Maybe that's what I was talking about. And Bill Cook is back to bed. I'll have the channel on. Yeah, just keep living. Listening. I can put you to sleep. All right. Now, I have my live stream on Saturday, and we went to, I don't remember, it was 1 something or whatever. And then we had another live stream. I believe it was, whose was it? It might have been Jerry that had a live stream. So I ended it so she could have her live stream. And Saturday, I was just working on the truck, trying to move the engine around. It was Sunday when I tried to work. I got the Bobcat and I moved the engine over to the patio area. And then I stepped on Milton's tail, which turned Milton into a monster. And then he got angry with me and he decided that he was going to get even with me. So he tried to attack me. And when I opened the door, he ran outside and basically roamed around the yard, and every few minutes he'd come back and rub against me and then try to attack me. When I walked over to my van, he attacked my feet and then ran, and he was making howling noises behind the gate. He was really quite vicious. So I just ignored him, and I'd sit down for a while, and then Milton would come and rub against me and act cute, and I'd pet him. Then he'd walk away, and then he was just like back and forth. Then he disappeared. So it was like 4 o'clock. It was getting dark. Milton was nowhere to be found. So I looked everywhere for him. It got dark, and I got worried about Milton. So I started looking all around the yard. I went into my neighbor's yard. I went to the other neighbor's yard, crossed the street. Have you seen my cat? No, I haven't seen the cat. I looked everywhere for Milton. I couldn't find him. So finally, around, I guess, 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock, it was Juliet's live stream. I kept going in and out to look for Milton, and then when Amy's live stream came on, I said, forget it. I guess I've lost Milton, and I was all upset. So I thought, all right, let me just leave the light on. I'll be like Motel 6, and I'll keep looking out the window and see if Milton comes around. Well, Milton didn't come around. So anyway, I think Lewis was there. Several of us were there, and I mentioned something about I'm going to go look for Milton, and I opened the door, and Milton was right there. He went meow and ran in, and then pretty much I let him. He was cooled off by then. He didn't really get vicious at all. He was pretty nice. So for the rest of the day, he was good. And then pretty much every day during the week, Milton was okay. Now Monday, I start up with Dr. Kiltz, watch his live stream, and then Aaron, it was Mitch, and then Aaron, then the finance channel. I'm working around the house, and I started to work on the engine. I started running into problems. I did strip most of the engine. Then I had someone call me. A friend of mine needed help, so I went over there to help him. And then I came back, and then Dr. Kiltz's, Zoom call, did that. Then I had a couple of friends from out of town invite me to their Zoom meeting. So I went on that. And then after that Zoom meeting, I popped onto the Carnivore Talk channel. I was there. And pretty much after that, went to sleep. That was Monday. Tuesday, back to working on the truck. And took more bolts out. Tried to get the bolts out of the head. Got them all out except 2. Had to struggle with that, and then I had to return a tool. I think it was to Harbor Freight. I did that, and I had some phone calls I had to do. So Tuesday was kind of not a lot going on that day either. Wednesday, of course, that was New Year's Eve. So I started doing work around the house. Couldn't get the bolts out of the truck. My bank account somehow get deleted, so I had to go there. So I ended up doing a multi-hour bicycle trip. I got on the bike sometime, and I covered 20 miles on the bicycle. I went to the bank, Home Depot, Lowe's, Aldi. Where else did I go? I even stopped at the Kmart just for the heck of it, and the Marshalls. Didn't find anything there. I went somewhere else. Oh, Ace Hardware. So it was a long bike ride, a lot of bike riding, but it was a cool day, which was nice, and I got that done. So realistically, I was busy there. And then at nighttime, my neighbor invited me to their get-together, and I stayed up till 1:30 on Wednesday night. And then Thursday, I got up around the usual time, 6:30 to 7, but I was tired. I was like dragging through the day, and took another crack at the engine. I gave up on that, and then I decided, well, I'm going to go in the Florida room out there. I'm going to organize my shop. I started doing that, and then of course, little Milton doing his thing, but I worked around the house mostly. And then yesterday, which was Friday, I tried to do the same thing. And of course, Milton, I left the garage door open. Milton went in the garage, saw the other cat out the back door, got into frantic mode, started screaming and howling, threatened me. And then I was trying to pet him to calm him down. But eventually he snapped at my foot, and I just took the towel and put it over Milton, took him to the bathroom, threw him in there, shut the door, and let him sit there. And then after about half an hour, I let him out. He was calmer, better. But then he started getting vicious again. And then it was getting bad. He went to attack me. I put the towel over him again, took him in the bathroom, and left him there. My friend called me up, needed help. I told him I'd go with him. So he stayed in the bathroom for about an hour or so until my friend came by. And just before I left the house, I cracked the door open and ran out as fast as I could. That's pretty much what's happened to my week. A very unproductive week, but at the very least, I got a little bit done. So I guess it's not too bad. And it was a holiday week, so it wasn't really any major work. Hopefully today, once I get off the live stream, then I will be able to get more work done. And wow, do I have that many people? Let me double check. This can't be right. I have 59. Wow. 60. So I've been getting over 60 people in some of these live streams, which I think is extremely impressive because remember a year ago, I think I had maybe 5 or 6 people, and now I got over 60. So I'm not like the biggest YouTuber, but you have YouTubers that have 5-figure subscribers and they only get 100. And I don't even have 4,000, although I'll probably have 4,000 this year thanks to all of you. And I'm getting really good participation. So that's pretty good. That's going to keep me doing Live at 8 with Rick because there's a lot of things I want to cover. And again, my channel doesn't have the word carnivore in it. It just says Live at 8 with Rick. It's about a lot of different subjects. And the idea is to try to connect ideas and connect people, connect resources, so that way we can make good things happen and we don't have to worry about struggling or suffering needlessly, which I think is pretty much what the system wants. The system wants us poor and desperate so they can take advantage of us. Okay, so we'll go back to the comments here. And there's a lot of them. I just subbed to your channel. Well, that's great, Amy. Calico. The catio and neutering solved aggression with my male cat, Blue Eyes. Well, there you go. I think the neutering will do it. And the catio, well, if I can get the back cleaned out, I have my duck pen. I used to let the cat in the duck pen when there's no ducks there. And even when there were ducks there, I found that a full-size male duck is not going to be harmed by a cat. In fact, my cats learned not to mess with the ducks because a 15-pound male duck versus, a 12-pound cat, it's funny. The ducks have thick feathers, they're hard to catch, and they can fly somewhat. So, and they have very large wings, and they use them, as a wrestling thing when they pound each other. So they're not afraid of the cats. And I've always found that my cats, they tend to get along with the ducks, which is really funny. I've even seen cats and ducks. We had one time a mama with ducklings, and my cat Garfield, where's Garfield? He was in the duck pen. And when I went to pet Garfield, you could see the little duck rear end sticking out. There were 8 little duck tails sticking out. They went under Garfield. It was so cute. I have a picture of that somewhere. It is the cutest thing you've ever seen. So, but they do tend to tolerate each other. And we have a hello to Jonathan from Amy. 2080 ground beef for my butcher every day. This will definitely work for me. The Milton saga is becoming the number one focus in the international community. Well, we're going to fix that problem. And Larry Ryan is here. Good morning, Rick. Good morning, Larry. Glad that you're here. Morning, George. Morning, Larry. Yes. Milton is certainly a global phenomenon. Well, I hope so. I'm glad that a cat that was running back and forth in traffic that nobody wanted, that my neighbor found, is now known around the world in some cases. So from being a poor little stray cat that probably wouldn't live very long to hopefully being a multi-decade kitty cat like most of mine have been. We have good morning to Aaron. And we have a question from Jonathan. Is Carnivore Jerry the same as the Jerry who was on Amy's panel? Yes. Yes, she's the one that's on the 40-day fast, I believe it is. Or as I call it, starvation. But she seems to be well with it. Yes, that is the same person. I always buy 7227 from Aldi's and make patties. Yesterday, said I did something different. Add egg to the ground beef and mixed it up. It was very good. Yeah, that's the carnivore meatballs. They're actually very good. 8, yep. I was trying to do Sunday school with Dr. Kiltz, but I was more worried about Milton. Ah, okay. Well, hopefully you can still do it. Milton will be fine. And Boston Danny. Hi, Rick and all. Hello. Glad that you're here. Yes, that's Carnivore Jerry. That is correct. All right. We have a morning to Danny. I get beef trimmings. It's cooked in tallow. If I go anymore, I stay on the toilet. Oh, okay. Hi, Aaron. Good morning, Danny. Yes. I was worried about Milton. We lost our sweet Audrey this summer for several days. It was devastating. Yeah, well, at least your cat came back. That's good. Milton came back faster than I thought he would. I'm glad that he did, and I am not letting him out until Milton has been fixed. From now on, when Milton misbehaves, it's towel time and bathroom time. I know how to handle Milton. And if he gets thirsty, he can drink out of the toilet. That's it. I don't use that bathroom anyway. That's the extra one. I believe he's talking about Connor. Yes, that's right. Yep. Haven't had that problem in 2 years. I started, oh, okay. I didn't know better and started sipping rendered fat from slow cooker chuck roast. Now I know better. Well, there you go. Don't give yourself that diarrhea. It's not fun. It's like a laxative. I remember when Angus disappeared for a day. It was horrible. I've got a catio now. Much better. Yes. I think Milton needs to get fixed. Yes. And the arrangements have been made for Milton to get fixed. And Jonathan is correct. I think we still have 60. If I'm looking. No? Do we? It might have gone down. It goes up and down. It looks like 57. It goes up and down. It doesn't matter. Or 51. I must have scared people away. Chafee and I achieved 1,000 once. And Bart had over 1,000 when he debates Joey. Yes, that is very true. That's true. Sometimes you can get a lot of people in the chat. I don't think I've ever gotten that many myself. Softly cooked is okay, but rendered down to liquid, watch out. The Quack channel is going places. Good. Yes, it is. An angry duck was, yeah, that's right. Angry ducks will scare cats. They look intimidating. They are large-winged. They're big birds, even though they don't weigh much more than the cat. Cats are not stupid. A cat isn't going to take on something that could fight back. Cats are ambush predators. They wait. They're not going to fight their way out of it. And ducks are surprisingly tough. You would think that a duck is, what's a duck? But those Muscovy ducks, they are the bad boys of the duck world. And they don't take crap from anybody. When we started carving, fat that was killing my stomach. I thought the ground beef I was eating was bad. Excuse me. Rick, you are our friend. And we can meet up for a chat every Saturday. It's not just about carnivore. We're all friends together. That's what I say. That's what I say. Question. Do you have any unusual attachment to specific items you possess? You mean other than Milton? Not really. I just like to have things that work for me. I have several of everything. I have several rotary phones. I have several cars. I have several of everything. In case something breaks or gets lost, I have a replacement. I gather things that I can use, and the things I can't use, I get rid of. So, no, I don't really have any unusual attachment because any item that I have could be replaced with the same or better, and it wouldn't matter. So, no, not really. Quality over quantity. A lot of members of the chat here are active participants, which is quite telling. Yes, it is. The most I got was 52. But my chat is hopping. It will go up. You will see. I'm looking at 56 right now on my counter, so that's pretty good. I feel we are all excited about discovering the fountain of health. Yes, it's not a matter of being young. It's a matter of being healthy. You're not going to escape old age unless you die young, which is not a good alternative. So that's really good. DS, yeah, I guess so. Huh. I had a feral cat and coyote fight over chicken. Cat won. Cats can be pretty intimidating. They make lots of noise, and they do move quickly. I've seen where, the cats are fighting, and it's like, it's over in a couple of seconds, and the fur is flying all over the place. It's like fighting with a food processor. Bad idea. I'm glad you brought up the diarrhea. How do you counter that with just carnivore? Well, all you got to do is eat more meat. Don't get too much fat. Eat more meat, you'll be fine. I just avoid the plants. I don't have to worry about diarrhea. Well, I've caught up with the comments again. That's good. And again, oh, excuse me. I don't know why I'm yawning so much. I went to bed at 11:30 instead of 10:30, and I got up at 6. I always get up at the same time no matter what time I go to bed. And I think part of it was being stressed out over Milton. And I think right now, Milton is sleeping on the bed because the last time I looked in there, I could see a black thing on the bed. So he does like to leave me alone during the live stream. Remember when I first started the live streams, he would constantly torture me. So I moved the live stream from my bedroom to the living room. And when I did that, Milton was no longer taking me offline. And because Milton wanted the bed. Milton loves the bed for some reason, I guess because that's where he likes to hang out. And he always sleeps in the spot that I do, so I have to move him over a little bit. But he goes through the night, and he's fine. He makes minimal noise, doesn't interfere with me at all. For a while, I kept him out of the room because when I first got Milton, he had fleas, but I got rid of the fleas, so that's it. Let's see. Just took 50 milligram meth. Okay. Interesting. Must be a spelling error. All right, let's see. Eating the fat cold is better than warmed. I haven't noticed a difference, but some people say there is a difference. Okay, just a feeling of methylene blue. Well, there you go. Yeah, you don't want to have methamphetamine, that's for sure. That's a bad idea. Oh, man, I don't know what's wrong with me today. I guess it's just been too much excitement, too much feline excitement. But I have a feeling that that will come to an end. I have several things I need to do anyway. I have to see if my electric bill got paid, a couple other things, and then I got to start making my property tax appeal. I'll usually get some money back from that, usually $1,000 or more, and that'll give me some money to hopefully get some new tires for my truck and some parts and whatever. So that's what I'm going to try to do. Her face. Well, you don't look like somebody that takes meth, so I figured it was some kind of a spelling error. That's what I'm thinking. Anyway, I figured, Jonathan, yep, that could have ended badly. Well, there you go. I love oh, boy. I think that was my problem. I was buying very fatty mince beef, 25%. So, yeah, I got diarrhea after that. Oh. Sorry that you're dealing with the aggression with Milton. It sucks. Hopefully, the neutering will help. In my experience, maybe 1 out of 20 cats get that way, and there was nothing to be done. Okay. All right. That's not good. Rest. Okay. Anyway, now that we've caught up with the comments yet again, let's talk about what happened during the week. Now, last week, what was the big controversy? It was the fermented foods controversy. Remember that? Get a napkin, bro. It's not going to help with the problem I have. Running big block Chevy 454 on the engine dyno at work. Okay, can't hear now. See all of you clockers later. Well, that's it. I need to be my butt out of bed. I have so much to do. There we go. And Jamette says, good morning, Rick, Milton, and Quacks. Rick makes duck sounds. Wink, wink. Okay. During the week, last week, as you know, it was the fermented foods debate. You had Carrie Mann bring on Sean O'Mara, lawyer, doctor, whatever. We talked about this last week, and that was the upset. So what was this week's upset? Well, we know what the upset was. On yesterday morning, on the Dr. Kills channel, who did he interview? Who was the special guest on the Dr. Kills channel? Who can tell me who that is? I'm sure you know. Nobody? I guess there's a delay. Let me let the YouTube delay go through. Who was the topic for the week? Well, sauerkraut has solved my leg cramp issue. Nice, when nothing else has. See? Bought some Napa cabbage to make my own. Yes, and I remember I recommended sauerkraut. It seems to work for some people, so that's good. And again, the yogurt may be why I don't get cramps. And here's the answer. It was, Jonathan says he had vein Griggs. Yes. And if you don't know who that is, this is your typical 50-something fitness model bodybuilder type. There's several of them out there. And Vein Griggs or Zane Griggs or whatever you call him, I actually got to meet him in person when I was at Hack Your Health. They had the so-called VIP breakfast, and I was eating my breakfast, and I was talking to Adam Lacey from Carrie's clan. And the Zane Griggs guy came in. He had a plate loaded with fruit with a couple of eggs. I mean, it was obviously looked like a Paul Saladino type breakfast. And he was talking about his diet. And also, I saw him again when I was at the Dr. Kilt's booth. He was talking, to Dr. Kilt's. So they were talking about this subject. Now, we know there are several people that talk about others, and we're all familiar with Bart K. And there was a little bit of a discussion between Dr. Kilt's and Zane Griggs, and he was talking about how much carbohydrates he eats. Now, the reason why Griggs has become sort of a topic in the carnivore community is because he was the narrator in the carnivore movie called Animal. I had never seen the movie until one of my subscribers sent me the movie, and I watched it. And it was talking about several things. I think the high point of the whole movie was towards the end, where they're talking about regenerative ranching. I actually found that part interesting. The first part, not so much. But it is kind of interesting because this is the guy that was narrating. So I think a lot of people might have thought, well, he's a carnivore. But the reality was he only tried the carnivore diet for 2 weeks. It didn't work for him. So he decided to go back to the carbohydrate mixed macro diet. Now, he's talking about eating stuff that I would never touch, such as pasta and rice. There's no way in the world that I am going to eat that crap. That is duck food 100%. You have to realize, on my heart attack diet, seeds are the enemy. You do not eat seeds on Rick's heart attack diet. It's that simple. You can eat other things seasonally, but don't eat seeds. Seeds are the most heavily defended part of the plant and are not edible for humans. But people have learned how to process and ferment and whatever. So you say, well, Rick, I've had people tell me, you want some bread? I said, I told you I don't eat seeds. It's bread. Yeah, what's bread made from? It's made from flour. And what is flour? Ground up seeds. It's seeds. Anything that has seeds in it, at very best, is survival food. Now, if I was a bird, I'd eat the seeds and I'd be just fine. So I call it duck food. That's all. But this Zane Griggs guy, and again, I met him in person. He's about my age. He's a couple of years younger, maybe 3 years younger. And he's in good shape. He's all the things that I'm not. Good looking, fit, and has money. So that's the kind of people most people would want to be. They don't want to be tall, skinny, and broke. They don't want that. With a chronic sinus condition, no. There's just too many things against me, so people are not going to listen to me. But on the other hand, these fitness models and personalities are definitely popular. Look at how many of them have coaching programs and financial scams and all that. They are very good at convincing people. The fact is, when you see somebody that's attractive, you're more likely to listen to what they say than a person who is unattractive that looks like they're a troll that lived under a bridge. And that's what's happening here. I am sure that Bart K will have more videos on him. I know that he's criticized him before. But when they were talking about the mixed macro diet, I could see that Dr. Kiltz was trying to entertain him so that way he didn't feel uncomfortable. Because I think a lot of times if you tell somebody, well, why don't you go on the Bart K channel? So somebody had asked Zane over there if he wanted to debate Bart K. And he says, no, why am I going to do that? It's just going to be a personal attack, whatever. I don't think Bart K would dare to attack somebody in person. I know that when he does the reviews, he can be very direct. But if you've ever seen me, I think the only time that I ever had a semi-antagonistic interview is when we had the misunderstanding with Carrie and Homestead How. And I felt that I was very respectful, and we were able to resolve the issue, because when the points were brought up about different people and different subjects, I would agree or disagree based on the facts that I'm aware of. And that's the way that I work. I would never attack a person personally, even if I don't agree with what they're doing. So that is a difference. Now, because Barquet is educated and has a lot of experience, I seriously doubt that he would do something like that. Now, he did have a vegan one time go on his channel. I think he called himself the Vegan Bazooka or something like that, and that whole thing fell apart rather quickly. And now that you mentioned Joey Schwartz, that was one of the most disastrous interviews, because Barquet and Joey used to agree. And if you don't know who Joey Schwartz is, check out my video that one of my viewers was nice enough to save. I posted it on my channel about 40-year carnivore, whatever. And you can see the style. Joey was actually a good interviewer. But the problem was, once he got popular, I think that it went to his head, and he figured that maybe he could use the carnivore space as a way to make money. So he got into the whole coaching and counseling thing, and then he got into life insurance, and then he just kind of went off the deep end and disappeared. I don't know what he's doing now. Hopefully he is making money. Hopefully he wasn't arrested or something, but he is out there. And it really is kind of interesting to me how quickly it all fell apart. And I think this is the same thing that happens over and over again. Another one that has been very much talking against the carnivore diet is the lady Dr. Sarah Zaldiva, or Zaldivar, or whatever you pronounce the name. We used to call him Zaldiva because that was what we had our neighbor's name. But she was on carnivore. Her husband is not carnivore. He's an older fitness kind of guy. So she's kind of gone to the fitness diet. Now, she's lean and obviously attracts people. So they've gone in her direction. And there's several other people that have gone onto the mixed macro diet. They don't have a problem with carbohydrates. And as Jonathan mentioned, his friend, Rob Goodwin, they had a very interesting discussion that I was listening to as I was struggling with my truck engine. And he does eat carbohydrates, quite a few of them, but it seems to work for him. But what ends up happening, in my opinion, is that it goes off the deep end, and then who do you think got really angry from watching the Zane Griggs interview with Dr. Kiltz? Well, obviously, it was the ultimate carb addict himself. Mitch Weiss, as you know, is Old Guy Carnivore. So Mitch was very aggravated, and I could see that yesterday he was going to cut the live stream short. But after the Dr. Kiltz interview ended, people started coming in the live stream. Then Mitch was feeling better. And I don't think he deleted the live stream. Mitch has been really doing well. I know that as part of his stroke recovery, he did have some issues with his temper, but I think he's rebuilding in such a way that he's going back to the old Mitch that we all remember. Mitch has not been trashing his people. He's been complaining about YouTube, which I complain about as well. And he hasn't tried to ban me lately, so I know that he's doing well. When somebody bans me, I know that they're not in a good place. But he's doing fine. And I have to admit that I was getting frustrated too, because I saw the Zane Griggs guy, and I it goes back to when I was a kid, when I was younger in high school, whatever. I had friends that worked out, but I used to really detest the kids that were very good looking. They did very little in the gym. They ate whatever they wanted, had an awesome physique, and basically just coasted along. And I was skinny, short, struggled, and all that. Now, obviously, I've done something none of them did. I grew to 6'6", and that wasn't from working out. It was a combination of genetics and diet. So then I tell myself later, Would I like to be one of the muscle guys? It would be nice. But would I trade being 6'6" for being, let's say, 5'10" with muscles? No, I don't think so. I like being tall. I think in many ways it helps me stand out. When I went to the Hack Your Health, I was the tallest guy there. It's just, there's something about it. And I was willing to give up being the fitness model. Now, that doesn't mean that I couldn't get bigger. I could put on some. I'm sure I could add 10 pounds of muscle, probably. Sure. Once I get set up, and I have enough money, I'll probably do that. But I'm not going to be one of those fitness models. You're not going to see me with the broad shoulders and the big arms and the six-pack and all that. Not going to happen. But on the other hand, I feel fine. I got plenty of energy. I can do whatever I want. I'm not sick. The only chronic health condition I have is a minor sinus issue. And when I don't talk, it doesn't bother me and nobody notices. It's just the resonance. Sometimes I would move my nose like this to keep from sniffling. And I did that, but I watched myself on video and the habit was very annoying. So I got rid of that. I went to just being sniffling because I can edit that out. At any time that I make an edited video, I can avoid the sniffling sound simply by changing the audio, which is very easy to do. But if I'm wiggling my nose all the time, that's kind of hard to change. So I am definitely, I accept the limitations. We all have limitations. I accept mine. But on the other hand, I'm grateful for what I did get. And I think that the carnivore diet did help me in many ways. It also opened my mind and it helped me avoid a lot of problems because I learned some of the things that motivate people. Somebody's cutting grass. Oh, okay. As long as Milton is asleep, I'm a happy man. And Milton always seems to sleep during my live streams. So really, that's what the whole subject was. And let me go ahead and hit the comments again. Didn't watch Dr. Kiltz, but saw comments on Zing Griggs and Mitch channel. Yes, that is correct. And George says, wait a minute, is that? Yeah, okay. George says, I found carnivore because I was sick and afraid. Now I'm well again. My focus has changed. It's all about the community now, and I'm so proud to be part of it. And I am proud that you are too. And like a lot of us, you are involved in a weekly live stream. And I do believe that any of us that are courageous enough to go on a live stream, we should. Why not? I go on the live stream to meet people and to make new friends. I'm not on the live stream to make money because there's no money in this. If I was going to try to make money on this, it would mean that I would have to take advantage of people that I know, and I'm not going to do that. But on the other hand, if we can build a community of like-minded and healthy people, we can find opportunities and maybe, just maybe, we can monetize this in a way that benefits everybody. That's what I'm looking for. But we're not doing no MLM here. None of this, you sell this and I get a commission. No, we don't do that. If we sell a product, it's a product that we source and we stand behind ourselves. That's what I want to do. Whatever products I'm going to sell, that's what I want to do. And I have a list of things I'd like to sell. I want to recreate some of that golden era 1950s goodness that we used to have. We can do it with modern technology. And again, I criticize AI all the time because I believe that AI is going to self-destruct if humans don't keep feeding it. We have to feed it our time and energy and everything to keep it going. But on the other hand, if we treat it as automation, it can make our lives a lot better. Artificial intelligence, administered locally, treated as automation, is the best thing that could ever happen. But all these data centers that are going to replace human labor, my opinion is it's nonsense. It's impossible. When my Tesla friends, and I have two friends that are big-time Tesla fanatics, they were telling to me that by 2020 they would have robo-taxis. And I told them by 2020, the only thing robotic is going to be your worship of Elon Musk. The guy is a flim-flammer, and he's basically a charlatan. He makes promises he can't keep. It's all about marketing. That's his specialty, is marketing. But anyway, that's my opinion. Griggs has become very heavily promoted on Meta. I'm repeatedly bombarded Facebook with his Reels and crap. Well, I haven't been on Facebook in a while, but I have to check that out. And again, do they always show him with the shirt off or with some tight-fitting muscle shirt so that way, or shorts or whatever? Maybe they stuff a sock down the middle so he looks like he's well endowed. They do that stuff to these fitness people all the time. It's like, here's your idol. You want to be like that? Then follow me. And it doesn't work that way. None of us are going to look like them. We're going to look like ourselves. Georgia was sweet. We love you. Yes. I had infrequent by steadily worsening hemorrhoids, and my doctor had no opinion and was of no help. I lucked into the cure when I went carnivore and quit plants. Yes. That's right. I had to leave the kilts live with Mr. Griggs. He really triggered me. I was about to become very undiplomatic in my language. And see, that's because as a carbohydrate addict, they're telling you something that you know is wrong. And again, you could tell me to eat all the carbohydrates you want. I'm not going to do it. I don't care if Zane Griggs takes his shirt off and shows me how attractive he is. I'm not going to eat the carbohydrates that you eat. I'm going to continue to eat my steak and duck and iguana and whatever I have. I can take my shirt off and show you how skinny I am and how wide I am. And you'll run away for another reason. Because you go, oh, it's anorexic 30-year-old. So I'm a 57-year-old carnivore. I could pass as an anorexic 30-year-old. Maybe not. My face isn't skinny enough. I have to be like that. I've always had a relatively full face. And this is one thing that a couple of people I know that are really skinny can't figure out. Rick, how can you have 15% body fat? You're built like a palm tree. I said, because a healthy person should have somewhere between 10 and 15% body fat. Or maybe more, maybe 20% for some people. I know people that had 30% body fat who lived into their 90s. It's not a matter of just how you look, it's how you perform. And I do believe that grip strength and walking speed are a great indicator of long life. And if that's the case, I'm going to live into my 90s at least. I figured my grandfather lived to 94. He was a simple man. If I live to 94, I'll be happy. He walked and died in his sleep. He never went to the hospital. And he walked to work every day. He worked in a foundry where they used to cast metal up in Dayton, Ohio. And he walked to work every day, even in the snow. And look at me. I walk, I cycle, I do all kinds of things. I think I'm going to live to the 90s. I'm pretty confident of that. Am I going to live to 120? No way. No one has ever lived that long. It's not going to happen. But I do believe if I keep up the way I am, especially if I move out of here and get into a rural area where I feel even more comfortable, I'll be active until the day I drop dead. I might drop dead outside. I'd rather drop dead, but you die in your sleep, whatever. You're going to die one way or the other. And then when I kick the bucket, it's going to be up to a higher power as to what happens next. That's it. And if you don't believe in God, well, you're going to turn into fertilizer. That's all. I don't think you're going to roast forever. That's ridiculous. That's just a bunch of stuff they made up. But who knows? Again, I'm going to do the best I can. I'm not going to take advantage of anybody. And I am going to hopefully live a healthy life. I mean, I've been doing okay so far. Carnivore didn't work on me maybe, for months, like 8. I was extremely tired and thirsty for at least 4 months. Well, that's true. It doesn't work for everyone immediately. My ex-vegan friend tried it for 6 months and got worse and worse. And I was the one that told him to stop. You're just feeling miserable for what? Life's too precious to feel crappy. Was your health very bad before? Yeah, bombarding YouTube and crap I don't watch. I get that somewhat. I get a lot of those AI videos. I don't know why. I've heard that pumpkin and hemp seeds are supposed to have health benefits. Well, I don't eat seeds, but maybe they help some people. I'm not going to do it. I thought that unsubbing from loads of channels would fix that. Nope, just facilitates more room for nonsense I don't care for. That's true about YouTube. Horrible stomach pain and gallbladder. Oh, I can only imagine. I've never had digestive issues. I'm glad I don't. Back pain. Never had that either. I mean, think about it. And this is why I have to be grateful. Sometimes when I feel frustrated, I think, well, Rick, how much health issues do you have? Sinus issues. That's it. That's it. No arthritis, no back pain, no foot pain. I got friends with plantar fasciitis. I don't have that. Joint pain, none. Hip pain, none. I know people have to get their hip replaced. Knees, no knee pain. I can do this. I don't have any pains whatsoever. Just a sinus issue. That's it. So is a diet really that bad? I don't think so. I think it's actually pretty good for me. I love carnivore right away. Gave me so much energy, but that's just me. I think everybody is different. Yes. Rick versus Kerry was top 10 news on 2025. Yes, that was an interesting July, but it wasn't really Rick versus Kerry. What it was is that Kerry got too out of touch, and then the whole thing sort of broke down. But that problem has been solved. We haven't had an issue since. I mean, obviously, Kerry's very busy. I haven't seen him make really too many videos lately. He's probably working. I know they're trying to get the movie done. And from what he said, the movie should be done this year. It should be done within months, I guess. And hopefully he will send me the movie so I can review it, because I'm not going to go out and pay for it. Or somebody else will send it to me and I'll give my honest opinion. I know he's going to do the very best job that he can, and I'm sure it will inspire a lot of people. Will it go viral? I doubt it. But if it does, I hope that they get plenty of interest out of it, because I do think that the carnivore trend has reached its peak. I think it's a little bit late, but hey, it might give it that extra bump. It's still kind of at the top, so maybe the movie will give it another bump. I really hope so, because they put a lot of work into it, and I really do hope that if it goes viral, that they will benefit from it, because that would be super awesome. I do believe. But anyway, I've got a question from Jonathan. Would you have a go at ranking the top 5 news pieces of 2025 in the online carnivore space? That might make a great video, I think. Maybe we should all sort of chime in on that and think of what it was. The top 5. That would be good. I'm sure we'll get more comments on that. 23 pounds fell off of me in 7 weeks automatically, and my weight is ideal and has never changed in 2.5 years. Awesome. Not really a junk food eater, but I had a lot of surgeries in my stomach area, and the food wasn't helping. Yes. Is your belly flat now? Mine sure is. Me too. So I just had to unsubscribe, but it didn't help. Yeah, that is very true. Okay. Comments are strong, I'll tell you that. I did the potato diet for carnivore. I was 40 pounds in 6 months. On carnivore, I gained 15. That's interesting. So you gain weight on the carnivore diet, but lost it on the potato diet. I wonder how much of that was fat and how much is muscle. And Jonathan says, Dr. Rachel Brown also left the carnivore space. I'm not sure who that is, but making a video, and that's something I like to do when I'm set up for it, to show how many people have come and gone in the carnivore diet in the last 3 years would be very interesting. Maybe with a little description. That would probably get a lot of views. Sounds like you got underweight but came back with muscle. That might be true. Mitch has been great. Yes, he has. He's been handling himself very well. So if you're listening, Mitch, you have several fans right here. And I noticed that some people that have left, they've come back. So I feel good, so okay or now. I've been sprint uphill. Nice. Okay. If you ever get the time and money to facilitate some resistance training, I gladly coach you pro bono. You wouldn't struggle. You learn quickly and have a great sense. Yes, Jonathan, I know you mentioned that before, and I will take you up on your offer, because the only person that I trust that's a fitness coach, a bodybuilding composition coach, is you. I don't trust anybody else, because you have a history. What is that noise? Oh, it's a lawnmower. I guess they're cutting the grass next door. You have a history of being able to build an incredible physique despite debilitating spinal pain, despite neurodivergence, despite all the obstacles. You could be one of those lazy people that sits around all day and has people wait on you, but instead you go out there. Not only do you take care of yourself, but you do the research, you build the videos, you set up your website, you have everything set up, you're out there, you're training people virtually. It's amazing to me. I wish I could be half the man that you are, but you are correct. I learn quickly and have a great level of sense. And that's what I'm looking forward to. That's why I want to move. I have a lot of fitness equipment. I have free weights. I have some machines. I have a lot of stuff taken apart that I can use to set up a nice home gym, and I will try it. I will try it. And I may be 60 at the time, but I do believe, and there are people out there, I haven't seen Mark or a couple other people lately, but there are people in their 60s that look really good and they're healthy, and I do believe that it is possible. My theory has always been 20-year cycles. I believe that it takes 20 years to grow up. Then you have 20, you have like 2 times 20, you have the 40 years in between of the middle age, then you have the decline. So 0 to 20, growing up, then you go 20 to 40, 40 to 60. That period between 20 and 60 should be pretty level. Then you go 60 to 80, a little bit of a downhill, and then 80 to 100, steep downhill. That's what I think it should be. Because the thing is, nobody lives forever. Everything wears out. It's only a matter of time. And your connections, neuron, and all that do tend to fail over time. You notice that older people tend to walk slower and they tend to talk slower. A lot of times you can tell the health of a person just by talking to them. I've talked to people in their 70s that I thought were in their 30s. And I've talked to other people in their 50s that I thought were in their 70s because they struggle to speak. They just don't have the mental acuity to be able to make a sentence without adding, yeah, right. You know, what's the other thing they use? There you go. Those are the things that people put in there. They try to fill the place. What I do, if I don't have anything to say, you know what I do? I don't say it. It's that simple. So being able to listen to a person, and I've seen people that when I listen to them, like when they had the radio, I imagine what they look like. And I was often wrong. There were some people that sounded really good. I expected someone in their 30s and they're in their 60s. There's other people I listen to on the radio that seem to be older, 60s, 70s, and they were in their 40s. So, whatever. But yes, Jonathan, I will take you up on that offer once I get to that point in time. I stay home a lot, just watch YouTube stuff I like and eat. Yes, I only tend to go out for work or shopping. That's what I do. I go out to work, I go out to shop. That's it. I got nowhere else to go. Mitch is doing well, but he is like a lot of us. Gets frustrated with all the carnivore clickbait channels. It is getting crazy. But you know what? That's why we're here to give people a clear direction. Don't let the clickbait take you away because we know what works and we know what doesn't. And yes, Mitch is thinking of changing his channel name. Hey, maybe he should. He mentioned it before, but he was just going to use his name and a couple of ideas. Doing the same thing all the time doesn't really work. You may have to change it. Okay, there's a video of me sprinting with other men in a race hidden deep within my YouTube shorts. I will have to check that. That'll be very interesting. I do not want to see you in YouTube running shorts. Okay. Our local park has an 80-foot hill in our town. It was man-made for the park for people to uphill climb. I started 3 months ago, and it helps my depression too. That's great. There's actually a hill over here in Tropical Park. It's not 80 feet. It's probably like 30 feet, but just a big pile of dirt. That was back when they had the rock pit, and people do climb that. I've rode my bike up that thing. It's kind of interesting. The fun part is going down. That's where the real fun is. Watching on big TV while I work out on my new vibration plate. There you go. As in a shirt video. But good, spot my grammar as fans today. Short video. Okay, there you go. Rick, you need to prioritize getting your bank account fixed so people go, yes, I will do that. Don't worry. I've already been working on it. I was at the bank last Wednesday, whatever New Year's Eve was, and it's a bit of a mess. What it was, there was no activity because I didn't have any money, and they deleted my account. They said they sent me a letter, which they didn't. So I have two plans. One, I get the bank account fixed, or two, I get a little extra money when I start working again, and then I'm going to start a new one, and that'll be it. So one way or the other, I'll get it done. And yes, I wish they had a buy me a ducky or something. I watch his replay and sound like no carnivore name in his channel. Right. I think a good idea is too many carnivore channels. I just saw one with the name Coach Josh. Well, there is a very, very popular carnivore channel which does not use the carnivore name in it. And, of course, the doctors, they just call themselves their names. But you know who that is. The most popular carnivore channel that's only been carnivore the last 3 years. And we know who he is. And he does not use the name carnivore. So, it's fine. Okay, good. I don't use it either. There is nothing more freeing than just submitting to our ancestral instincts. I daydream a lot about running. Well, there you go. You won't get rich, but it helps you. Yeah. Well, I mean, if it covers expenses, and I don't spend a lot of money, obviously, but I did have someone donate money for my new computer, which will be hopefully coming soon. And basically, we'll get Milton fixed. That's another wonderful thing. So it helps. And I'm not begging for money. I mean, obviously, if you like me, it's like when you go to church. You might want to leave a little something in the box. That's your choice. If you don't have it, you don't leave it. That's it. Even Mitch says that. Mitch does the same thing. And he makes some money. And I know once I get things in order, and I think one of the biggest things is getting Milton under control. Because again, although I love Milton, he does slow me down quite a bit. Every time I have to go in and out of the house, it's a mission. I've had to install a double door temporary so he doesn't sneak out. It's a challenge. It's hard to believe that one little cat could change your life so much, but that's okay. Old boss carve addict. There you go. For Mitch. I had a private talk with Dr. Kiltz about how to monetize the community for the benefit of all. We didn't have the answer, but Dr. K wants to hear ideas. We're talking about Carnivore the Musical. You know, that's one of the great things about Dr. Kiltz. He seems to be the only one that tries to interact directly with his community. I know people love Dr. Barry. They worship that guy, but he just seems kind of distracted and uninterested in the people. But Dr. Kiltz, he actually gives his phone number. Can you imagine? Out of all the YouTube personalities, I only know of two that give their phone number. Well, three actually. There's three, but two that I can think of. Dr. Kiltz and Rick. You can find my phone number in my description. It's easy to find my phone. You can call me anytime. The phone sits there, and as you can see, the thing is lighting up, so it will work. Now, if I was to call myself, I think it would ring. Oh, maybe not. I have the phone system turned off. I got a configuration issue. It keeps losing the hardware, and I got to tinker with that. But a lot of times, I don't feel like doing it. I've been dealing with my truck and Milton, and every time I have to go get something, Milton gets under my feet. Then Milton gets mad. Milton attacks me. So helping Milton, I think, is going to make things move along a lot faster here. But I work around Milton. I learned how to fool him so he doesn't cause me trouble. I cannot open that garage door with Milton here. He will terrorize me. So anyway. Okay, so. All right, good. Some days I cry when I put my shoes on. I still go because I know I have to feel fantastic. Yeah, being proud of yourself, that's it, is definitely a win. That is correct. Old boss carve addict. There you go. Keep going as a favor for me. Keep us updated. That's awesome. Welcome. I want to join KMT, but not sure how yet. That's funny. If he is daily giving us the rest of the day off, he must be the old boss then. Yeah, that's right. And I don't know if Milton is going to, Milton. Why did I say Milton? If Mitch is going to pop on tomorrow, it's hard for Mitch to go a day without being on YouTube. So we'll see. I hope that he does take the time off and uses it to reflect, because Mitch is just building up more of his character. And we like Mitch. I don't hold against his little tirades and stuff. That's just normal. That's a normal human being. I get frustrated too. You should see how mad I get when I talk about central bankers and crooked politicians. I can't stand any of them. If I had my way and I could push a button and make them disappear, I would be so happy. And I shouldn't say that, but if I could just say, what would you like to do? I'd like to eliminate all the central bankers and all the politicians with one press of a button, like they never existed. Poof! Of course, if that was the case, if they never existed, we would probably be all so rich, we wouldn't know what to do. All those billionaires you see lining the coast, they wouldn't be there. The coastline would probably be surrounded. You'd have tourist places, those 2-floor motels, fishing village. It'd be totally different. All the people would be living inland. There'd be cow pastures everywhere. There wouldn't be any apartments out here, no shopping centers. It'd be, you walk outside and your neighbors are saying hi and everything's doing well because the central bankers don't exist. And all the bad people, well, they've moved somewhere else. They moved to a place you don't want to go to. They're in the bad part of town. That's what would happen, but it's not going to happen. We humans are doomed to self-destruction. It happens every time. Every civilization starts out, grows, becomes stagnant, becomes corrupt, and then fails. Happens every time. That is the nature of human rulership. And there is absolutely nothing, and I repeat, absolutely nothing you can do to stop it. The only way that you can do it, start a parallel ecosystem. A parallel ecosystem can exist even in a dysfunctional world. If you know people that can provide you with food and resources, you may not be able to fix your plumbing, but you know somebody who can. You may not be able to grow a cow, but you know somebody that can. And then you can do something for them. You may be an electrician. You may be a computer expert. You may be able to train somebody how to use software. You may be able to write software. Every one of us has talents. The problem is the central bankers are stealing from us by inflating our currency and making our work worth less and less every day, and then convincing us that we're doing really well and trying to make up for it by putting us in debt, which, by the way, is the fuel that allows the central bankers to exist. And I'm not saying that banking itself is a bad thing. I'm not saying that debt is a bad thing, because debt based on investment, in my opinion, is a very good thing. There's two types of debt. Debt based on existing money is good debt, because it would be like, let's say that you made more money than you needed, so you save money. Now, you could save the money and spend it later. And if there was no inflation, that would be good, because you could simply send your money, save it, and retire on it. You wouldn't have to worry about any income. But in a growing world, your money could actually be worth more. So if you saved, let's say, $10,000 from years of work, and you're not living in the Federal Reserve's bubble town, that $10,000 might buy a whole business. So you might say, you know what? I got $10,000, but there's this dairy farm down the street that I'd like to buy, but I don't want to milk cows. I don't want to be a dairyman. But I got a young friend over there. He's starting out. He's got a nice family. What if I buy the dairy farm and then I either rent it to him or I let him work it off? So I'm going to buy the dairy farm. He's going to produce the milk, produce whatever, and then pay me a certain amount, and I'm going to apply it to the account. And when he reaches the amount, plus a little interest, there's nothing wrong with charging a little bit of interest, maybe 1 or 2%. And then that way, and you could even reduce it. So you could say, well, in the beginning, I'll charge you this much, or I'll charge you whatever, or maybe I'll just charge you no interest and I'll just split the profits of the business. And I trust the guy. So he makes his money, pays a certain amount into an account, and then I split it. If you do that, it really works out well, because now you have a new person in the business world producing a product that people need, that pay money for, and the money starts to circulate. So even though no new money has been created, technically money has been created because the money that would have been spent directly was put into a business, and then that business generates more income. So it's actually a very good way to go. And as long as you have people willing to produce goods and services, the economy will continue to grow. And without the central bankers stealing your money, there will be no billionaires. You might have somebody that has $100,000 or maybe the occasional $1 million. But $1 billion would be impossible because the total money in the economy would barely reach that. Of course, the government wouldn't be able to collect as much tax. But then again, if people are doing most of the things themselves, what do you really need the government for? The government is needed to settle disputes. It's needed to defend the borders against other places. And the government can get all the money they need from sales taxes. When you exchange goods or services, they can put a little bit on there, take it. Or they can simply charge you fees for services, which if you have a business, you might want to use. Then again, you might want to use somebody else. But as long as you have a central banking system based on unlimited debt, the system will continue to fail. The wages will continue to go down as the inflation goes up until the gap is so far, it collapses. And then we have civil war. And that's what I don't want to see. Hopefully, I won't be around. If we can extend this out a little bit longer until all of us are gone, it'll be somebody else's problem. You know what they say? Let God handle the problem. That's all I'm going to say on that subject. You guys are the best. Well, I appreciate that. I think you're referring to all of us. I might not be running yet, but I can get past walking speed with a shopping cart for balance. Excellent. I am a slow walker as my knees are damaged. However, I can walk uphill, and long distance 60. I'm very grateful for that. That is very true. I mean, you were overweight. You've had all these problems. And if you look at you now, you'd never know that you were overweight. When I saw your picture, I'm like, really? What do Mr. Grigg do with carbs? Okay. He was talking about that. You'd have to watch the video. Zaldivar's recent videos have been such cringeworthy, gaslighting, and victim mentality embedded in them. I'd be ashamed of myself. Jonathan, you have described it exactly the way that I would. It's crazy. I don't know what happened to her. I don't. Me too. Walking up hills or just walking. Great. Yes, any walking is good. That is correct. Uphill is better on the back than running. Yes, it is. I've heard that too. Now, thankfully, I have never had a back issue. I may be the only 57-year-old I know that never has. And Bacon Runner is here. Speaking of running, there we go. Hello, Rick and everyone. Kerry is a great guy who helps others like Bill Knott, and great interview with Peter. He mentions you, Rick, a lot. There you go. I was very privileged to meet Kerry in person, and he was so nice. And it wasn't fake. I can read a person when I see them. When I saw Kerry in person, I was like, this is a great guy. I like Kerry. I really do. I always liked him anyway, but I don't see a person who's trying to scam anybody. I see someone who's excited, that thinks that he can make a difference. And again, you have to look at his background. Now, does he push the marketing a little too far? Yes. Is that a bad thing? No, because he's not making promises that are false. He's just sharing experiences. He's sharing his experience. So anyone that says that I was saying bad things about Kerry is incorrect. And if you watch any of our other videos, you can see that. But it was great. And also, when I was at Hack Your Health, Kerry took the initiative to tell Lewis, to tell me that I had to be at his movie premiere, which I was going to go to anyway. When I was talking to Adam, he told me the time. If you look at the video I uploaded, I was going to go there. But when I went there, and I was dressed just like this, the first person that he introduced, guess who it was? It was me. It was Rick. So, and I know they talk a lot about Maggie being the longest term carnivore, but Rick is the one that's approachable. I'm the one that's always out and online. I haven't seen Maggie in a while. I hope that she is okay. But Kerry was able to meet her in person. And again, the horrible thing they did to Bill Knott's channel, somebody took advantage of him and deleted his channel. What possible reason would somebody do that? They try to extort money from, they delete your channel? Seriously? These people deserve to be punished. What a bunch of losers. But anyway, Carrie is going to fix the problem. I know how Carrie thinks. He's going to fix the problem. Bill will be back online, and Carrie is going to be one of the reasons why he's still alive. So if it wasn't for Carrie, I don't think Bill he might not even be here, honestly. So, and again, Carrie overcame depression, anxiety, and all kinds of digestive issues and everything. He has the documentation to prove it. He's not lying. Carrie is not a liar. I can't think of one thing that he said that wasn't true. So, but we like Carrie. So there is no Rick versus Carrie. We're just different sides of the same community. Poor Rick at 120 years old finally grabbed his hard to scream, Martha, I'm coming home. That's a good one, Aaron. I like that. That is really funny. I forgot to add while live streaming. Oh, there you go. Well, that could happen if there still is a live stream, if we're not in Mad Max by then. The way the world is going, all it takes is one CME or one EMP, and we're done. Yes. Okay. Hello, Coach Angela. Oh, Coach Angela's here. I didn't see. Wait a minute. Did I miss her comment? Oh, well, maybe I did. Jonathan gives the best advice. That's why Jonathan, as I've said many times, is an authority in the carnivore community. Jonathan may only be 30, but he's got the experience of someone double his age. So never sell Jonathan short. I won't. I wouldn't dare. He might come for me. I don't want to. Well, I could outrun him, but I couldn't out-wrestle him, that's for sure. Okay, staying home a lot to watch YouTube. Is that really healthy? I limit my hours on YouTube, but I could watch all day carnivore, but have work to do. If the watching or listening to YouTube doesn't interfere with your work, it might keep you company. It's probably better to do that than to watch regular TV. A lot of people use the TV as a companion to keep them company, and I do believe that this is better. And yeah, this is the most I'll sit in a day. But once I'm done with this, I'm going to go outside and I'm going to work on my engine, and hopefully I'm going to come in. I don't have to use my towel on Milton. Hopefully Milton will behave. The last time that Milton went haywire was last Sunday, and he behaved until Friday. And Wednesday, if my van is working right, and I got several cat carriers. I got to make sure the thing is secure. I may even put some bolts in it because they use those little plastic clips that are not very good. I'm going to make them strong. Put some carriage bolts in there, and then I can shove Milton in there, and he won't get out, I hope, because I don't want to lose Milton. It would be terrible to lose Milton on the vet. I don't want to lose Milton. Milton is my little buddy, and as long as I can keep him, I have a commitment to my little black menace. If I do have to get rid of him, I will make sure that somebody who really appreciates him gets him, because he deserves a good home. Milton beat the odds. He didn't get run over. He got adopted by me. And now, hopefully, he's going to have a multi-decade life. I'll be so happy if I get to move to my new house and I open the door and I let Milton out, and Milton walks in the house and, rubs everything and does his little sound. He goes, "Broop, broop," when he's happy, and he'll do that, and he'll be my little buddy, and he'll get to enjoy his new place. That's what I'm hoping. I really want to see Milton happy. Okay. I guess the lawn guys left. I heard the truck drive off. Work has been slow for 2 months, but is expected to increase soon. Rain got in the way yesterday. A small exercise. I do not gain weight. My work has been very slow, but yes, I'm hoping I get my truck fixed because that will help. And I need to figure out what I can do. I do a lot of this physical work. I'd like to find some other work that I can do from right here in the house or the computer. And then that way I can increase my income without having to spend so much time working. And again, it hasn't worn me out, but I'm competing with the third world. I need to increase my worth. Like when I used to teach classes, I did that for years. If I can increase my source of income to something that has less competition, I think I'll do a lot better, because when it comes down to it, compared to the average person, my standards have always been higher, and I seem to produce better than anybody else I know. My mind works differently. Mitch is doing well. I missed the very early lives. Doctor kills for me 3 a.m., then Mitch 4 a.m., 5 a.m., get up 6 a.m. Okay. So I miss a lot. Okay. You should change it to Mitch Old Man. Okay. Zane Griggs was on Kilts. Yes. Carnivore Science. I'm glad you're here. Haven't seen any videos from you in a little bit. I must have missed them. But yes, Zane Griggs was on Kilts. You have to see it. You are going to, you'll probably get very frustrated. It was unbelievable. Well, it was believable knowing him, but yes. I actually trolled Griggs' Instagram and comments. I've never really used Instagram, but I am going to, let me just quick, the comments are getting ahead of me, but let me see. I'm going to type in his name. Oops. Get my microphone over. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go over here. It lists him as an author. So let me go to there. Zane Griggs, fitness and longevity expert. Well, anyone that calls himself a longevity expert is definitely narcissistic or something like that, because you could get hit by a bus tomorrow. And what do they always have to show? So we'll go over here, and they show this. Yes. There we go. There he is. Now, so when you're advertising this, if you're over 40, willpower is the problem, whatever, and there it is. Get the free Fit Over 40 framework, and there's his picture. Okay. And as you can see, great physique, good looking, 55-year-old. I don't know how old he was when they took the picture. At least he doesn't have a stock stuffed in his shorts like some of them do. But anyway, and there it is. And you can see he's popular. Always got to have the shirt off pictures. That's how you get the customers. Okay. Yep. Got to have at least one shirt off picture. That's the trick. Brings into your audience and probably charges plenty for it. More pictures. Look at that. Look. That looks familiar. Huh. Yep. Look who that is. That's that Sisson or whatever. Mark Sisson. My mom used to watch. And there's that Azadi. That's another one of those kind of wacky, he's supposed to be here in Miami. You don't want to meet me, that's for sure. I've tried to reach him. There's Mike Mutzel. So you got all these popular people. There's that, what's his name? The one that Carrie talks a lot about. I can't remember. Yeah. Jordan Peterson. That's it, Jordan Peterson. So anyway, and yes, I did get to watch the movie thanks to one of my viewers, which I thought was kind of interesting. So this is what you get. Advertising, whatever, and then he's selling a product. And again, if you're going to tell everybody to be carnivore, you're going to limit your market. So that's not a good idea. But that's what it is. So let me go back here to the very unattractive and thin carnivore. I daydream a lot on Sister Antrix, not running. Let's see. I do like Dr. Barry. He makes sense. Okay, well, that's right. I have Jerry's phone number. Yeah, there you go. See, that's the other one. You have Jerry, Rick, and Dr. Kilts. Those are the three that I'm thinking of in the carnivore community. Yes. Push a button. Central bankers disappear. Yes, that's what I would do. If I had a button, I have a button here somewhere. Where'd that thing go? Oh, well. I made my own version of the easy button out of a pedestrian button. But just push the button, all the central bankers disappear, and parasites like Larry Ellison that sucks off the software community, he disappears too. Mark Zuckerberg, he disappears. All these people you see that have these overpriced mansions in Hawaii, Miami, and wherever, they all disappear. And all those oversized mansions, they're replaced with fishing villages and parks and all the other stuff. Because People that don't have money can't live like that. They have an extremely high environmental footprint. The average person can't live like that, but they're never going to get rid of them. They all feed off the central bankers' easy money. I mostly go to Dr. Barry's channel search bar when I want to answer. That's good. We need to reinstitute the barter system. This is what I talked about before. There's also a way we could leverage crypto by doing it ourselves, not by relying on Bitcoin, because you know that's manipulated. We might be able to have what I would call a crypto barter system. That was the whole idea of Monero, but I think that kind of went away. But definitely, crypto barter system, I think that would be the way to go. And it would be impossible for Big Brother to stop it because you're not going through their system. You have to pay taxes with their money, but you could get food, materials, whatever. We got crap laying all over the place that we can give away or trade for barter. But if we had a crypto made for barter, we could generate it at the moment that we do a transaction. So if I was going to give somebody a lawnmower, I could put it into the system there, create the barter coin right there, lawnmower goes, and then that barter coin goes into the ecosystem. Somebody else who needs, I don't know, whatever, a piece of meat or whatever, it could work its way through. There's ways that we can do it. So we have to look into that. That's one of the things I want to get into. No, Juju, create something in the carnivore space. That's what I'm saying. Yes. But in order to do that, we have to make contact with the farmers and ranchers that produce our food. And then a lot of us have talents and skills. We can repair things. We can build things. There's things that we can do. Even for the people that are not that savvy, maybe they could perform some farm or ranch labor. Anybody could fix a fence. Anybody could shovel manure. There's some things that anybody could do. Anybody could pressure clean something. So there's always ways that we can leverage this. And the more that we get out of the system, we starve the central bankers of their debt, and they will eventually fail. Now, once enough people do it, they'll try to fight us. But how are you going to fight something that's decentralized? It becomes impossible. Next thing you know, the people that you try to get to fight for you, they go on our side. And that's it. So you can go hunting. You can get meat that way. There's many ways you can get food. And again, if you're like me and you're a gardener at heart, you can still grow fruits and vegetables to trade with. Nobody says the barter system has to be just meat. You might have an avocado grove. You might have a citrus grove. If you can trade these valuable products, then the only thing left is to secure the energy source. And that's the other thing we need to do. The energy source. We have energy that's being thrown away all the time. There are ways to convert garbage into energy. You ever heard of strawberry poop gas? Well, that's one of those ways. You ever heard of a wood-powered truck? That's another way. With the technologies that some of us have, we can work outside the system. So my theory was this. Let's be the modern version of the Amish people. The Amish people are limited by their stubbornness, hard-headedness, and they eat duck food, so we can't expect them to be the top of the line. But we can learn from the Amish. They've been able to exist in a parallel ecosystem. And guess what? They have less health problems than we do, and they're reproducing when we're not. Why is that? It's because of the lifestyle. Now, some of them do leave. A lot of Amish kids do leave because the life is too restrictive. But what if we could leverage some of the good things of the Amish people along with some of our modern advantages? That would be really interesting. I do believe so. That's good. Amish are not communists. They own their own stuff, but they do share. So that's one of the things that I think people don't really understand. When you are well off, you have everything you need. You are willing to give to others. You don't have to be forced to give. And then when you give to the right people, those people take that and they build their own system. And they become wealthy, and then they can give to other people. As long as you're not wasting your energy and time, people waste their time with diversions like alcohol, tobacco, pornography, stock trading, all this useless crap, gambling. Gambling is one of those things I've always been against. But do I think they should shut down the gambling? Of course not. I own a slot machine. I have a roulette wheel. Every now and then, we would have casino night at the party. Bring out that stuff, and I supply the tokens. And you just keep feeding them in there to see how pointless this is. I got a bunch of old tokens from Malibu Grand Prix and some other place. We used to have all these amusement parks. I have buckets full of them. I got them for the scrap copper, but I kept them. And I think in many ways, Don Carter's had tokens as well. It just goes to show people how they're being used. There's nothing wrong with playing a game, whether you're playing cards or you're playing roulette or you're playing a slot machine, as long as you're not losing any money. And I don't even think that's illegal. As long as you're not losing money, it's a game of skill or a game of chance, it's fine. It's an education. You can learn from the mistakes of others why you don't do it. It's like, I know people that play the lottery all the time. They always win. I don't believe in the lottery. But you know what I used to do? I used to pick the numbers every time just to see if I would ever win. Guess how many times I won? 0. I don't win. So my rule was, don't take a chance. Leverage the things that you know with the people you know, and then you're going to win every time. Even if you fail, you're still going to win. Kudos on the throwdown on the reality of history of human nature, because the ignorance of our own history, we are doomed to repeat it. Yes, I stress this over and over again. It's very important that we learn from the mistakes of others. And speaking of fitness, guys, this is Tim, Odd Fitness, Tim Brennan, who is not a carnivore, but is in the fitness community. And I think even Tim would be frustrated if he watched the video about Zane Griggs. Now, Tim does fine on the mixed macro diet. For a guy in his 40s, he looks really good. So not everybody has to be a carnivore. But the carnivore mantra of simplicity and getting down to what works for everybody. Whether you're carnivore, mixed macro, vegan, you do what works for you. No one's going to tell you what's going to work for you. You got to try it. If you don't try it, how do you know it works? Now, if you're addicted to carbohydrates, you need to stay away from them. If you're becoming fat, you're becoming sick, and you can't limit your carbohydrates, then come on over to the carnivore community. But if you're a person that's active and fit, you've been that way for many, many years, and you can eat the carbohydrates, go for it. It's like Tim over there. He was hit by a van, and he still came back. So that's really good. I have also started to search on Carnivore Teacher Alpha channel. Yes, John Laspina has been around now for a couple of years. He has a really, really good set of videos. And again, I met him in person. I think he's a good person. I think he's sincere. And again, I think I am good at reading a person when I meet them. We got to eat together. You know, he offered to help me out if I needed to get to the bus stop or whatever. So again, another person that I would recommend. And if you want to see him, you can see him along with our friend George, Good Enough, who's better than good enough, tomorrow at 1. Is it 1 Eastern Standard Time? They'll be right there for the Carnivore Sunday School. Don't miss it. We got plenty of shows. You got Mitch almost every day. You got Poopy Goats Aaron. You got Rick. You got, John, and you got George, and you have Amy, and you have Juliet. There's no excuse. Find the people you like and watch them. That's my recommendation. Who has wisdom teeth? I do. They were growing in crooked. The dentist told me they had to be pulled. That was in 1983. I started eating the carnivore diet, and I said, I don't care. When I went back to the dentist, I think I went once in 84 and once in 85 and once in 86. That was the last time I went to the dentist. There was never any mention of the wisdom teeth. The thing is, they said they were going to put braces on, because if you look at my bottom teeth, they're crooked, see? The top ones were just as crooked. These teeth were bring this back. Okay, there we go. All right, let's see. Wow. Okay. I hope this is working. All right, all right. Am I back? Let me see here. I think I'm back. Okay. Excellent. So I guess I am back. There's still a delay. My internet went totally out. Good thing I have my modem over here. It just stopped working. I don't know what happened. I thought maybe the lawn guy had cut the line because they're cutting grass, but I think it's just a Comcast issue. So we're back. And no, it was not Milton. This was not a Milton event. Milton is still sleeping on the bed as far as I know. He's doing really well. Okay. Well, I was trying to click the different comments and they weren't working. So I thought I restarted that. Let me see if I can I can go way back. That's good. See how many I got. Okay. Yeah. Oh my God. I got way. Okay, here it is. This is where I was. Rick, your heart attack cooking reminds me of Sanford and Son. Elizabeth, I'm coming home to join you. Yes, I remember that very, very well. All right. I thought I'd lost everybody, but yeah, the internet just kind of went down but my computer kept running. So that's really good. Now let me see. Okay, so we have hi Donna Reel. I never had wisdom teeth, thankfully, since I have a small mouth. Well, that's interesting. One of her wisdom teeth coming in. Okay. Great live stream. Were you really a teacher? Yes. I taught at Miami-Dade College from the year 2000 to the year 2013. I taught electronics and computer repair. I also substituted classes, and I would substitute some of the engineering classes, and even had a couple of friends that were in the physics department, and I substituted their class as well. So I worked at Miami-Dade. I was a pretty well-liked and well-rated teacher. Rick Do Right, why would anyone hack Bill not as crazy? Yeah, exactly. I don't understand it. I'm approached all the time by people via email and privacy on my channel. My thoughts that Bill was approached, yes, and he was fished for his login and password. That's what it is. He trusts the bad actor. I get them too. And the thing is, Amy's a techie. I think I'm kind of a techie myself. We know about the phishing and the scams. We know about social engineering. No one's going to fool us. But I don't think Bill was aware. I think, considering his situation, Bill probably trusted somebody. I trust nobody until they prove me that they are trustworthy. Mine was pulled when I joined the Navy. And I have his login. Yeah, they have his login and password. But why would they delete his channel? I don't get it. They have some raw butter, the dairy farm. It's a shame that people don't make some videos of their dairy farms. I used to like the dairy farms because all these farms and ranches always had extra work for me. As a kid, there was always a way to make money. Whether it was picking up hay or whether it was fixing electrical, there was always something that could be done. I work, in IT, I'm trained in social engineering for hackers. That's what I was going to say, exactly. ICB. Do you need a cat carrier? No, I have several cat carriers. They're all taken apart. They're in my storage room. I have to go out there and start digging, which is not going to be fun, but I'll get it done. Milton has been so good sleeping. I'm almost spoiled. That's the thing. Whenever I do a live stream, he always seems to go and sleep. I don't know why, but that's okay. ICB, Amy at work. They spam us all the time to test us. It's really tricky. Okay. Wow. Will I ever catch up? I'm going to try. I always try. They're my job too. Okay. Better internet movies. You could still teach. Once, you get your bank account, you start teaching classes via Zoom calls and charge. Yeah, that's right. I could charge admission per class. Is providing a service. I would definitely consider that. There's a lot of things I know how to do, and it could be anything from something as simple as working with sheet metal to building electronic circuits and troubleshooting. I have a complete electronics lab at home. I have my oscilloscopes and signal generators and schematics. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Definitely. And I used to also, believe it or not, even before I taught at the college, I used to teach for several companies. I worked as an electrician for a company that installed and maintained traffic signals. And what I would do, we had people taking different certifications. Also, Bell South, that's how they got me in Miami-Dade College, because the chairman of the department knew me. They were trying to get what he had. This guy he was really smart. The best chairman we ever had at Miami-Dade College. Had a weird name, Wasim. His last name was Shomar. This guy, I think he had an IQ of 200. There was nobody else I ever met that had the knowledge he did. And at the same time, he had sort of a practical side. He always said, you need to relax. You need to do this. And he liked his cigars. He had the Cohibas. That's the first time I ever saw those things. Now, I don't like cigars, but a lot of people that I've known do. That's one of their ways of relaxing. But I'll tell you one thing. His idea for the college turned the program around. The problem is when they replaced him, everything just started to go down. Everybody's pushing this higher degree, this and that. And he was pushing, well, let's try to train people. We can put a degree too. But if we can train people, that's where our customers come from. The college model is everybody goes and gets a degree and then fights over a job that may not exist. But his technique was this. Let's train people enough where they can get a job. And then when they get the job, if they need the degree, they can come back to us and take the classes and get the degree that they need. That's perfect. That's the way college should be. But anyway, I was there until things changed. And since I live in Miami where people are so cheap, you can get them a dime a dozen. They started getting everybody with doctorate degrees to teach the classes. And that was it. They got rid of the entry part of the program. I don't even know if the electronics program still exists at Miami-Dade College. But I enjoyed teaching there. I was very good at explaining things. I'm going to definitely do that. So, Amy, I'm taking your advice. I have a feeling that that's going to be successful. And I do need to get things in order. Once I get my truck running and I start taking stuff out of here, I'm going to turn this living room into my own classroom. I'm going to use my TV to make a touch board. I have the little adapter I can put along the side to make it into a touch screen. And I'm going to start on different subjects. One of the subjects I want to do is about producing your own energy. And I'm going to offer free videos to get people interested. And then I'm going to offer specific teaching services for people that need to learn. I think I can do that. I agree. To be taught what you know. I'm going to share the general information free. It's just like I recommend when somebody's looking for a coach. Find somebody who's going to give you the program for free, and they're going to charge you for the time they spend helping you through it. So they give you the program. Here it is. Here's your program. But if you want to learn how to do it step by step, you can pay me. That is fair. That is the way it should be. I think I hear the calico cat. There she is. Oh boy. I hope Milton is asleep. That calico cat is roaming around the yard again. I think she wants to meet up with Milton. That is not a good sign. They are good at that trick, yes. And Amy, see? It's the women in the carnivore community that I think are the driving force. They are the ones that are able to connect the hidden talents. That's why we need more women in the carnivore community. It's not just us guys out there hunting animals. There's some great women in the carnivore community. It's like, for example, you watch Russ, don't you? We have fun. And she was interviewed as well. Laura, you know that Laura goes hunting and she's got a lot of knowledge. She's a nurse. We have so many people. We have Juliet. We have Amy. We have people that they're in tech. They're in different fields. Women know how to deal with people. Women are good at multitasking. Smart. I like that. A society that holds its women back is a society that fails. Look at the Middle East. You hold your women back, you fail. That's the problem. Even if your women are housewives, you still don't want to hold them back. They can be a housewife and run a business, or just hang out with friends, provide encouragement. Most men, they need women to encourage them. Otherwise, they're going to do nothing. They're going to sit around, watch football all day. Coach Angela Moans, people that call themselves experts that I have met or work with are lying. Yes, that is very smart. And again, you know, you can read people. You know that some people are just, I don't know, they're just not good. Could you get a job at a Home Depot or Lowe's or Harbor Freight, as you're so smart, easy to talk to, and it will give you benefits? The problem, these companies, yeah, I'm sure I could get a job, but then I get stuck in a rut, and you get a manager you don't like, and it's just going to be sort of a battle. I know people that have worked at Lowe's, for example, and it's sort of a non-challenging job, but at the same time, it's kind of frustrating. I'm really against the big corporations anyway. When I work for somebody, I'd rather work for a small business that I know, and that's kind of what I do now. It's just that most of my friends I worked for have moved away, but that was a job that I did, and I've done several different jobs. I have friends that had tree services, fence installers, remodeling, electric, and plumbing, and I've done both the work and the sales. The problem is here in Miami, most people only speak Spanish, and my Espanol is terrible. But if I was in an area where everybody spoke English, I would definitely do sales. I'm pretty good at that. But I would also do some labor. I do it all. I'm not too proud to do any kind of job. If he's going to do a shirt-off picture, his lady should be too. Well, there you go. Guess you're talking about old Zane. Yes, ABS would be good for Rick. Yes, I agree with that. Zane is a hottie, huh? Well, that's why people listen to him. Carnivore Diet Space has gotten cringy AF. Yeah, all the products and spin, marketing. Someone on my New Year's Eve live stream said they don't want to hear thriving or game changer. Ridiculous. Rick could even do them live and people would pay to learn. Yes, Rick, this could supplement your income. I'm going to do it. I agree 100%. Jordan Peterson, yes. Costco offers health benefits and their employees, Rick. Yes, you could do this and work part-time to benefits. That is true. That is very true. The first person I would get rid of is Bill Gates. Well, I wouldn't even get rid of Bill Gates. You know, if you cut off the finance that supports him, he would have to go out and work. I'd love to see these people not disappear, but see their money cut off. For example, Jerome Powell at the Federal Reserve. I don't want to see him gone. I want to see Jerome Powell shoveling manure in a dairy barn. That's what I want to see. You know how good that would be? It's like, you parasites, these politicians. Think about like old Sleepy Joe. He never worked a day in his life. Now, he's too old to do anything. But can you imagine if somebody like that, when they were younger, would have to do actual work? Well, we've cut off all your finance. You're not getting paid to speak. You have to live on Social Security. What? Yep. But you can work. You know, here's this. What kind of talents did you do? Can you do electrical work? No. You do plumbing? No. Okay. Can you weld? No. Can you solder? No. You know how to trim trees? Oh, what is that? Huh. Put them in a tractor and make them plow a field or something. I would like to see these good-for-nothing parasites out there doing real work. Or, hey, maybe he could be a Walmart greeter. We could take Sleepy Joe. Hi, welcome to Walmart. Of course, if I got rid of the central bankers, Walmart would have their old competition back, because the old Kmart down the street that's now an at-home, I'd turn it back into a Kmart. I'd start my own Kmart, except maybe I'd call it R-Mart. How's that? We're going to go from Walmart to R-Mart. Or I'll just buy the Kmart name. Who cares? Kmart is the saving place. and you go over there and you walk in, and there's the old Kmart you remember, even with the popcorn machine. Yes, it's owned by a carnivore, but we still have a popcorn machine in the front. And we won't have any of the sludgy crap, but in the Kmart grill, you'll be able to have a heart attack burger, the real deal. It may cost you $20, but it's still a heart attack burger. Come on down. I can't fix a fence, but I could try. Yes. Back from a meat haul for the market. Awesome. Yes, Lady June. I mean, computer. Yeah, being techie. Yep. Strawberry poop gas. That's right. You have a relaxing tone in your voice. I get a lot of compliments from my voice, and I used to do voiceovers for a lot of the tutorials that we did when we had my first business, and I did a lot of phone systems. When I used to build phone systems for my customers, we would use my voice as the menu. It was very, very popular. You may have even heard me when you called some of these local companies here in Miami. Amish are self-insured. I really like that. And we can do that too, you know. Gambling is entertainment only. Yes. Well, I always tell people if you own the casino, it's not gambling. That's all. You can have a lot of fun with casino night at your party. You set up your slot machine, your cards, and all that. You can pretend like you're in Las Vegas. All you need is some neon, and you're good to go. And that's another thing I used to do. I used to make neon signs and neon art. You know what? If I could get my equipment together, I could offer a class on how to make neon signs. Can you imagine that? You know how Carrie used to have neon in front of the theater until they made it look like a cheap barn? That might be an interesting project. Hey, Carrie, you want to bring the neon back to your theater? I know how. Try to get somebody to do it now. It's expensive. But all you need is materials. I made neon around my house. I think I spent $100 total, and I had neon all over the place. Neon is actually a more abundant gas than carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. That's where they get it from. I got a lot of possibilities. But first things first, I got to fix my truck. And you know who I really need to fix first? Not my truck. Milton. I need to fix Milton. Once Milton is fixed, and my truck is fixed, the old Rick is coming back strong. Because I'm going to be mobile again, and I'm going to move around. And the thing is, if I can connect with the right people with the right ideas, I think I'm going to be the most successful carnivore ever. I'm confident of that. Because the thing is, I'm not pretty like Zane or whatever his name is. I'm not the smartest guy in the world. My IQ maximum was like 150 the last time it was measured. I ain't no 200 IQ. But I do have a pleasant voice, and I have a pretty good mind. I have enough talent. I know what I can and can't do, and I know how to deal with people on most levels. So I think when it comes to being successful, all the ingredients are there. I don't have any debt. I haven't been divorced, so no one's taking what I have. And I'm healthy. I'm relatively healthy. And compared to the average 57-year-old, I think I got a lot to work with. So with the right people around me, success is guaranteed. I can't fail. When it comes to luck, I always fail. If it relies on luck, I am going to fail, and I understand that. But when I work with the right people, everything goes well. I've done work with my friends. There was always like a battle. If somebody needed me for a day and my other friend needed for me a day, they're all trying to tell me I need you today. I tell them, just call each other. And they'd argue back and forth because everybody wanted me on their team to get the job done, whether it was building a fence, doing electrical work, plumbing, setting up a media center. I've set up a lot of these home theaters, all this stuff, because I know how to solve problems and I have enough knowledge to get by. And we end up working together. I had one job I'll never forget. My friend that does fencing and my friend that did electric had to get the job the same day. So what we did, I did one part of the day, the other part of the day, and my friend that was doing, because he's an electrician, I mean, it's like he didn't have enough laborers. I was able to get both done the same day, and they were both happy. But then as time has gone on, a lot of my friends have moved away. They got out of Miami. Miami doesn't pay very well here. People are corrupt. People underbid the job, and then they overcharge. And they end up going with the cheaper person, and they end up spending more. There's so much fraud and corruption here, it's crazy. So they've moved. They moved to other states. And even now, it's like when I had my Zoom get-together last, Monday, last Monday, they're all battling. Where are you going to go? You should come here to me. You should come here to me. I'm like, I don't know where I'm going to go yet. So, but doing it online, I think would be good because that would give me the opportunity to contact many people. All right. Great songs you come on poop gas. Yeah, well, Amy's the one that called it strawberry poop gas. I was talking about poop gas when we did our interview, and I mentioned that I do put old strawberries that I got from Aldi into there, and she came up with a whole strawberry poop gas. It's a shame it didn't go viral because it's funny, but you notice I do play it in my intro because it is very, very fun, and I like it a lot. Once in a while is fun. Addiction, that's what happens with gambling. Yes. Agree, Rick, maybe just part-time for benefits. There we go. Maybe barter will be considered when we come back around in the cycle of empires. Rise, mature, and fall. Yeah. Through stages like expansion, conquest, well, decadent. It could be. And those cycles are something else to think about. And Tim says, thank you, sir. Well, thank you. And again, check him out. You know, you can check out his channel. It is not carnivore, but it's good. It does a lot of bike riding, I'll tell you that. Between Tim and I don't know which one of us spends more time on a bicycle. We're both cyclists, for sure. I'm happy you protect your channel so it doesn't get hacked. Yes. What a goof. I don't care about making money on YouTube. I care about my YouTube family and protecting it. Yes. Rick broke the camera getting too close. Okay. This should be a trademark pose. You're talking about when it went out. So we're going to skip over. Let's see. There. Works on my phone. Frozen. Yeah. Did Milton bite the internet cable? No, the internet went down. And I didn't see earlier, Gary, but no. He did not bite the internet cable. He's been sleeping on the bed like a good kitty. Yeah. Used to get Rick in trouble in grade school, right? Everyone checking out. The freeze thought is wild. It always happens at the worst time, doesn't it? It never is going to freeze when you're looking good. His back, 19 now. Milton's fault. Okay, working. We see you, Rick. Yes. All right, it's working. Yes, it is. It's always, no, it's not Milton's fault. We're good. You're back. Okay. It says hello. Had a dentist tell me the same thing. Had a cavity, went to another dentist. Says, you don't have one. So he's trying to drill into my perfect teeth and give me, yeah, exactly. That's it. I wouldn't even give you any login. That's exactly. Social engineering is the main way people break in. It's hard to break a password otherwise. I would pay to attend your class even though I wouldn't do any of it. That's funny. Electronics coach. There we go. Well, I could teach you some basics on electronics, and I can do it in a very interesting way. I had some videos of when I taught at the college. I wish I could find them and upload them. You might find them interesting. Build courses to sell, Rick. Yes, I'm going to do that. I would like to learn how to make poop gas. I am serious. I need to do a video series on that. It's actually very simple. You can give me your information. I have never said a lie. It's funny. Okay, I need to learn about computer electricity. Now, that's another thing. I used to teach the A+ classes. I have the old books, but yeah, I learned just enough to pass A+ tests, but I don't get it. You can teach me, Rick. I'm more software. I will. Hardware was always my specialty. Understanding how the transistors work, understanding electrostatics, capacitors, inductors. They're fun because you can do demonstrations. I can even show you how to use a transformer to shock a bunch of people. My husband sits around watching football all day. Maybe I need to be more encouraging. Well, there you go. To me, Zane looks like he's struggling to make that face on Kiltz's thumbnail. Who's Sleepy Joe? Is that Biden? Yep. I would add trick to morning mental ritual to thrive. Okay. Yep. So maybe I missed it. Wisdom teeth. Okay. Feed the whole family for $20 at Kmart with one heart attack burger. There you go. Can you imagine? You go back to Kmart, you open up the door, there's 1970s elevator music going in there. It's like, did I just walk through a time warp? You look in there and it says, Kmart is the saving place. You got your cash registers. Yeah, it'll be electronic, but you get rid of the remodel. They just make it like the old days. Good old Kmart. You walk in there, it smells like steak and burgers. You have the new the K-steak, guaranteed not to have marks where the jockey was hitting it. You take the 1970s Kmart feeling and you make a joke out of it. You make it fun. You go there. It's like, you have a music department. Okay, want to buy an 8-track? Well, nobody's made 8-tracks in a while. Well, guess what? Rick's new company's making 8-tracks. And you just put it there like a gag. Maybe have some strawberry poop gas hit or something. And 99 cents for a novelty 8-track. You just sell it for cost. Just something to get the people in there and get them laughing. They go there. You can check out. You don't have to spend too much time in line. You just do everything the Kmart didn't do. Bring back the auto center. Bring back the garden center. Sort of take tractor, because we don't have a tractor supply here. And a lot of the old tractor supplies, old Kmarts were turned into tractor supplies. So take the old Kmart, mix it with tractor supply, turn it into a rural focused store, and see how many people come in. You could take concepts from Bass Pro Shops, concepts from Gold Triangle, concepts from Kmart, concepts from all these other stores, throw them all into one place, throw in a little Marshalls and Ross while you're at it, and that's it. The one-stop shop for the good stuff and the cheap stuff, and you got something to eat, you got some entertainment. You might even have a back section with ducks in it. People go around and feed the ducks. So out the back door of the store, you have like a little duck pond. You can go there and feed the ducks. I think it'd be fun. See, one of the great things about Kmart is that you could go there and eat there. That was Kresge. The old guy was a smart man. He figured out how to get people in the store. When he died, like every other company, these corporate bean counters take over and they screw up everything. There's a sleeper there now. Okay. Kmart closed here. Was a good store. Yeah. Kmart Grill is hiring if you need a job. Rick would be a great boss at Kmart Grill. There you go. I could run the new Kmart Corporation. I could make things work a lot better, because it's like, remember when Sam Walton used to drive his pickup truck around to the Walmarts? I'll drive my old 69 Charger to the Kmarts. I could blow Walmart away, let me tell you. I'm glad you like your song, Rick. I like them both. I like both the Carnivore Avenger with the Swap Cat. And you can see I like the song so much, I put it in my intro, the Strawberry Poop Gas. I laugh every time I hear that. And the funny thing is, when I watch a lot of the live streams, I get information. But I replay my live stream from the beginning, and I get the feeling that I like. I start off with the classical music. It's sort of that calm, and that's what calmed Milton down, too. He loves classical music. And I have, what am I using now? I used to use Beethoven. For release, I've had Beethoven's 5th, I've had Beethoven's 9th, and now I think I'm using, what am I using now? I don't even know. Let me see. It'll come to me. I forgot. But yeah, it starts out, what I like about classical music, pop music is boom, boom, boom all the time. It's always trying to get you interested. Classical music starts out slow, and then it builds. Then it goes down, and it goes up, and it goes on. And then at the end, it really builds, and then bam! Then some jazz in there, and then Strawberry Poop Gas, and then some elevator music, and then here comes Rick. It's unique. My live stream is the most unique on YouTube. There's nothing else like it. There is no AI. There's nothing that's there to grab you. It's just listen to Rick, get some music, get some scenery, get those images from the old days. There's some Kmart in there too, by the way. I need to go back and watch Rick and Milton Avenger. Yeah, it's on the channel. Yes, you can cook. Suburban survival courses. Yes. How to catch parking lot chicken. Love your new Avengers too. I think Barb and Sharon. How to piss off the neighbors. Courses by Rick. Well, I can show you how to microwave their stereo. All you need is a microwave oven and a little bit of illegal rigging, and you can fry their stereo to a crisp golden brown. A+ is a good certification, but that printer chapter kept putting me to sleep. Those protocols, I'll tell you. But again, it's nothing you can't learn. It's actually pretty straightforward. I hope the 50, 60 diner you're creating for background will come soon. Can't wait. I know you're busy. Well, instead of doing it like in an image, I'm going to do a real deal. The room is going to be real 50s. I got everything I need to make a real 1950s living room. And when I have enough room, I have enough materials to make a 50s diner, right down to the very last detail. Because my new home, which is going to be small, is going to have a kitchen designed like a 50s diner. The kitchen counter, it's going to be chrome, and it's going to be tile. It's going to be sort of like the whole Steak and Shake idea, but more authentic. I'll have neon in the house. It's going to be a really strange place, but you're going to like it. It's going to have the same cabinets with the varnish. It's going to look exactly, this kitchen's from 1959. It's a real deal. I'm going to build a new one in a new place. It's going to be some of the parts from this kitchen. I'm ripping all this out. That's why I'm not fixing it. Before I sell this house, I'm ripping the kitchen out to salvage what I can. I actually have some more cabinets I salvage from neighbors that remodeled. I have a good collection. I can build a brand new kitchen exactly like the old one, except instead of using a wooden frame, it's going to be steel. I do things a little bit differently. But you know that old stove that I have that runs on poop gas? It's coming out with me. That old 70s refrigerator, it's coming out. It's all coming out. I'm going to build a very basic kitchen, or I'm going to pull, when I do a remodel, and I'll just stick the old one in here, because when I sell the house, I know as soon as somebody buys this place, they're either going to totally redo it or they're going to tear it down. So why am I going to leave behind any of the old 50s stuff when I can take it with me? I'll take it to the new place, and I can enjoy it until it's no good, and then I'll scrap it, and that's it. We don't want to waste something. Why would I buy something new when the old one is still working? You need to make a vintage Kmart Plaza. Yeah, right? GoFundMe. You can put in one of those vintage cafeteria-style buffets. Exactly. It would be a Whole Foods buffet that even I could eat at. Sure, it would have carnivore foods, but it would also have fruits and vegetables. There wouldn't be any desserts, but, you know, you can have fruit instead. I don't have a problem giving you fruit. You want to eat some mangoes? Go ahead. Get with the best mango farms. You know, mango season, stick the mangoes in there. Who needs cake when you got mangoes? Or maybe you want some oranges. I'll find something. There's a lot of possibilities. And Tim is riding his bike to work. Take care, Carnivore Crew. Thank you for the plugs, Rick. Well, thank you. Again, you and I are the two cyclists here. I don't know anyone that rides more than we do. So long since I did plus. Yeah, I don't remember it either. I got the old books for it. Those things have probably been 15 years sitting in there, or 20 years. Have a great day. Yes. How to Avoid a Heart Attack course by Rick. Well, I'm working to get one. Let's see. I love classical Rick. I used to be a classically trained pianist. No wonder we are friends. Well, there you go. See, I don't like I'm not saying I don't like electronic music. I do like some electronic, but I don't like popular music. I find popular music very annoying, and it does not give me a good feeling, especially when the singer uses auto-tune. One of the first people I ever heard do that was a guy named Adam Levine, who was also selling stuff for Kmart. But the music, it's just terrible. I think Cher was the very first that did that electronic robotic voice. It's just really bad. So, you know, I don't know. But classical music is generally instrumental, and I tend to prefer instrumentals over vocals. That's just the way that I am. They don't make instrumentals anymore, really. Why? I don't know. I love classical. Okay, good. Milton reminds me of the Warner Brothers Tasmanian Devil, who would be sued by classical music. Yes, I was thinking that too. Wabbit. Tasmanian Devil. I didn't even take a class. Just got the book. Yes. Okay. My company paid for my classes via government grant. I guess for the A+. I need to fry the local stereos. That's always fun. 50s Diner. Formica table, and remember the jukebox is a must. I actually have an old jukebox, but it's garbage. But they do make reproductions. They had the little table remote. Definitely. Jukebox is a must. And the payphone. Don't forget the payphone. It'll be in there. I have one practically in every room, so that's normal around here. Seen a Cool House video called Stealth House. Oh, yeah. Amy, that's great. Government grant. Yep. I sing a lot of classical choral music with soloists. I know you sing. I know that. I am an 80s classic music, oldies, not so much classical. Okay. And it looks like I caught up with the comments even despite, oh, did I miss one? My screen froze up. Okay, yeah, that was when the internet went out. And no, it was not Milton. Milton did not cause the problem. Milton has been sleeping like a good baby. Let me see. Okay. So I got all the comments. Somehow, despite the problems, I got all the comments. And I don't think I missed any. Now, YouTube does delete some comments for some reason. I don't know why they do that. Maybe they don't like a word that's in it. Rick, you're awesome. You need to teach me how to keep up with comments. Well, there you go. All you have to do is don't get distracted. A lot of YouTubers, they'll start to talk, they'll neglect the comments, they pile up, and then it becomes impossible. I tend to limit my monologues to less than 5 minutes. That way, as the comments come in, I can keep up with them. Also, the trick is, for those of you that don't do it, use OBS. I know Amy does. But if you use OBS, it makes your life a lot easier because at any time you can switch scenes. Now, I know a lot of people will use StreamYard or they'll use... Did I see a black thing run by? Oh, I hope not. I saw something move. Yeah, I saw the news story on that. Trump captured Maduro in Venezuela. The problem is the U.S. isn't going to do any better than anybody else. They have a way of ruining countries, but I guess... they captured him. Maybe they can have another election. Who knows? Then again, it'd be kind of nice if the Venezuelans would go back home. That'd be really nice. You know, problem is just unstable. The United States takes advantage of Latin America, so they become very unstable. I think the U.S. has abused them for so long, they've just wrecked everything. Wouldn't it be nice if there was a stable Latin American country? I hate to say it, but I might have to learn Spanish and go to a Latin American country to get away from this place. I know that Argentinian beef looks pretty good, and South America doesn't look like a bad place. It's just the corruption. But I don't know. We'll see what happens. I know they want the oil. That's what it is. They figure if they can get the oil, they can keep the economy going a little bit longer. I have a lot of guests, but last weekend I didn't. Oh, okay. I just put something into OBS to autoplay my comments. There you go. See, you could do that too. Magazuela should be the new name. Well, they put the central bankers in there. It's going to be worse than ever. And the central bankers run the government, so that is a problem. But you know what? I think the best thing that any of us can do is to educate ourselves and educate the people I know. And Amy, you're a genius. That idea of doing online courses is something I've thought about for a long time. Ever since I lost my job at the college, I thought about doing that because I know colleges do online courses. And even though they wouldn't be accredited courses, I'm sure a lot of people would want to learn about basic things. Everything from basic mechanical issues to basic home repairs to basic technology. You may not be a programmer, but if you can understand where the problem is in your system, it really helps. In fact, I'll show you what I'm going to fix. Does anybody remember when I was doing live streams from my bedroom? This is a device I was using. It's a Scarlett 2i4, which is supposed to be 2 inputs, 4 outputs, and it quit working. My sound was getting distorted. So I went online and I found somebody who made a video on a related one. He linked to a website where they had the schematic for this. So I downloaded it, I pulled the schematic, and I looked at it. I go, wow, this has an analog switching chip. And then it said many people had it go bad. So what I'm going to do, I'm not set up for it because my shop is a mess, but I need to get my heat gun out there where it works. I'm going to replace the analog input chips in this device. Here's the outer casing. I mean, these aren't cheap. Probably $150 or whatever. you probably know where I originally got this from, the dump. What was originally wrong with it is the switch over here. Where is it? For the input. It was dirty. This thing was all gunked up, so I cleaned it all up with contact cleaner. I got it to work. Also, the little balance plugs were messed up. I straightened it. I got it working. It lasted about a year, and then it quit. Well, these inputs went bad. So I'm going to try to fix this. Maybe I'll put that as part of my video. Why throw something out when you can fix it? Okay. Let's see. You do fine keeping on comments. A lot of guests. I was thinking my PJs. There you go. Amy is a genius. Yes. You need to get a bank account. I'm going to do that. Don't worry. It's in the works. Once I get the Milton mess taken care of, I have my truck running, I'm going to fix that problem. Yes, she is in, so you're a sweetie. Yes. I know it costs you some money, but your viewers will make sure we cover the monthly. Of course you will. I know that. Thank you, Juliet, for last night. You know my life coach. Yeah. Juliet, you're my life coach. See? That's very important. You know the right people, you're going to succeed. Comments on screen is for your reaction or commentary on them. We are already reading all the comments. Yes. Rick can also sell his vintage stuff. I've done that already many times. On some lives, sometimes people call me Amy. Such a compliment. I laugh. Tech, no. Cooking, no. Singing. Some churches often sell insurance if you are a member, similar to what the Amish do. That is correct. I do play classical piano, so we do have that. And I do believe that classical music has always been mentioned as something that appeals to people that are of higher intelligence. People that tend to have higher intelligence tend to appreciate classical music or things like that. Also with architecture. Everything now is a box. But many years ago, you had all kinds of details. A well-built building is an asset to a community. A box is a box. You throw out boxes when you're done with them. That's it. Now, you could turn a box into something better with a little creativity, but still, why build a box when you don't have to? Build something nice. Don't build a box. Stupid. Julian and Amy, awesome piano. Yes. So good. Some creators advise I have to read every comment. It's become so unmanageable on my stream. I apologize. You don't have to read every comment. I do it because Live at Rick is based on the comments. That's how we get good participation. Otherwise, nobody would watch me. I don't think too many people come here just to watch me sniffle and talk about a bunch of different subjects. It's just a way of keeping you company and participating, and that's good. All right, so let's see. Oh, wow. I see that Amy uploaded a video a couple hours ago. I got a notification for that. Very nice. All right, let's see if we get comments here. As soon as I get done with classes, I'm going to start playing piano again. Juliet, maybe we can work into it. My mom used to play the piano, but she got arthritis, and the piano got infected with termites. I still have it, but that's what it is. Amy and Russ, he has a great voice like you. Yes. Yes, he does. Carnivore science brings up a very important point. Modern architecture is ugly on purpose to demoralize. Now, contrary to popular belief, I don't think that all modern architecture is ugly. In fact, when I build my house, it's going to be modern architecture. It's going to be similar to a box, but instead of being a big box, it's going to be a low box. I like ranch-style houses, flat roof, covered with plants, and then long, with long windows, and then natural finishes. I don't like stucco and paint, except inside. I like stucco and paint in the indoors. Outside, it has to be bricks, rocks, terracotta or ceramic, and I want to have patterns. When I build my modern home, I'm going to have either the bricks, the rocks, or man-made patterns. They may be duck heads. They may be, who knows what they would be. They could be cow heads, some kind of pattern that goes down the wall, maybe even geometric patterns all the way around. I don't like anything painted outdoors. That's another thing. So Rick's modern architecture, no paint outdoors, natural finishes, Well, the doors will be painted. Well, maybe not. Maybe I'll make a stainless steel door. That way I don't have to paint it. It'll be like the Tesla Cybertruck of houses. I like neon. So my outdoor lighting is going to be neon, the real neon, not the LED stuff, the glass neon. I like the old light fixtures with the regular light bulbs. So all that's old stuff with a modern architecture. My shop is going to be built like a gas station, a 1950s gas station, complete with the porcelain enamel panels that I'll make myself. Rounded on the edge with the garage door. I'm going to do everything just like the 50s. That's my plan. If I live long enough, if I get out of here, I got a lot of things I need to do. So I'm going to be busy all the time. Okay. I love jazz and blues over classical music. Well, I listen to jazz and blues as well. Nothing wrong with that. Let's do it, Juliet. Amy, that would be so fun. I sing myself and play a little guitar. I write songs as well. See, that's good. Having musical talent is a great thing. I'm rusty, Amy. With practice, it all comes back. I'm very rusty. I have a duet book somewhere. We can prep time and record it. There you go. Edit them together. Right. I sing with my... Okay. Crowdsourced health insurance company in Austin. I think a fasting insulin check is used so people who don't belong in that group don't take advantage. Yeah. Not all is ugly, but when they destroy classic beauty and replace with god-awful, hideous structures, which is a thing. I have built some attractive modern homes too. Yes, they were nice. What they do, nowadays, it's all about maximizing space. How many people can we cram into that little space? That's the problem. But that relies on the old model of cities being the center of wealth. Under a new model, the wealth would be distributed over the internet. The ability to have wealth anywhere. You don't have to be in New York City to run a company nowadays. You can do it anywhere. It's just that people that have money like to show it off. If they don't have poor people to show off to, they're not happy. That's the reason why they want most of us poor, and they want us to live like crap so they can show off what they like. If what they like is crappier than what we have to destroy what we have, so that way we'll look to them. That's all it is, just narcissism. Okay. Even when I tried playing jazz, it all came out like classical music. There you go. How do you make a flat roof that doesn't eventually leak? That's very easy. You use plastic. One of the tricks, first of all, you don't use wood. I don't use wood for anything that I build other than repairs. So you skip the wood. Save the wood for your paneling. Save the wood for your cabinets. Don't use it in your house. Build your house out of concrete and steel. That's the trick. And then you make your roof out of poured concrete. You use plastic liner. You know the stuff they put on the outdoor swimming pools? Like when you have one of those pool kits and you put the plastic liner, you use that. Now that stuff always has sun damage. So you use the Rick method to stop it from being damaged. You put dirt on top of the roof, at least 6 inches of dirt, and then you plant plants on top of it. The plants grow on top of the roof. They cover the plastic, and they prevent it from going bad. 100 years after you put the roof, it's still good. The roof cannot go bad because it is one sheet of plastic or vinyl that is heat welded together. I have the little tool that you just melt it together with the special adhesive. That's it. It will never leak. Your home will not get termites because they don't eat concrete. And then you can put whatever you want over your concrete home. You can paint it if you want. It's ugly. You could put tile or terracotta. You can put brick. You could build the walls out of brick if you want. You could put coral rocks. That's what I want to do. Coral rocks all over the wall. And then all you do is you don't paint your house. You just pressure clean it every so often. Or you can just plant vines next to your house, let them grow up the walls, and you have the ultimate miniature Ivy League building. And that's it. If you build your house out of concrete and you plant all around it, it disappears. When people drive by, they think they're looking at a forest, and they're actually looking at a house. When you're a narcissist, you have a house with nothing in the yard except maybe a couple trees. You have this big monstrous house with all kinds of details sticking up that says, look at me. That's what you do. But when you're a regular person, you don't want to show off. You just build a basic home and you surround it with nature. And that's it. You walk outside, it's nature. And you can do it. I can show you how to do it. When I have enough money and I move, once I sell this dump, I'll have plenty of money to build a brand new one. I'm going to build it my way. I use concrete blocks for the interior walls. I don't use drywall. Some things you'll never find in my house, and one is drywall. I don't use drywall. And when it comes to flooring, I like terrazzo. Yeah, terrazzo is expensive, but if you do it yourself, it's the cheapest. And I can show you how to make a terrazzo floor cheaper than you could buy the cheapest carpet. I can make you a terrazzo floor for 50 cents a square foot. 50 cents. And it's a floor that'll last for the life of the house. That's right. Terrazzo is the cheapest floor you can make. The only thing is, you got to get a hold of the grinder. You either got to rent one or you got to buy one. I even thought about building one. You could actually make a business restoring terrazzo floors if you had the grinder. It's another idea. Interesting. Okay, yes, they are talented and fun. I see a piano, a microphone, and some sunglasses. Awesome. I've always liked houses that look timeless, made of brick with natural wood accents and iron hardware. That's what we got to go for. It doesn't matter if it's classical or modern. It's the surface, it's the finish that matters. When I go into a home, first thing I do is tap on the wall, drywall. You go to a big, expensive home. I walk in there and, oh, here comes Rick. Drywall, cheap. Composite doors, cheap. Start looking, it's all cheap. Impact windows, ugly. It's garbage. It's all cheap crap. Kitchen, particle board. I spent $1.5 million for this house. It's like, it's all cheap finishes. You're paying for the location. You're not paying for quality. Even the wood they build the house with now is a cheap whitewood. It's garbage. The ugly on purpose is the same reason they want us to eat the bugs. Yeah. They want us demoralized and downgraded so they can lord it over us and show how smart they are. Bunch of nonsense. I do watch music channels on YouTube also, free concerts. So there you go. I guess it's saving people a lot of money. My honey has daily trouble staying on plan. He wasn't willing to give up the expensive health plan at work. Oh. I like houses that have castle-like aesthetics. Well, then you would like Gothic architecture. But again, a lot of houses are just cheap wooden craps that are built to look like that. They fall apart. I like stone better than brick. And the thing is, today, you can actually make concrete cast stones that look like stones, but they're concrete, and you could use them in place of the real stone. Or if you have a CNC type setup, you could use your computer to carve all the stone accents you want without you having to do anything except place the stone in the rack and just let it do its work. We have a lot of options that we didn't have in the old days. I didn't have to work at gym today. It was so nice to relax with Rick and friends. Daughter back in hospital, so I'm going to relieve Doug. He's been there since 5 a.m. Oh, I didn't know your daughter was in the hospital. I hope it's nothing serious. I think it's another colitis attack. She has so much pain. Has she ever tried carnivore? I don't know. Praying your daughter's okay. Yes. We don't want our family or friends to be sick. It's very not depressing, but it just kind of ruins your day when people you know are sick. Thanks, Julie. Poor kid. Yeah. I'm so sorry about your daughter. Sending prayers. Yes. That's a good idea. I hope they can either find a solution or at least find a treatment plan. And again, I complain a lot about being poor and all the problems I have, but I am grateful that I'm not sick. I really am, because I don't have the money for medical care. If I was sick, what would I do? How would I get around? My truck broke down. How would I have used the bike? This is the one thing I do. I thank God that I just have been able to be healthy all these years. I took care of my parents, and I was able to do that. What would I do if I would have been sick? I would have been, I don't know what would have happened. I don't even want to think what would have happened. So I'm just glad that I did what I did, and I never did it intentionally. I never said, I'm going to get healthier by eating carnivore. I don't know what that was. I said, I hate my life. I want to have a heart attack. That's it. No wonder nobody wants me in their live stream. Well, only the good people do. But yeah, I'm not, you don't see me in the real popular live streams because, well, then again, Dave Mack, I was on his live stream and he's popular now, but I guess he picked me in the beginning. So does that really count? But yeah, I'm the one person that is sort of against everything. I am the one that started the diet as a protest, not for health. Okay, let me see. Ran errands, still here, yeah. Best wishes, Juliet. Why do I keep... I guess the neighbor's getting their cars washed. That's what I keep hearing, a car over there. Best wish for your daughter. Excuse me. Dr. Kiltz convinced her to do carnivore. She's been pretty close for 3 weeks. Well, that's good. I hope that it starts to work. I have to go see a neighbor that's been in the hospital for a week. They still don't know why she has pain. Doctors, what do they really know? That's a good question. Praying for your daughter. Lee Cope is a great resource if daughter needs to hear from someone besides mom and dad. That's true. This is a guy that lost his colon because of bad advice. Her cat passed. I think her extreme sadness and stress kicked in, causing this attack. It could be. Is that the black cat you showed me? A beautiful cat? I just got duck's eggs for $3. Wow. That's good. Quack it up. Thank you, guys. Yes. We want success. And my camera, let me switch scenes so that it'll change the camera. There we go. That's a good thing. I had to change a setting in OBS. It was holding my camera settings, but now when I switch, it actually turns the camera off and restarts it. So that's good when it goes out of focus. Of course, I probably look better out of focus. I don't look as sickly as the vegans say that I do, that I look terrible. Oh, yeah. You look anorexic. Okay. Yeah, I'm an anorexic 30-year-old. An anorexic 30-year-old that can pick up engine blocks. Or the heads with one hand. Yeah, that's really weak. Anyway, let me go back over here. Let's see how many people we have. And it looks like we have 48 still. I'm really impressed. I'm impressed with my viewers, my subscribers. I seem to get the best. Miami may be the septic tank of Florida, but Live at 8 with Rick is sort of like the penthouse of the internet. We only get the best here, and that's really good. Yep. Poor cat, right? Please tell your daughter we love her. Yes. Or maybe she could watch the live stream. I don't know if they have that in the hospital, though. But yes, we do. None of us want anyone to suffer. Even the bad people, we don't want them to suffer. Now, I don't mind having the bad people have to pay for what they did. You know, maybe they were a bunch of rich parasites and you take their wealth away by cutting off their source of easy money and they have to go out and get a job as a Walmart greeter. That might actually be good for them. Someone who's sort of a pathological wealthy person that's been taking advantage of people, I think the best education they could get would be forced to have to work for a living and serve the public. That'd be great. I think getting rid of them is just too easy. Eliminating them, just put them in a position where they have to learn what other people have done. And I think that would really make a difference. I don't like seeing people suffer, but I do like seeing people paying for what they did. So they did something good. People should be receiving, what does the Bible say about the fruits of your labor? So if you've done good things in your life, you should receive good things. If you've done things that harmed other people, you should do a job that tries to reverse that. I think most people would feel sympathetic with some rich parasite that ended up getting put sweeping floors and maybe feeding homeless people that they created. Some of these hedge fund managers stealing people's homes and stuff, throw them out, put them in the homeless shelter and let them feed the homeless. Let them live in the homeless shelter and see what happens. Maybe they'd wake up. Maybe they would learn that what they did was wrong. Problem is, we tend to reward people that do bad things. This is the problem we have. But there are ways we could fix it. But the only way that it can happen is if enough people can think clearly. And how can you think clearly when you're sick? When you're eating duck food, you're waddling around, breathing hard, you're not going to be able to see what's going on. You'll be like the duck that walks right out in the street and gets run over. They get run over all the time. But the guy that's eating the ducks, that's riding his bike, never gets run over because he knows when the cars are coming and he can avoid them. And that's really one of the most important things to think about. Do you want to be a duck waddling around, breathing hard, spending all your days thinking about what you're going to eat and who you're going to mate with, and then get run over by a car? Or would you rather be the one that's riding the bike, looking at the ducks and thinking, which one of you is going to be my dinner? Delicious duck. That's what you want to be. All right. Rick, yes, we love you and Milton. I love Milton too, and he's behaved so nicely today. I think your live stream, all of you being here, seems to calm down Milton. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but you guys you do something, because Milton was here, he left. He won't come back until he's hungry, and then he'll eat. So having the live stream on Saturday really helps Milton. So we have Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and then Wednesday. Milton is going to be stuffed in the box, taken to the vet, and they're going to fix Milton's little problems, and Milton will stop spraying, and Milton will start cuddling, and Milton will be my pet, and hopefully Milton will follow me around like he does now. And when I get to move, I'm going to take Milton with me. Milton's going to experience the new home. He's going to be a very, very, very happy cat. I hope. Your vision sounds so fantastic, Rick. I hope we all get it to see. Yes, I hope so too. There's a lot that I want to do, and I think we can make it happen. Yes, the cat passing, they are a family, so I understand her sadness. Yes, carnivore community could morph into a co-op. I hope it does. I hope it does. Instead of taking advantage of each other, we're going to help each other out. Surely the worker is worthy of his higher wage. That is something that's in the Bible, and this is what a lot of rich people don't understand. This is why I don't work for rich people, except for the ones that I know. They tend to be the most difficult to get payment from, the most demanding. They think they're God's gift to the world. And in my opinion, most of them are parasites. Anyone who gets paid for doing nothing is a parasite, period. They call themselves financiers. I call them loan sharks. You have to produce something of value to deserve money, in my opinion. Maybe a foundation could be formed. Rich people always have foundations. Well, maybe Dr. Kiltz could do it. He has money. He could figure out a way. He was talking about it. He's probably the one of all of us that is the most likely to make this happen. That's what I'm thinking. I think that's it. Okay. Sorry if I missed this, but who is giving you a ride to the vet? I'm hopefully going to be driving there in my van. That's my plan. I'm the man with the plan with the van. So hopefully I'll be putting it in the van, and I'll strap that down to the seat, and hopefully Milton will not go flying if we get into a car accident. I watched the P. Diddy documentary on Netflix. He's extremely rich and stole from his artist. Every one of these people that's extremely rich steals from other people. That's how they get rich. You can't get rich the way they do unless you steal. Now, depending on your definition of wealth, you could be wealthy. But then again, what is wealth? You have what you need. You're healthy. You have what's around. So there's being rich, extremely rich, and there's being wealthy. You can be wealthy and not take advantage of people, but that involves work. So you might be the person that started a business and you worked really hard your whole life. You're wealthy, but you're not a parasite because you provided a product or service that people needed. But in the entertainment industry especially, it's not how good you are, it's who you know. You could find much better artists in the general public playing in your local club than you can in the mainstream. It's just about marketing. That's all it is. That's one of the reasons I don't watch movies, I don't watch TV, and I don't buy music. The music I listen to is decades old. The people that made it are long dead. That's it. I can't sleep. Milton is such a darling. Maybe he can feel the love we have for him. Whatever it is, he's sleeping on the bed like a good kitty. I'd show you, but I don't want to struggle with this phone thing again. The Wi-Fi only works a short distance. And you're saying hello again. That's awesome. I'm wealthy but not rich. I have everything I need and a lot of what I want. That's it. That's what you want. You want to be wealthy, whether that is material things, health, or a combination. Amy and abused women. Saw the video of him kicking her. Terrible. Yeah, you're talking about Puff Daddy. And again, these are the kind of people that are in the entertainment and business industry. I hear a noise. Did Milton wake up? I hear something. Either that or there's a big cockroach in here. I'm frying some hamburger patties. I've been extra hungry. I don't... Oh, well. Maybe it's my imagination. I think Milton is eating. Let's see. Hi, Milton. Yep. One of the advantages of living in a very junky house is that things are quiet. And look who's joined me. Hey, Milton. Hey, Milton. You woke up? Up? It's kind of hard up there. There's too much junk over there. You're a good Milton. Yes, you are. You're a good Milton. Oh. Well, Milton seems very calm. He had a really nice rest. And I heard like a crunching sound. It was Milton chewing on a bone in the kitchen. One of the things I really like about living here, I got a lot of junk in my house. I got stuff piled everywhere, but it acts as a sound barrier. This place is so quiet, you could hear a pin drop. And by the way, my hearing is really good, which is kind of amazing because I've driven loud cars and I work with power tools and I don't use hearing protection, but my hearing is really good. It's better than my parents' hearing was. I wonder if that's a carnivore diet. I don't know. And I do listen to loud music at times. My stereo is, I think, 600 watts. It's pretty powerful. I am rich in God and grateful. Yes. Strapping down a container with the Tasmanian devil. Never is. Usually when the box breaks. Tasmanian devil. Oh, that is too funny. Money doesn't buy happiness, but being poor isn't happy either. But yeah, money doesn't buy happiness, but money can make your life a lot easier. That trigger was assaulted by a man I was breaking up with in my 20s. Wow. Oh, Midnight Vince. Hi, Rick. Hello. Cat? I'm not sure what that picture is, but it's interesting. I dated 8 guy for 8 months, too long because I was terrified of breaking up with him. I put him in prison, but only because he assaulted me. My leg has been hurting more than normal. Maybe your body is moving to the next phase of improving. Is Milton making noise? Oh, well, Milton. He seems more calm after he slept all this time. He slept for hours, so that's good. Won't step fall in the van after he gets a sniff. Well, he's not going to be stepping in the van. He's going to be stuffed in a box, tied down to the floor of the seat. So it's going to be interesting. And I know every time I've had to take a cat to be fixed, there's like a lot of noise that comes with the kitty. It's kind of depressing. I just hope I don't get a flat tire or something happens with the van because, like you said, if the Tasmanian devil gets out, I got a problem. Dated 8 guys at the same time, Amy. I knew something was up with you. Joke. Okay. I wish what Tasmanian Devil was talking about. That's my cat. My cat Milton. He's a little monster. What is this? Huh. Interesting. You got flu? Nope. I have chronic sinus issues. I had the flu last month. Got over it in 3 days. I hope so. I've been eating so much more. The weight is falling off of me. That's a blessing. Awesome. Awesome. Milton is like, hey, Rick, it's lunchtime. Yes, I told you around lunchtime, but the food is there, and he did eat it. I'm no narcissist, but my house is something I'm proud of. It's simple, double wide on a hill surrounded by gravel, fire. There you go. Well, if you're living in a trailer, you're not showing off. You're living in a place that's practical. You're not trying to show off. Trees next to a house are a fire danger. They're that everywhere. Not so much here in Florida because, well, first of all, I have a rather large pump. And second of all, we don't get brush fires in the suburbs. Although we can go months without rain. There's too much humidity here for a massive fire, and we're flat. Sorry about that, sweetie. In my 20s, same here. My police officer, boyfriend at the time, he was always jealous. Those police are strange people usually. They're always on a power trip. Not all of them, though. He'll know what the box means. My cat was so hard to get into her cage. She would sprawl out. Well, the thing is, he's only going to go in the box a couple times. He'll never go to the vet again after he's been taken in. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put him in the box here in the house. I will wrap him with a towel and stuff him in. Then I will let him sit there for a while. Hopefully he'll calm down. I will pick him up and I will put him in the van. I will drive to the vet's office. And then after I've parked the van, I will be able to take him inside. Now, I don't know if I have to be there when they open him up, but I'm sure Milton will either be doing nothing or he'll be trying to get out. My last cat was trying to stick the paw out. Tiger, we took him to the vet. He attacked the vet, which I still... And Tiger was such a sweet cat. He never attacked me in his entire life. He was totally sweet. But when he saw the vet, he was like, argh. But he was a nice kitty. That was my dad's kitty, actually. Tiger was awesome. There's another cat I found. You know how that is. Your home vision sounds beautiful. It is. And I do think you can do that. I get sinus pain after breathing in cold air. That happens to a lot of people. Actually, I'm the opposite. When I'm in the cold air, my sinus problems decrease. You can see that on my last bike ride. It's comfortable here now. That's why I have a little bit less than I normally do. The hotter it is, the more I get. Oh, Juju, I'm so sorry. I totally understand. I still have effects from that. My house is a fortress, and I'm very proficient with steel objects, if you know what I mean. Yep. Are those the ones that launch lead pellets? Carnivores definitely hear and smell at an elevated level, which should be a good thing. But when you're around people with all their perfumes and nasty detergents, they have a six-month. That is true. My neighbor's house, when they wash their clothes, the air coming out of the dryer makes me dizzy. That's one of the problems I've had to deal with. And when I'm around other people, I do get that. Now, they may think that I smell bad, but no one's ever said anything. Maybe they're afraid to. But I don't use any cologne, perfume, deodorant, or any of that stuff. I just take a bath. That's good enough for me. Yes, some guy's power trip. Exactly. Tiger is such a nice name for a cat. Yes, it is. And he looked kind of like a tiger. He had little stripes. He's a cute kitty. Your typical sort of alley cat. Gorgeous cat. It's gross. Yep. Less pellet launchers. That's right. Or as some people call them, seed spreaders. Milton, are you talking to me? Hi, Milton. Come here. Come on. Come here, Milton. No? Okay. Silly little Milton. Still have nightmares about him. I swear to God, I would never let a man abuse me again. Hey, Milton. Come. What? Come on. Come on, Milton. You're licking your lips. I fed you. You want more food? Is that what you want? I'll give you more food. Hold on a second. Let me give Milton some more food. Well, I gave Milton food. He didn't want to eat it. He's acting a little strange. You want to go outside, don't you? He's going, meow, meow, meow. What is it, Milton? He wants to go to that back door so he can see the other cat and get aggravated and attack me again. I don't know if you can hear that. Can anybody hear that sound? Hey, Milton. You back? What? Oh, okay. You're back to normal. Come here. You, Milton? Come here, Milton. Let's go. There's my little Milton. Look at that. He's a little monster. Look at that vicious animal with claws. Okay. You are one funny cat. I get afraid of my own cat sometimes. I'll start carrying this around with me. That way if Milton goes ballistic, he goes Tasmanian devil, I'll get him. Anyway. It's not pain. It's just a sniffle. I don't feel anything. If I don't talk, I don't even sniffle. It's when I talk. It's something with the way they're shaped. And then when you talk, it makes like a resonant frequency. It's just, what I used to do is move my nose around to avoid it. But that looked worse, so I stopped moving my nose. And I just put up with the sniffling, that's all. I figured it's easier to edit out the sound than it would be to have to keep editing the video. So that's why I don't do that. Okay. Tigey for tiger. There you go. Have a cyst. Okay. Still praying to God for healing. That's good. Sometimes freedom sees an answer. That is correct. Enhanced technology would take over the world. That's funny. Let's enhance him. There you go. I've had people tell me many times, I wish you were president. Nope, I'm not going to do that. I hate central bankers. I can't stand them. I hate crooks. I can't stand them. You got to be a crook narcissist to be able to be in those positions. Met my soulmate, Michael, my angel, but he passed away a few years ago. Still miss him so much. Holidays are hard, especially visiting my sis. Thought if we feed cats meats, they don't want food every 1 hour. You know how cats are. You're going to see Skinner and Foreigner. Okay. Okay. What is that? Oh. I can hear every noise in the neighborhood, any car that drives by. I have a really good sense of those lower sounds. That's one of the drawbacks. But I think having enhanced senses, being able to see things move quickly, hear things, avoids a lot of accidents. That's probably one of the reasons I've never been hit on the bicycle or had any serious work-related accidents. Okay. Milton's meowing as he walks around. He's looking for that other cat. I know that. Bad nerve pain from pressure. Probably have them on my lymph nodes. It's painful. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so you can hear Milton. He does that all the time now. Meow, meow, meow. So I think after Milton gets fixed, he's still meowing. They can see the bottom of the bowl. Okay. Supposed to wrap around, stake on our sore parts, and let it draw out the pain. Hey, Milton. What? What? Now you're talking nice? You don't sound fierce anymore. What? You're licking your lips. I just fed you. What do you want? You want to go mate with the calico. That's what you want to do. You want to mate. He wants to fight with the black cat and mate with the calico. Silly Milton. Okay. What would you do if Rick didn't sniffle? It wouldn't be the same. That's true. You'd think, oh, it might be AI. It might be AI. I feel so sorry for your loss of your beloved Michael. Okay. Numerous times breaking my nose as a teenager. Oh, I never broke my nose, thankfully, that I know of. Thank you, sweetheart. Maybe Brian, thinking about it. Presidents also get targeted. That's another thing. Haven't thought about foreign in a while. I used to love them back then. Favorite muscle car, 1969 Dodge Charger. That's my favorite car. That's the ones I got. Very simple. Yep, Charger. That's right. Those were the days of good music. Sometimes hard to find. Yep. Steak would be a funny perfume. Transitional time in music. That's correct. What is it, Milton? Heavy dart. There you go. Good luck keeping that on the road. Milton, what do you want? Why are you going meow, meow, meow everywhere you go? My goodness. Let's see. Yeah, what's for lunch? Oh, no. Oh, I ran out of chicken. Ugh. Oh, well. There's always Presidente. The weather's cool. Maybe I'll wear the orange shirt and the light pants and head over to the Presidente on the old bicycle and get some heart attack chicken. Best year for most cars. Yep. That was before 1971 when they went off the gold standard. And ever since then, things have been plastic crap. Hemi-Cuda. Hemi-Cuda. That was most popular. That's right. 71 or older. Well, if Milton wants to be on the live, come on up, Milton. His claw on the carpet. Milton, come here. Come on. You want to be on the live? Come here. Come on. Come on, Milton. Come here. Come on, sweetheart. Oh, my goodness. What a cute little baby you are. Look with the soft little Milton. Oh, you're a good kitty. I just can't believe what a beautiful animal you are. Let me switch the camera view. There we go. Look at this gorgeous Milton. Oh, he's cute. I just can't believe you're so fierce at times. Look at how tame you are. Oh, my goodness. What a great pet you are. I hope that once this is gone, you're going to be my little buddy. Maybe Milton wants to play. Where's that cat toy? Oh, no, he walked away. Okay. I can deal with that. Anyway, let's see here. There goes the meowing. So funny. Probably looking for the bug you saw, Rick. He's on the prowl. It could be. Have you shared your recipe for heart attack chicken? Yes, I have. And a lot of the great YouTubers have made heart attack chicken. The first one years ago was JT, Poca Moonshine Family, and then we had Christy, Meeting Wellness, and who else? I've had a lot of people. Amy, I believe, did heart attack chicken. Well, she did heart attack burger. But yeah, there's been a lot of people. Just look for Rick's heart attack chicken, and you'll see all you do is get some tallow or lard, heat it up, drop in the chicken, done. That's it. Super easy. Okay, let's see. Older. Cook my hamburger patties with bacon fat. Yes, it tasted amazing. Well, that's it. Lard it up. The more fat, the better. Fat is the flavor. I know a building contractor who sings in a foreigner tribute band. Virgin LA. Oh, he's good and very humble. That's great. That is great. We had the best cars in the world when I was in high school in the 70s. All the boys with their hot rods cruising the beach. It was so fun. Yes, Miami was good in the 70s too. But then starting in the 80s, the drug money came in and it just went. It's been garbage ever since. They're on YouTube. A roach, Milton may eat it. No, Milton won't eat the roaches. He likes to kill them, but he won't eat it. Milton got big. Yes, he did. He's growing very well, eating his meat. Yep, I see a kitty there. He is a beautiful carnivore kitty. Yes, he is. He's gorgeous. That's why I don't want him, you let him sow his wild oats before the vets. I don't need any more kittens in the neighborhood. I'm sorry. And that calico that he's been going with, she's fixed anyway. I don't want any more kittens to suffer a bad life outside. I want the cats to live good. Keep the cat population reasonable and have some great pets. Milton says, don't tame me, Dad, or I will show you otherwise. Yeah, he wants to go outside and play. That's what's gotten him in trouble. He's not going outside until after he gets fixed. Once he gets fixed, then I'll take him back outside and he'll be manageable. You're Milton with my killer on profile pic would be perfect couple. Yeah, right? Cute cat. They're like kids. Blink and they aren't babies anymore. That is true. Milton keeps you busy. Unfortunately, he does. He definitely does. Exactly. I feel sorry for Milton. You have nothing to feel sorry for. Milton has I remember when Milton was tiny. Yes. My neighbor found him. He was a little guy. Don't drop the chicken in too fast or frozen. Well, we don't see him here today, but we can ask Thomas about that because he's a master of getting a real heart attack from heart attack chicken. Wouldn't matter to Milton that she's fixed. That is true. I've seen Milton try her out already. My favorite car is a Chrysler Valiant. I remember those. Good morning, Rick. Ellen is here. I guess it's good afternoon for many of you. Yes, it is. It is good afternoon. And Jerry says hello to Ellen. That's awesome. And Milton, he seems to have left. Hopefully he went to eat his food and not try to attack me. Thomas is now wearing a protective cooking beard. Doesn't protect his nose, though. That's the problem. I've never seen anybody get burned from heart attack chicken. Oh, boy. I had no idea that there needed to be a warning on heart attack chicken. And Ellen says, I did call and text JT, Poker Moonshine, several times and never heard back. Same with me. I tried several times to call and send emails, and I never got anything back. I hope he's still alive. I hope he's still well. It's really weird because him and Carrie got to be really good friends. Then all of a sudden, I just didn't see him anymore. That's weird. Yeah, soon a Kevlar suit. Heart attack chicken's not that dangerous. Thomas healed quickly. Yes, he did. For somebody that's dealing with diabetes, he healed very quickly, which I think is pretty amazing. I can see they sound pretty great. Okay, you're talking about the tribute band. And good afternoon. And yes, he is pretty good. That's good to know. Can you explain what is heart attack chicken? Well, heart attack chicken is your favorite chicken parts, typically dark meat, legs, wings, thighs, whatever, deep fried in lard or beef tallow. So you get some lard or beef tallow, put it in a pot, put it on the stove, turn on the heat, let it melt and get hot, throw the chicken in there, let it cook. When the chicken's cooked, you eat it. That's heart attack chicken. Very simple. I call it heart attack chicken because he used to tell me if you ate all that fat, you're going to get a heart attack. So I call it heart attack chicken. All right. We got a hello there and a hello to Ellen. That's awesome. All right. Excuse me. Anyway, my house loses things. Where the corner of my Rubik's Cube went, I don't know. But I was trying to solve it. It came apart. Interesting. Seems to be. One thing you'll notice, see how the colors are a little bit off? You know why the colors are off? This Rubik's Cube I pulled out of one of my clean out jobs. And it was in an unsolved condition, sitting on a shelf with the sun baking on it. And if you look over here, you can see on the orange part, see how this one in the corner over here looks a little bit lighter? Over here, the yellows all look the same. Of course, we're missing the corner that fell off. But Rubik's Cube, I don't know. Anyway, that's pretty interesting. Okay, so let's see what else we have going on here. We have a hello to Ellen. Looks delicious. Heart attack chicken is delicious. If you've ever seen cat's mate, yeah. Have you ever seen ducks mate? Ducks are even worse. They always grab them by the neck and stick it in. Ducks are the worst. So it's like Russ said. I told him to watch a video on duck mating, and he said that it scarred him for life. Ducks are not nice. Well, this is interesting. Oops, JT. The guys at the butcher, some have not seen JT in a long time. Maybe they moved. Anyway, it seems like they don't want to be found. That's what I was thinking. He just disappeared. What happened to him? He had a lot of followers on YouTube. He just disappeared. I don't see the point of it. I don't understand why he would do that. Hi, how are you doing? Maybe Milton ate it. He's always hungry. I don't think Milton could eat a piece of plastic. I was doing one. Boop. I don't know. Witness protection program, maybe. Milton flicked the corner. No, because Milton wasn't even here when I lost it. I was doing the cube, trying to solve it. And then, because a lot of times you go like that and then like this. And when I went to push the side, it just flew out. It fell here. I was on, Amy's and Juliet's live stream last night. I took the whole couch apart. I couldn't find it. So wherever it is, it went into the same place that all the extra socks go into. Yep. I can't sleep, plus hungry for some reason. I just had some hamburger patties. Some people experience an economic downturn and disappear until later. Interesting. Who's your carnivore disappeared? Yeah, that's another one. He always used to be there with the meat background. He disappeared. I think we're going to have to start making notes about what happens to these people. People forget very quickly. I know a lot of people, they've never heard of JT. And again, Carrie and him were best friends. I didn't ask Carrie when I saw him what happened to JT. I forgot about that, but yeah, it's kind of strange. I don't know why it would have disappeared, but Poco Moonshine Family was fun. But you can actually find the video he did on my heart attack chicken. And that was the first one that anybody ever did. I need to finish my coffee. Well, finish your coffee, Ellen, if you need it that much. Carnivore Rabbi, yeah, he disappeared, and I think John may have. Somebody was talking to him and said that he just kind of lost interest and disappeared. He was also friends. He knew Joey, so maybe when the whole Joey thing went down, he disappeared. Rick is yawning. Time for lunch, maybe. Yeah, more or less. Let me see something. Where did that go? Okay. Let me go back to the web here. Where'd it go? Oh, here it is. I got it. There we go. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go over here and all right. So we'll go to YouTube and we're going to look up heart attack chicken. Okay. I saw that story in the morning. All right, let's see. Pizza supply. All right, let me check here. Rick's heart attack chicken. And of course, they put stuff on heart attacks. There's Christie's version. Rick's heart attack. There's, okay, that was JT. That's a short of it. There's the one I put. That's been over 2 years now. Retired Rick made heart attack chicken. There's Amy. Heart attack iguana. Oh, that's interesting. Heart attack grill. Presidente heart attack chicken. Oh, they got a sale on shrimp. I forgot about that. Oh, man. I looked at Fresco y Mas. They had shrimp on sale. I don't know where it's from, though. I'm going to have to look into that. I'm going to hit the Fresco. Well, I don't see JT's heart attack chicken. I see the short version of it. Let's pop that up. Let's see. Look, our Moonshine family. See, he had 56,000 subscribers with 2,300 videos. Why did he stop posting? A year ago, that was the last video he made. Let's see. October 25th, 2024. Yep. He just disappeared. Hey, Milton.
Today we
Milton
went
was
to a
eating.
local beef farmer
It's good.
and the Hickory Road Farm. Shout out to Carissa and Brian. I asked her if she had any lard in bulk, and she had a 3.5 pound.
Okay, yeah, so it's still there.
I've been letting it sit out while we interviewed Dr. Kilt, and now I'm just gonna cut it up.
See, you got the lard or tallow and make the fried chicken. And of course, Thomas tried the heart attack chicken. We know where that went.
Oh,
And they love the chicken.
How is it?
So, yeah, whatever happened to JT? That's very, very interesting. Anyway, let me go back over here and let me go back to my comments. All right, so let's see here. Hey, Milton. Are you, what? Brrp. You must be happy. What? What is it, little Milton? Why don't you come up and sit with me? Huh? Come on. Come on, Milton. Come on, Milton. Look. Come on up here. You can sit with me. Don't you like me? You don't like the towel. That's what it is. You know what that is. You are such a good kitty. I like you so much. You're a sweetheart. Okay. Now he's walking away. All right. Go wherever you want. I know you want the calico, but you're not going to get her. There it goes. Saying he's out of gas. What? Milton. Well, that's another one. Intentional carnivore Sean White hasn't made videos in a long time. He fell into the duck food and got fat again, as far as I can tell. So that was one of the sad stories. But yeah, he hasn't made videos in a while. I really do need to make sort of a summary because I've been in this community for a long time. I've actually, believe it or not, been making carnivore videos longer than Carrie because I was on with Joey, and Joey was before Carrie's time. So we need to do something like that. Houdini disappeared. Okay. Jerry, you're not your usual IYKYK. Notice what that other channel changed their name. Mission Keto is now Mission Hope. Okay. Yeah, that is very true. Let me get the paper. It's here somewhere. Milton, did you get into the papers? Oh, Milton, what a mess. Are these the old ones? Let's see what we got here. Now, these are the new ones. All right, so what do we have for meat specials? We have El Presidente, which is 68 cents a pound for chicken legs, huh? Yep. And we have Sedano's. Sedano's, I mean, boneless chicken breast, that isn't even edible. I'm surprised people even buy that crap. Sedano's ain't that big of a deal. Last week they had chicken for 29 cents a pound. I had to take a double take. I was like, you got to be kidding me. And boy, it was good. It was really good. All right. And here we have Fresco y Mas. Now, Fresco y Mas has for $3.98 a pound shrimp. Okay. And Winn-Dixie always has a weekend sale, so here we go. Looky, looky. We have mystery meat for $4.99 a pound for a T-bone steak. I think that's a T-bone steak. I don't know where it's from, China, but let's get some light on the old situation here. And it says, bone-in T-bone steak, value 1 pack. Not USA graded, imported. USDA inspected, limit 2. I don't know. Should I go for the $4.99 a pound T-bone steak, or should I go for the $3.98 a pound shrimp? I mean, Fresco y Mas has for $3.98 a pound the top round, which used to be $1.78, but they have the shrimp. The shrimp used to be $2.98. Is this medium? Yeah, that's medium. This was $2.98 earlier in the year, but I haven't had shrimp in a while. I'm thinking about maybe I'll grab the shrimp because on Rick's carnivore diet, seafood is kind of important. And shrimps generally don't carry heavy metals because they're smaller. Where are they from? Previously frozen. Domestic. Is that Gulf shrimp? I don't know. I'll have to look into it. I may take a look and see. But the T-bone is tempting. I haven't had one of them in a while. The rest of this stuff, furniture store, that's crap. So, Presidente is closest to the house. Fresco y Mas is a little further. Winn-Dixie's in the other direction, so's Sedano's. Hey, buddy. Come on, Milton. Come on up here. Milton, what's wrong with you? You're supposed to be my pet. You're more interested in the other cats than you are me. What? What is it, little Milton? Are you behaving? Oh, you're going to sit down? You're good, kitty. I want to make lunch, but what? I think I'm going to hit the store. Yeah. Don't attack me. I do not want to be attacked anymore. I'm going to enjoy stuffing you in the box and taking you to the vet and getting your nuts cut off. You deserve that. If you never would have attacked me, you could have kept your nuts. But since you attacked me, the nuts have to come off. That's right. I love that sound that you make. You're so cute. Milton is the second cat that makes that sound. My first cat was also a black cat, made that same sound. I love that cute little kitty sound. You are so softy. You're such a softy, Milton. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Look at the Milton. You're a good kitty. And you're so nice. You sleep on the bed. You don't cause any trouble. And then during the day, you're a troublemaker. I don't get it. Oh well. You know how cats are. Pets can be a real problem. Even though I'm eating a lot more, I'm surprised at my dress getting so loose. Well, that's because you're getting rid of body fat. You're recomping, as they say. Episodes of people coming around his house trying to break in. It was odd. We don't have crime like that here, so I thought it was personal. It could be. Maybe that's why JT disappeared. Milton, what? What? Oh, Milton, you're a pain. Three of my favorite carnivores disappeared from YouTube. Carnivore Rabbi, Minimalist Carnivore, and Practical Carnivore. Yep. What? Minimalist Carnivore said he was going to leave, if I remember correctly. Wasn't he the one from Hawaii? Flight MH370 disappeared. Was that some news? Lived in Thiensville. Carnivore Jerry. What? What do you want, Milton? Oh, Milton. Milton. You sure go around a lot for a cat that's supposed to sleep all day. What? Use a bowling ball bag. Transform Milton is more luxurious. No, we're not stuffing him in a bowling bag. You imagine, open the bag. I got a cat in the bag. You ever heard that saying, got a cat in the bag? Looks like, speaking of carnivores, look who else is having a live right now. Did he shave his beard off? What's the deal here? Let me see. Yeah. Carnivore Quest. Larry. Or is that his wife? I can't tell. Oh, okay. I guess they're still making videos over there. Huh. I don't watch movies.
See you guys.
Oh, that's Cassie. No. Well. Oh, okay. That's an old stream. I see Carrie's putting another video. What this government agency just put in your, I don't know what, but I know where I don't want it put, that's for sure. They always got to have the expression like that. And it's 3 hours ago, I already got 2,200 views. Amazing. Oh, well. I'm not going to do that type of video. I only get a few hundred views in mine. Let's see what I got in my videos lately. Let's check out the channel. Let's see. All right. Milton has left the building, or left the room anyway. I don't hear any more Miltons. Let's see. My last video is Kmart. I got another one I got to upload, but my phone had an issue. Let's see. I have 52 new subscribers, 28 days. Like I said, I'm getting almost 2 a day. That's really good. I've been getting up and up and up. I haven't lost really anybody, which is really good. And then, see, video performance, 180. I don't get many videos, many views. Let's put it that way. Okay. Comments. Yep. Oh. Federal Express, I guess for the neighbor. It ain't for me. I can tell you that right now. People sure order a lot over there. I don't order anything really. Once in a while I get a part or something. Anyway, let's see here. Oh. Let me look at these videos while I'm at it. Huh. Not many. See, I got new subscribers. Oh, Grandma's Crochet Corner subscribed. That's good. Nice. Okay, let's see. Rank by views. Huh. Okay. Same number of views as usual. Estimated revenue, 0. That's normal. Well, it picked up in this period of time. That's interesting. Huh, I wonder why. Some of the videos seem to get a lot more interest than others. Although this seatbelt video seems to get it. Whatever happened to the video I made of my friend? I don't see that. Huh. The Snail Depot, the one about Home Depot, got a lot. Maybe I'll figure this out one of these days and figure out a way to get more interest. But in the meantime, we'll just keep having some fun. That's all we can do, right? Have a little bit of fun. Okay, so did a thumbnail on my channel. Okay, hold on. I put my cat in a pillowcase one day. She shredded it 15 seconds. They're good about that. Those claws are pretty powerful. You see, where's the thumbnail? Yeah, the brutal meat diet. Anything for the drama, right? When our cat moved in after being a stray for the first year of life, I used to take him to my aunt's house in the mornings to the backyard, then get him later. Now he runs into the bag. Carrier bag. There we go. Heck does that mean? I don't watch those folks. I did a thumbnail on my channel, this silly face expression. I hate it. I'll never do it again. That's right. Thumbnails are challenging these days. Hoops is creator of Maker Brutal. That's correct. I'm glad I don't have to deal with it. I'm done with Larry's channel. He's been doing it for years and is gaining fat, not losing it. I think he enjoys the controversy of himself constantly giving in to his carb sugar cravings. That's interesting. Rick, have you ever considered making a playlist of your How videos? I should do that. It might be a good idea. It might get more interest. And when it comes to losing weight, I would be the worst person to ever make a weight loss video because I've never lost weight. Of course, I've never gained weight either. And how many people in the world would think that a heart attack burger is something that you would want to eat if you were trying to lose weight? That sounds like a disaster, doesn't it? Rick's heart attack burger, watch out. It's a killer. You eat Rick's heart attack burger, you may be having a real heart attack. And that wouldn't be too good, would it? Anyway, so let's see how many people we have. It's already 1 o'clock. I mean, it's getting close to, it's past my lunchtime, but I'm sure it's getting close to most people's lunchtime. And I still have 48 people watching, which I think is pretty good, considering that I have the least professional of all the, oh, and look at this. DC is here. Hey, Rick, how you doing? I'm doing pretty good. My cat Milton hasn't killed me yet, so I'm doing pretty well. I'm just relaxing. I got my feet up on the table. I'm leaning back. I break all the rules. When I was a kid, they used to tell me, you have to sit up straight or you're going to have back trouble. I never sit up straight. I hate sitting up straight. I sit like this all the time, legs up, sideways, whatever. And it's fine. I can sit for this live stream. I haven't even drank any water. I did take a leak. That's all I did. And there I am. Still going. No problem. And he's saying hello to the good people. I guess there's some good people here, right? Rick is doing the same. Always doing the same. There you go. Well, I have my up and down days. I have days where I get a little bit frustrated and have other days that are really successful. I do feel a little bit lucky that even though I live in a dump, at least it's a quiet place and I have familiar sights and I don't have any major health issues other than some minor sinus issues. I get on my bike, I ride around. Pretty soon I'll be driving my truck. There's a lot of things that I'm going to be able to do. And I think if all goes well, especially with people like you people giving me some great ideas, I think I'm going to get to be a lot more successful than I'm giving myself credit for. Because the really interesting thing, when I look at all of the popular YouTubers and I look at people I know that have money, they're, in my opinion, not on the same level that I am. For some reason, I've ended up poor. I can tell you the reason why. A lot of it was taking care of my parents and then trying to struggle back. It's not easy. But these people that are successful in media, most of them, they're not really that good at what they do. They use clever editing and they just use the connections they have to get interest. But they're not that good at it. I think when it comes down to it, I consider myself to be one of the better ones because I listen to some of my own live streams. Sometimes when I'm working on something and I just want to listen to something and not think too much, I turn on my own live stream and it puts me in a good mood. When I listen to some of the other live streams, I feel stressed and I feel frustrated. So there's something going on here that I don't understand. But anyway, Rick's best days are Iguana's worst days. Rick, why are those bolts so hard to take out? Because they are 12 point and they're slightly tapered. They're the kind that has the built-in bolt shoulder. When you try to screw them out, they get worn out. The socket pops out. So I have to get the socket that has like the little grip thing on it, or I'm just going to get the welder. I'm going to weld a nut on there and I'm going to be done with it. That's going to be the end of it. I'll wait till Milton goes in my bedroom. I'll shut the door. I'll go in the garage and get my welder and the extension cord. I'm going to go outside and buzz that thing on there and be done with it. That's going to be the end of it. Jerry predicted right before New Year's you're on the verge of a breakthrough on YouTube. Well, let's hope she's right. I hope so. Because I've been on YouTube. I started in 2007. I was from 2007 to 2010. Then I gave up on YouTube. And for 10 more years, I posted 0 videos. Starting in 2020, after my mom died, I posted another video. And I think it was about my payphone. Then 2021, I posted more videos. 2022 is when I got interviewed for the first time as a carnivore. And then that video blew up. And I didn't put it on my channel. That was a mistake I made. When I got on Joey's channel, I thought, who in the world's going to watch me? Nobody cares about me. They had hundreds of thousands of views. I was his most popular video ever. But of course, I hitched my trailer to that truck and it went over a cliff. He got out of the carnivore diet. He made enemies with Bart K. And then he started criticizing. What really killed his channel is when he criticized Ken Berry. That's the guy. He criticized Ken Berry because Ken Berry was drinking coffee. And then that was it. The whole thing started to fall apart. Then he decided to debate Bart K. That was another total disaster. And he even debated a vegan and failed. A vegan took out Joey Schwartz. That's pretty bad. I could debate a vegan. They wouldn't be able to take me down because what are they going to do? Tell me that vegan is good for you? I've been carnivore 42 years. I tried vegan. It didn't work for me. So what are you going to tell me? I got to do it again? If I eat any plant material in any quantity, I'm going to be in that bathroom with diarrhea. And no matter how much I try, the diarrhea won't stop. I can't eat a vegan diet. Can I eat some plants? Yes. I could eat broccoli if it's cooked with ground beef. I can do that. But I can't eat raw vegetables. Come on. Raw vegetables make me very, very sick. But let's see if Jerry's going to be correct. We're going to see. We're going to see. I'm going to do the best I can. I'm going to let you guys guide me because obviously you know what you're doing. And yes, you are correct. But you're the one, your channel's underrated for some reason. If you don't know who DC, formerly called this thing DC Learning to Live, now it's DC Rebuilding. If you don't know who that is, you are really missing out on a major carnivore influencer that has somewhat been ignored. I don't know why he's been ignored. I mean, first of all, he was almost dead. He was able to reverse cancer through stem cell therapy and carnivore diet and has become very outspoken on the diet. And he also talks about, Milton is aggravated. Oh, no. Here it comes. Milton, what are you doing? What? You see the cat? You want out, don't you? Milton? Milton! Look at that tail. What? Milton? What are you doing? Are you going to fight? Milton! Oh, no. Oh. You see what I'm dealing with? This is what's happening with Milton. He sees a cat. What is that cat anyway? Milton. Boy, what a mess. Milton, are you back? It's got to be the nuts. He's getting aggressive. You got to get fixed. That's the problem. I can't let you out, Milton. It is too dangerous. I don't need a cat fight. I don't want you getting hurt, and I don't want you hurting me. The wonders of having a pet. You are very relaxing to listen to, Rick. You are an independent thinker like many here. It's refreshing. Yes, I am. That is the one thing that I admit to being guilty of doing. I cried every day when I was vegan. That's sad. I don't, it just, when I was trying to be vegan, I didn't cry, but I couldn't think straight. I felt terrible. And then I got that flu and I couldn't shake it and it just took me down. What is it, Milton? Oh, Milton. You are a menace, Milton. He gets frustrated with the other cats, and then he takes it out on me. The vegans need to understand we are not clones of each other. That is very true. And by the way, Milton has good spatial recognition of the house. He knows, he goes from room to room. He knows the layout of the yard. Milton is dangerous. I'll tell you that. But I think, and Lewis is there, still going strong. Yes, that's Milton too. If Lewis is right, when Milton gets adjusted, he will be a much better kitty. DC Rebuilding, hi dear. DC Stories, right up with Kent Carnivore Lees. That is right. It is. But for some reason, his channel never really took off. I'm not sure what happened, but he's still there. Still going strong. Now, DC's not 6'6", but he does have a really good shape. He looks pretty good. He could probably go past as a fitness influencer. Maybe. I don't know. Another cat in the yard is clear. Yeah, it is. Clear violation. That's the problem. Protecting his territory. He is. Thank you for the kind work. The deserved words. You're one of the original carnivore team around here. DC lives in the land of drop bears and talks about breathing. I like him. Yep. That's right. Poor Milton and poor Rick. You got that right. I'm going to try to sleep now. Good night, darlings. I love you guys so much. Well, good night. I got a good night's sleep, even though Milton was sleeping next to me. Night, Bella. There we go. Vegan made me so sick. My dad told me I had to stop. Thankfully, I listened to him. Yes. I'm praying for Milton. Yeah, pray for Rick because Milton will be fine. All right. Night. No beef for Milton, only cabbage. He won't eat anything, only cabbage. He won't eat that. Milton will try to eat me for dinner. That's the problem. So anyway, let's see. Don't tell me we still have 48 people watching. That is pretty amazing, isn't it? I'm impressed. Yep. Looks like we got 48 people watching. I am really shocked. Okay. Anyway, I need to start thinking about hitting the store. If Milton doesn't rip me apart when I try to go to the door, I'm going to have to I may go check out the shrimp, see what it looks like. Or should I get the T-bone steak? I don't know. I'll figure something out. See how much money I got floating around in the money bin. And maybe I'll look at the steak, see what it looks like. See where it comes from. Does it come from... It's not dumpster steak, hopefully. Okay. Let me go back here to the comments and... Fitness influencers, grr, so full of BS. That is very correct. Will Milton have to wear one of those lampshades around his neck? I don't know. I don't think I've ever had a cat that had that on there, but I'm sure he'll just be so out of it, he won't even care. Question: how long has it been since you ate anything with seed oil? It has been, let me think. I went to a barbecue a few months ago, and they cooked something. Oh, yes. They cooked the steaks. That was probably in September. They put seed oil on the grill. I forget what kind of oil it was. I think it might have been sesame oil or something like that. I ate the steak. It was delicious, but I got diarrhea that night. And then I asked them what they cooked it with, and his wife said sesame oil. So that was the last time I had a seed oil that I know of. September. I think it was before September 11th. So it was early in September on one of those weekends. What is it, Milton? Milton. What? Milton. What? What? Milton. Come on. What? You're licking your lips. Did you eat? I hope you did. I gave you meat. You just want to get that other cat. I know you. Oh, you're such a pain, Milton. I'll be so glad when you get fixed. Milton, I'm going to fix you. I'd fix you myself if I was equipped for it. I just don't want to get ripped to shreds. Oh. Tell me about life with a pet. I had a $500 bill. Check her for a digestive problem and blood test. Yeah, there you go. He'll be too sore to lick that area for a while. So maybe you won't need the lampshade. Yeah, they usually don't bother that. Once he's got that sort of shaved off and clipped away, yep, Milton's little nuts will be bye-bye. That's right. Maybe Milton is eat carb chatting outside. Okay. Well, I don't know. There's another cat out there. I don't know why he wants to fight with that cat so much. I guess he's territorial. He doesn't realize that he's got the whole house to himself. If any other cat comes in this house, I encourage him to rip it apart. Yeah, right? That's expensive. I don't think Milton will change much, but hopefully will not make him, make him not spray in the future. Exactly. He will still be Milton. Yes. Now, I like Milton. I just don't want him attacking me. If Milton doesn't attack me, I'm fine with him. And if he's going to go outside and not mate with any of the cats, I'm fine with that too. Milton wants to get into a fight. What am I going to do? Anything was done. Don't even recall Vantage. But my cat was a brat. I got her fixed. She was still a brat. I got her fixed. That's so funny. It's funny how they call it being fixed. My cat is broken, so I got to get it fixed. Yeah, right? That is expensive. Oh, my goodness. What time is it? 1:27. Yep. It's going to be time for a bike ride. Probably a ride and talk. I had another bike ride in here, which I don't think I uploaded yet. Might have to clear that off. Nope, let me see. I had some problem with this phone, and I don't remember what it was. Let me see something here. This was it. That's old. Wow. How did this... Oh, I see what happened. What the heck is this? Yeah, that's old. Interesting. I guess something went wrong with the video. Milton, what are you doing? Milton, what are you doing? Are you causing me trouble? You're a silly cat. No, don't go in there. What a silly pet you are. I need to go to the dollar store. Broke my glass. What? No. Oh my goodness. I think sometimes having a pet is a full-time job. That is weird. Fixed. Milton wants to eat cat. He wants new dish. Female cats don't usually change after the snip, but males calm down. I hope so. He's a beast. They stop spraying everything too. That's another thing. All right. Well, anyway, Milton is in the other window putting up a fuss, and I thought I had another video that I made, but I guess I don't. That's weird. I could have. He's eating. I can hear him chewing. That's a good sign. Oh, yeah. Find the tool that I need. So, because we're having one of the 14 wonderful days out of the year, I decided I'm going to take a break from the truck. I mean, this old trowel looks rusty. It's probably a scrapper. These are out of... because I have no... Okay. But this is the back part of the garage. And a little narrow passageway to get in here. You know what the front of the garage looks like. I'm going to upload this. I mean, it's terrible, but what can you do? Yeah, this one I uploaded, so we'll get rid of that. I'm here at the bank, but I'm not here to make a deposit. I'm here to make a withdrawal. Parking lot chicken. I hear the chickens. Where are the little chickens? I don't know if I uploaded that one or not. Chicken. Hey, Milton. Did you calm down, Milton? There's the chicken. Hey, Milton. Come on. What? Come on, Milty. I'm here at the bank, come on. But I'm not here to make a deposit. I'm here to make a withdrawal. Let's see here. Okay, so this one I uploaded. That's garbage. I'm waiting 20 minutes for this slope. I think I uploaded that one too. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead. I'll just clean this out. So when I go to the store, where'd Milton go? Wow. He's like a phantom. He keeps going there. Okay, let's see here. HNYTU. Okay. He's ready for battle. Yeah, right. Cedo behavior, Milton, not good. I'm thinking Rick has a lot of DNA on his phone screen. Darn those sniffles. Yep. I think of it as duck sounds. There you go. Muscovy duck. Let's see. I am going to see. Let me close this. I'm going to upload this. Okay. Yeah, I already uploaded that. All right. I think I did. All right. There we go. Okay, so that was uploaded. And there we are. Well, I'm supposed to. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Done. All right. I guess that's a good explanation. All right. Let's see what else we got here. Got any more comments? We got a little smile there. Do Milton eat yogurt? Yes, Milton enjoys yogurt very much. And a grip for life for performing surgeries. Oh, there you go. Hey, Milton, come on down. I got a scalpel. Little Milton. Milton's like, nope, I'd rather go to the vet. I have one of those magnifier lights everywhere I work. When you're working on electronics, it's really handy. For example, you want to see the part numbers on some of these things. And as I showed you before, my audio interface took a crap, but I think I know what's wrong with it. So I got to get in here and replace some of these surface mount chips. That's always fun. Okay. Oh, well. Went to an animal cafe in Japan a couple of months ago. You would have loved it, Rick. Huge iguana there. So they're serving iguana, huh? That sounds pretty good. Iguana. A lot of people I know don't like iguana meat, the ones that have tried it. I might be one of the few people that does. It's interesting. This audio interface has an extruded anodized aluminum case. This thing is strong. I mean, I can't even squeeze it together with my hands. You could probably run this thing over and it'd hold up pretty well. It's a shame that the circuit board went out. I mean, this is supposed to be a good brand, but what do I expect? I got it from the dump. But I'll fix it. I'm surprised they still have MIDI plugs. I haven't seen those in a while. Let's see. Rick needs to man up and take on a local alligator. Well, if an alligator comes in my yard, I won't be calling the Fish and Wildlife. I'll be taking care of it myself. You'll see. Oh, there's an alligator in your yard? I'm like, what alligator? There's no alligator here. What's that delicious smell? Chicken. I'm frying chicken. Want some? Let's see. LNU too. Oh, okay. Absolutely. There you go. What's wrong with it? I got problems. The inputs are not working. These audio interfaces, when you get the input, this light around the knob will shine whenever you talk into it. They don't work. So I think there's an analog switching chip. I looked up a video on it, and I downloaded a schematic, and I think I know what's wrong with it. So probably for a couple dollars in parts, I can fix this thing and get it back working, because this is what I used to use when I was in my bedroom doing the videos. But I stopped doing the videos in the bedroom because Mr. Milton, he became a problem. And the thing was, remember, I was doing all in the bedroom, and then Carrie and I were talking on the phone. So I set up a sound panel over here to cut down on the sound, and I set up in this room. And then since then, I've been doing it in the living room. because the sound was good, even with the noisy air conditioner. And Milton, he didn't bother me. He was more interested in being in the bedroom, so that's good. Picturing Rick, foreign street market, eating weird stuff like Bourdain. Yeah, Anthony Bourdain, there you go. I'm off to walk a dog in the frozen tundra. Enjoy your chicken, Rick. Thank you for the show. Have a great day, everyone. Thank you for being here, Ellen. We'll wrap this up eventually. You need to keep the ducks alive long enough to bait the alligators in, Rick. Right? That would be like having a visiting giraffe. Alive. Okay, yeah, keep the ducks alive. That's it. Have a nice day and dress warm. That's right, alive. All right. So let's see how many people we have. We have, what, 40? How many people do we have? I think this is amazing. Let me double check here. Okay. Does that say what I think it does? 48. I have 48 people, and I've been on for how many hours? That's pretty amazing. I hear cat sounds. All right. Milton. 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. That's 5 hours. 5.5 hours. All right. What? Milton. What do you want? Milton, come here. Oh, well. Come on, Milton. Are you ignoring me? Milton, come here, baby. You're such a bad, bad kitty. Come on. Say meow. Come on. What? What is it, Milton? Where's that cat toy? Maybe I can distract you. Where is the cat toy? What? There it is. Want to play with a cat toy? Come on, Milton. There he goes. Oh, it's a Milton. Look at Milty. Come on. You want to play? Oh, he's playful. Goody. Loses interest quickly, though. Oh, he got it. Wow, he's fast. You're a menace, Milton. You're a black menace. Hi, Milton. Come here, Milton. What? What's the matter, Milton? Huh? You bad kitty? Look at that vicious, wild Milton. Look at those teeth. Look at that vicious animal. Those eyes. There you go. Be patient, Milton. I have a plan for you. By next Live at 8 with Rick, Milton should be milder. Yes, we're going to make Milton mild. That's right. There's nothing like a mild Milton. I hope it doesn't turn him into another beast. Oh. I think he's plotting against me. I got a funny feeling. All right. Anyway, let's see here. Okay. I'm eating a lot of sardines to build my cold tolerance. Hope it works. Milton, stop talking. What? I fed you, Milton. You going to come up here? You're going to bother me. That's what you're going to do. Here he goes. Hey, Milton. Milton is here. Look at Milton. What are you doing up there, Milton? Come on. Don't eat the wires. No, Milton. You're so sleek. There he goes. Up. There goes Milton. No, don't chew the wires. No, Milton. Milton. What a black menace. Well, at least he's not attacking me. Play with a cat toy. Silly cat. Rick's is a party place. Everyone wants to go. That's good. Mine says 34 with 13 likes. Whatever. Mine says 32 and 47 likes. Milton doesn't want a cat toy. He wants a fresh female cat. Yes, that's what he wants. Throw some catnip if he gets crazy again. Where is the catnip? Milton, what'd you do with the catnip? What a mess. I can't even find the catnip. What? What? Up? Are you playing with a cat toy now? He's cute. Put a little bit of wheat. What? What is it, Milton? It's a tough job being Milton's stage dad. Yes, it is. Hello, Milton. There we go. Milton will be ballless. That is correct. Milton wonder why he feels weird. Milton bogarted his own catnip. All right, Milton. You know, Milton, are you going to sit down? Now you're going to sit down at my feet? Okay. Milton's settling down. Look at Milton. Milton is a total disaster. All right. Okay, let's see. What happens if you throw catnip with two fighting cat? Nothing. They keep on fighting. I've tried it. And Thomas is here. Hello. I guess you were out working today. I don't know if you have a live stream later, but if you do, let us know. I need to end this live stream before my whole day is gone. Right, Milton? Now Milton is running after something else. Milton is going to wait until I open the door. Then he's going to try to run outside. Milton is almost a junkyard cat. Oh, Milton is a junkyard cat. Even if the place was neat, he turns it into a junkyard, so he's good at that. Sweet cat, though. I just can't believe he's that cute. All right, so what do we have? Let me refresh this thing. Okay. 36 watching now. Okay, I refreshed it. 37 watching now. That's not too bad. Anyway, do we have any more comments or questions or anything that anyone is concerned about? Yeah, Thomas says, I was working and went grocery shopping. That's it. Do you have a live later, Thomas? I know sometimes on Saturday you will have a video. Let me see. I'll double check. All right. No, there's no other cats pee all over the place because the only cat that's been in this house for at least 5 years is Milton, ever since my other cats died. Okay. It's only been 5 hours, Rick, too short. Now we don't need to do those 12-hour live streams anymore. That's for the rainy season when I can't go outside. It's a great day. I got a lot of stuff to do. Okay, so Thomas says no live today. My next one is on the 7th with Papa Carnivore. Well, there you go. So that's good to know. That would be, less than a week away. So that's good. So Peter's going to be on your live. I'm sure that maybe that'll drive some more people to your channel since I think Peter's been interviewed by Carrie twice. So that's good. Okay. Oh, let's see. Well, if nobody has any other comments, I'm going to have to face the monster. I'm going to have to get out of this couch and take my towel with me and worry about being attacked by the meanest Tasmanian devil. I've never seen a black Tasmanian devil, but I guess this is what it is. Let's see. That is interesting. Oh, that page is still open. The Zane Griggs guy. Wasn't it Jerry or somebody that was related to him? I don't remember now. But very interesting. Fitness models. Wait a minute. #1 documentary in America? What? Look at this thing. This is crazy. Oh, that's funny. #1 documentary. That is too much. I was just looking at that. Okay, let me see. Yeah, Tassie. Okay. Very interesting. All right, let me go ahead and switch the scene if I can. I'm just heavily relaxed. As you can see, you don't usually get this view. This has been quiet. Nothing has happened. But it's been a pretty good live stream. Other than the internet going out, there always has to be at least one technical issue in a Rick live stream. That's kind of normal. I think that's pretty much unavoidable. But anyway, okay, let's see here. Yeah, see, it's funny that when you looked on the Zane Griggs page, it was saying that Animal was the #1 documentary in America. See, #1 documentary in America? I don't think so. I asked everybody I know that they had seen it. Not one person said they had. So it's pretty bad if that's the #1 documentary. And also notice he's with Dr. Kiltz. And I did see them talking to each other when I was at Hack Your Health. I really am glad in many ways that Russ arranged for me to get to Hack Your Health, because that was kind of a wake-up call for me. I never realized that there was that many people into it and that there was interest in it as well. So that's pretty good. Let me close this before I get super annoyed. Close my YouTube thing here. Got a whole list of videos they're promoting for me. I don't know where some of this stuff comes from. Spankinator and Winston. Oh, that's funny. Huh. Is that who I think it is? Let me see. Oh, that's funny. It's Golf Addict himself. Oh, that's too funny. Look at that. Oh boy. That is funny. Now it's meat and muscle, ride or die. Sold us lies in a cardboard box, but steel and bone don't run on starch. Now we're spanking the car. Spankinator leads the fire. Now we're spanking the car. Winston the brisket by my side. Two beasts rise under stage light flames. Now we're spanking the car. Yeah, we're calling their names. Well, that's interesting. get this back. Okay, there we go. That is interesting. Well, hopefully Milton has calmed down again. That'll give me a chance to get out there, hit the stores. Maybe I'll do a ride and talk. I know some people do like them. This is a new smoking is killing you. They're just video after video. Look at how many views some of these videos get. It's crazy. It makes you wonder. Carnivore in 2026. Fasting. Huh. Yeah, this is the guy. If you haven't seen him, he's 72 years old. He doesn't eat the carnivore diet, but he's in pretty good shape. So you don't have to be carnivore. If you can do it that way, that's great. But if nothing else works, why not give the carnivore diet a try? But if you're 72 and you look like that, you're in the top 0.1% of people your age. Probably, I mean, you might be healthy, who knows? But it goes to show you can be over 70 and still be in pretty good shape. I'd say that's a pretty good accomplishment right there. But anyway, as I relax here in my trash pick couch, let me see how many more comments we got, and we'll try to close this up so I can go get something done. And I really appreciate everybody that took their time to be here. That's extremely awesome. Now, where in the world did I put that thing? Okay. There we are. All right. They look like large rats, but with canine jaws and teeth. Really enjoy your stream, Rick. Thank you. That's from Hazy's Dragon. By the way, a little dish soap on important wires keeps kitties off of them. I'm going to try that. That's a good idea. I never thought about that. Although I don't have any dish soap, I'll have to buy some. I normally use washing soda to clean dishes. Are those bolts 12-point internal or external? They're external. They're external. I would bring one here, but if I open the door, Milton may run out, start a giant fight, tear me up, then I'll have to throw him in the bathroom. So what I'm going to do after I get off the live stream, I'm going to get my hands on some cash. I'm going to make sure Milton has food, and then I'm going to slip outside with my keys. I'm going to hop on my bicycle, and I'm going to go to Presidente and to, what's the other one? I'll hit Fresco, I guess. I'm not going to do Winn-Dixie right now. I may do Winn-Dixie tomorrow when I have to go out. If I do have to go out, I'll look at the T-bones. I'm thinking Presidente, and that would be good enough for me. Okay. Number one, nothing but publicity. Every time something gets released, they say it's number one. Books are the same. Everyone has a number one bestseller. It's BS. Actually, I need to go to the dollar store too. Milton broke my last glass that I use for drinking water out of, so I'm going to have to go to Dollar Tree and buy a couple of more for $1.25 or whatever it is. So I better take $20. $20 should be able to cover most of it. Problem is they try to shortchange you now. They don't have pennies anymore, which is just stupid. Hey, Carnivore has done wonders for Spanky. Well, there you go. That is very true. It's looks more like DC. There you go. Cool. I just Googled number one documentary in America. It's Superman, the Christopher Reeve story. Well, there you go. That makes more sense. People love shiny BS. That is correct. So if you're one of those fitness influencers that likes to take your shirt off and try to make the women excited, or some of the guys too, I guess. But I'll tell you one thing. If I was looking for a fitness model, I wouldn't look at Zane Griggs. I'd look to Sean Baker. That's the one that's better looking, in my opinion. You put some blonde hair on Sean Baker, make him female. That's what I call good living right there. I think Dr. Baker looks better than Zane Griggs. That's just my opinion. I met both of them. And, of course, Dr. Baker's taller, you know, and he's bigger. So I think he looks better. That's just my opinion. Cats love breaking things. Well, cats love to get into everything. And they do break things. It wouldn't have broken except that it fell on the mic stand and it cracked the edge. But glasses, nothing lasts forever. Anything I want to keep, I don't drink out of. So I'll hit the Dollar Tree. I'll get some glasses. I'll think what I'll do. I'm going to go Presidente. I'm going to get myself. See, I think that Presidente had the. I'll get some chicken legs for 68 cents a pound. And then I'm going to go get some. Actually, I should hit the dollar store first and then hit the Presidente. That's the problem with a bicycle. You got no place to put anything. So I'll get the glasses and I'll go to Presidente afterwards. That'll work out perfectly. That's all I need. If I see video clickbait of a guy without a shirt, I'm out. Well, there you go. I agree with that. But I guess somebody must like it. They do it all the time, and they seem to be pretty successful. You know, you're not going to see me without a shirt, that's for sure. Unless you're looking for a vegan, one of those anorexic vegans. I'm still going. Haven't had my lunch yet. Haven't had any water because Milton broke my glass. And I see the newspaper coupon pages are carefully filed away. There you go. Speaking of coupons, look at what came with the newspaper. Here we go. I had no idea the Arby's was still open. And the Chick-fil-A, that lines up at certain times of the day. I don't know why. I think there's some more of these sale papers and all this crap. What do we got here? They got one of these places. The ultimate duck food. I think this place was shut down by the health department a couple of times. And of course, you could have a heart attack burger or you could have this crap. The real Whopper is Rick's Heart Attack Burger. That's the one that'll separate the men from the boys. Let's see here. What else we got? Got this home improvement crap. You too can make your house black, white, and gray. This is unbelievable. Same old crap, you know. Okay. Want some impact windows? Nope. I like my Jealousy windows. Thank you. 40% off new roof. Unbelievable. Oh, well. But, yeah, got the old sale papers. Oh, $2.99. 2 avocados for 99 cents. See, their chicken drumsticks are 79 cents a pound. So we're going to hit the Presidente. That's the thing. All right, let's see here. Pages, yep. Seed oil food, that's right. I fell asleep this afternoon. Not surprised after last night's live stream. We get tons of those things through our doors. Papers, huh? And hey, Jonathan, there we go. I got my studio mostly set up now. Sorting out the camera is going to be a nuisance. I'll wait till Zoe is over on Thursday to help me. Well, you can get off your phone and then you'll have good, clear audio again. That'll be awesome. Poisonous food. Eventually soaking in soda pop in your stomach. That is not appetizing for sure. And he says, cool. Awesome. Well, anyway, it's 2 o'clock. 6 hours of live. So we don't want to be all day, 8 hours, 12 hours, whatever. It's a great day, beautiful day. Milton seems to have calmed down, so it may give me the opportunity I need to go in my room, get some money out of the drawer, be ripped apart by Milton. No, I'm going to carry the towel with me. And then hopefully, once I go to the store, I'll have some chicken. I'll share it with Milton. That calms him down. He loves heart attack chicken. So I'm thinking, yeah, we might do that. Local window company's radio model. If it's difficult, we'll get it done right away. If it is impossible, it takes a little bit longer. Okay. I don't like those new windows. I would rather have my Jealousy windows with bars and shutters. When I'm gone, I can put the shutters up. Plus, with the shutters up, it's easier to put high voltage underneath. So when somebody tries to break in, they get a 15,000 volt surprise. Very effective. They never break in again. I don't know what that was. It must have been static electricity. Oh, how terrible. Are you in Dorset? I think he was mentioning yesterday where he was, so it's a good question. All right. Anyway. Oh, what? I'm going to wake myself up by going on a brisk bike ride. I guess I don't know if I'll change my clothes or I'll keep this on. We'll see. I never tried putting the phone in this pocket. See how that works. Yeah, I guess this one's a little bit smaller. Yeah, it covers up. That's the problem. A lot of these pockets are too high, and once you put the phone in there, it covers it up. See? It's all covered up. Can't see nothing. Only this top one. I don't know which one is actually active. That's a good question. I might try it. See how it works. Let's see. Camera. Okay, video. And... Huh. Okay. Hmm. Huh. Interesting. Oh, well. We'll leave that for later. Anyway, so let me check the comments one more time, see how we are doing. We can wrap this up, and I will begin my day outside. I probably have about 4 hours I can work outside. That's not too bad. But I don't feel like I wasted my day. I spent it with you, and that was a good thing. Everybody was able to participate, and I only do one live stream a week, so this is pretty handy. Oh, look, Carnivore Helix is here. Hello, guys. Well, hello. I must have been getting more people now. That's kind of interesting. Howdy, Helix. This is like the group where you can just kind of come in and say hi and go out, and that's it. Let me see here. Oh, all right. Interesting. Let's see, where did my... There we are. Okay, that's not too bad. I got 28 people watching, it looks like, unless it's updated. 29. All right. Pretty good. So, You know what I think? I think my video has gotten delayed. That's what it is. There's definitely some kind of issue going on here. Okay, looks like we're down to 21. Yeah, we're down to 21. Okay. Well, anyway, thank you so much for coming in. Carnivore Helix, I guess a little bit later, but I know you like to do your artwork, and that's great. And hopefully, I'll be seeing some of you again. I don't know what other live streams we have coming up. Somebody's always having one. I guess the next one I'll be on will be Tuesday night. It should be my turn to be on Russ's Keto Cookout. So you'll see me there. If you want to join in, you're always welcome to do so. And as for the other live streams, I don't have any planned. If I do happen to drop in, I might drop in. We'll see. Monday, obviously, will be Mitch. I don't think, before I leave, let me just check Mitch's, see if he's scheduled any. Old guy Carnivore. Okay. Nope. Looks like Mitch is keeping true to his word. There are no videos. Let me just go ahead and take a look here. What we have on Mitch's channel. We have yesterday's is still there, so that's good. And he hasn't posted any videos since his cooking video. So yeah, Mitch is taking the weekend off. Keep an eye out. He may pop up with a surprise live stream, but it looks like he's keeping true to taking his time off. So we'll be seeing him on Monday. That'll be good. And if you know of anybody else that's having a live stream, just keep us informed. You're welcome to email me or do whatever. I don't hear Milton meowing anymore. He must have gone back to sleep. That'll be good. All right. That's super awesome. Okay. So, let's check these comments here and let's see. Excellent. Great stream. Best way to spend Saturday afternoon. Well, best way would be outside, but this is good if you're in a climate where you can't go outside. Thanks for a good morning, Rick. Well, thank you, Terry Girl. Mitch wants to change the name of his channel. I propose Old Boss Carb Addict. Well, there you go. Hey, it might work. You never know. I know your sarcasm is quite strong. So Mitch, he's in the National Sarcastic Society, isn't he? I think that's what his shirt says. So that's probably pretty good. And let's see what else we have here. Okay. It's always hard to find a way to end these, but I will definitely do that. Let me see how much we got here, though. It disappeared. There we go. Oh, got some kind of notification. Okay. Is that working? It should be working. Interesting. Okay, let's see. If I do happen to drop in, I might drop in. Huh. See? Oh, you know what it is. I have the stereo turned off. Oh well, no big deal. Let me just go back over here and... Oh, there it is. There we are. It's working. I don't know how well it's working, but it is working. So, let's see, comment-wise, wrap this up. Thank you for the live stream. Thank you for being here. And again, I'll see you next week. Like I said, maybe Tuesday night with Russ Mitchell, maybe on another channel. You never know where you might find Rick. But definitely, I am trying to be here every Saturday morning at 8. You can catch Live at 8 with Rick. And then I'm going to add some things to the show. Milton, well, he disappeared, but Milton does come into the show. So Milton is always going to be around. as long as he hasn't run away. So I really appreciate that. And again, glad to be here. And I'm going outside. And Brian Dish says, everyone kiss, eat meat. And HNY 2026, America's 250th birthday, July 4th, 2026. There you go. That's very true. I remember when they had the bicentennial in 1976. Remember that? That was such a big deal. 1976, bicentennial. They had that bicentennial symbol everywhere. And that disappeared. I think the last time I saw that was at the Cape Canaveral Space Center. Okay. I'm glad I can at least catch the catchy ending. Well, that's it. Milton the Magic Cat. That's it. All right. So with that done, all 27 of us, and it started 6 hours ago, we can all take the rest of our day. I don't say take the day off. Do what you got to do. Our time is limited. Enjoy it while you can. Because when the heart attack hits, that may be when the clock runs out. Have fun.